Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
And yet again, as we join all together, it is the best teams in the world looking to climb the top of the esports mountain. And it starts with one of the best games in the world, Valorant. The 16 best teams have qualified on in, but only one can become the game title champion. Welcome, everyone, to Esports World Cup 2026, live from Paris, kicking off with Valorant. Digon here, alongside my fantastic analysts. It's Kakuka and Big Time. Welcome back. We made it here in Paris. We're live, everyone. How you feeling?
So happy to be here. Happy to be in Paris. Happy to be with you guys. I feel like this is a summer camp for me, but Valorant style. We get to see the teams in a different environment and competing for something different. And I get to share time with you guys. So it's 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can't get any more exciting than this. It is the best teams in the world here to duke it out for yet another competition. It doesn't get any better than this. We got banger games lined up the whole way through, especially today, so it doesn't get any better than this, Digo.
Also, we have so many storylines coming off of Masters London, plus the returning members from last year. A lot of teams have requalified, but some of their rosters might look very different. It's going to be very, very fun here, Kakuka.
And the coolest thing, no Pearl.
No Pearl.
That is the best thing about this tournament, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for EMEA. I'll say that.
Yeah,
You've got
that's
5
what I mean.
teams here.
5 teams and Sunset.
Yeah.
If we don't win, again. Last year, we had Fnatic versus Team Heretics in the final. EMEA versus EMEA. But honestly, with I would say across all 4 regions, how different and how good the teams are looking, I'd be down for some spice, but I'd say minimum one EMEA team in the final.
Sorry, speaking of EMEA, they were the region that did the best last year. 3 of their teams making it on out. As you said, that all EMEA final. Big time, how do you feel like Pacific's going to be stacking up here given the recent history?
A lot has changed in a year.
A lot has changed?
A lot has changed in the landscape. You know, we have Paper Rex, we got the big dogs. We also have different teams qualifying. Nongshim, they lifted a trophy this year.
That's true.
We got RRQ and Global, who are poised for upsets on this big stage.
Yeah, I think people are interested to see how Global's going to do.
I think they're very interested. I think it doesn't get any more interesting than that, in fact. So that's one thing we got to watch out for as we move forward. But I'm always going to be proud of Pacific, no matter how we perform, and I'm optimistic.
Yeah, are you sure? Your voice just cracked there with optimistic.
We'll see. Let me see them play first. We'll get into it, and then maybe.
You know, speaking of optimism, you have to go ahead and look at the Americas, right? With squads that are brimming with talent, but last year did not do particularly well in this tournament. G2, #1 squad from Americas in London. Had that quick exit. They are in the same group with the team that they celebrated earlier in XLG. That's going to be a fun matchup on how that storyline's going to shake up here big time.
Yeah, I mean, we know that those are all teams with potential. When we look at who the Americas are sending, we know that then they can compete, of course, but it's just, can they make it happen here in Paris? You know, G2, like you just said, we're looking for a rebound from them. Really, they should be the top dogs. They should be the big guys in that region, but they've not made it work yet.
Yeah, but that's the same storyline that we've kept for a very long time. The good thing is, you know, I've been talking to them. I had a very good chat with Valen yesterday, and they're trying to approach things differently to kind of break that curse on, like, we can give so much of us regionally, but then when we get to internationals, this is that. I think that they're crossing things off the list. It's like, was it this that was wrong? No, it was not this. Was it? So eventually we will get to the point where G2 will be the champions. And I think that even though we only have 3 Chinese teams, I think that we have great Chinese teams. I think that All Gamers was a surprise at the beginning of the year. XLG top 6 in Masters London. Thank you. And EDG.
Yeah.
It's EDG. What do we have to say? It's EDG.
Top 3 was fantastic.
With a sub, it's still EDG.
Yeah.
Top 3.
So I mean, I think the sub is a huge storyline for EDG, where we have to see how they're going to perform here in Paris. It's a different place.
Very different.
So yeah, I mean, it's just, can they continue what they showed in London? Can they build on it? That's the question.
How much does it affect, right? Not having Smoggy, him being the secondary duelist, and adapting in many of those situations to playing with a sub, that will affect them a lot.
Definitely. And again, EDG winning their first VCT China, which in more than a year, which kind of feels crazy given the fact we were talking about it earlier. They feel like they're a squad that's always on top, showing up, and have obviously won champions before, but they've had themselves quite the competition lately. And actually, we got ourselves a little video right now to set the stage for our tournament. Let's get into it. Again, the biggest names on here, and you got to see that trophy lift, one of the coolest parts of EWC, the trophy system with the trophy, the key, and of course, the key crushing here big time.
Oh, I love that bit. Get me crushing keys. That's always my favorite question to ask. Whose key do you want to crush? That's where you see the real rivalries come out, so you got a lot to look forward to, people.
We need to review last year's to see the best ones. Who had good ones? I think Chronicle had a very good one last year.
Oh, like the full
because they
snap.
all got to crush it themselves, and they were like looking at it. It was very impressive. Apparently, we did not get to be that close. But we need to rate the reactions this year again.
Yeah, definitely. Again, very excited. One of the coolest parts, the trophy system here at Esports World Cup. As we take a look at the teams here, we've listed off some of the names of the favorites, but there are 16 squads here, 5 from EMEA, 4 from all the other regions except China, which has themselves 3 teams here. As we look at the groups and the setup, as there it is, Group A, it's EDG, RRQ, 100 Thieves, and BBL. We will be covering that first match here, EDG and BBL, but when you take a look at this group as a whole here, Kukuka, what jumps out at you?
I'd like to see what 100 Thieves has been cooking. I know that, you know, they have new faces coming in from Ascension and whatnot, and I want to see how they're going to perform for the first time in internationals.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, I want to see
about
RRQ.
RRQ?
I want to see RRQ.
Why?
Of course. Well, I mean, I think
Sell it to me.
They're making a player change. We haven't seen them go international again this year, so now could be a time for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at Group B here. You're excited for RRQ coming in as the #1 seed and probably the favorite to make it out here. Is Paper Rex, but this one is a heated group here.
This is the group of death for this event. There's no doubt about
Heated
it.
rivalry, I see here.
I mean, it's stacked. You know, NRG lifted that Champions Trophy. Paper Rex so consistent this year. Vitality going really far in London, and then Common Cup with that home field advantage here in Paris. I mean, that's going to only buff them even more.
The fact that the second match that we're going to be having here in the Stream A is going to be that Vitality versus KC, France versus France.
Yeah.
Also, the new face that we're going to see from KC, we know that they let go of their head coach, and Rate is now playing duelist. Let's see how that translates when we go out of the qualifier and into the tournament itself. So yeah, group of death for obvious reasons. And then on Group C, G2, Mates, Shilai, and Nongshim. Why should I be excited for Nongshim? There were some decisions that they were making that I wasn't aligning with. But I am willing to be convinced.
I've been a certified Nongshim hater. I've been hating on these guys.
Maybe not you. Pilski!
Yeah, where's Pilski?
They took Danby off the Neon in stage 1 and it didn't work, but then for the qualifiers he was back on the Neon, which gives me some hope, gives me some optimism for this team. Maybe finally we can see that form that we saw in Santiago.
Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to see that as well. We'll get the right Group D on screen for you in just a little bit. But again, lots of teams here that are showing up and representing, and I touched on it earlier. It's the G2 XLG rematch. I was talking to Baby Bay earlier, who was on this desk with us literally last year, had the conversation, and joins the squad, goes to Champions with them, and then wins. It is the best story in esports. Baby Bay from desk to Unk on the team.
We should be biased.
I think we're a little biased.
We
can be a little biased.
And we will be. Just for you to know, when G2 plays, we will be supporting Baby Bay.
Yeah.
When we request clips, you will be seeing Baby Bay. And that is okay, because you need to understand us as well. If he was your friend, you would do the same for him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's how it should be. And then finally, in Group D, it's Heretics, MIBR, Global, and ag.al. That's that final group. Heretics and MIBR might be the ones that come out, but MIBR, not necessarily the superstar roster that has been pumping on all cylinders. How do you feel about that group there?
I mean, I think it's tough. I mean, I think when I looked at that group, my biggest question has to be Heretics, right? EWC was that trophy for them that they were chasing for such a long time. We thought we saw that resurgence lifting the Stage 1 trophy over in EMEA. Then Masters London happened, crashed out.
It was bad.
It was bad.
It was bad.
Can they lift that trophy again is, of course, the biggest storyline for this team. They have made those roster changes, but is it enough?
Sunset.
I mean, they're a fantastic Sunset team.
Sunset.
All right.
Sunset Cosmars.
We'll see what happens with that group later on. Now let's get ourselves focused on our first match. It is the champions of VCT China, EDG. They've got themselves the stack roster, but as you said, coming in with a substitute here, big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, that is, of course, going to be the biggest question, is can they survive without Smoggy? But we take a look at what this team has managed to do recently, and I think you can't help but be a little bit excited about this squad. For me, they have so much aura. You see how much the crowds love to watch them play. Kang as a man is just phenomenal. He's a performer on that stage, and it's amazing. I feel like this team is continuing to grow, and especially since we saw the changes, since the Yoru left for them, they're able to use their own strengths a little bit better, get Kang back on that jet. So there is a big question mark there for them, but we know if they play towards their ceiling, they can be dangerous.
I'm also very excited about Chichu. I think that always in every single event he delivers, doesn't matter what he is playing. But yeah, at the end of the day, you do not have Smoggy. And as I was saying earlier, not having someone that is flexible for your team, that can play the smokes, that can play that double duelist, you need so much synergy that you just simply cannot build very quickly. For Cinch, it's not the first time that he is going to, well, he is the first time that he's going to be competing at this level. So let's see if he has what it takes to level up with the rest of EDG, because on the other side we have BBL. And do not forget, yes, they did not go to London, but at the beginning of the year, this star squad that came all the way from Ascension in EMEA managed to get the first seed in EMEA for the first global event of the year. And coming into here, I know that people were saying, oh, qualifier online, playing against a Turkish team is never going to be easy, but we have to see the resurgence coming in from them, because stage 1 was not good. This is one of the teams that technically I will put on the bar of did not survive the Euro nerf.
Yes, I mean, that is the absolute story for them. I mean, I think Their arc was so amazing to go through Ascension, get picked up together, then come into VCT EMEA and absolutely farm it. But now that train has kind of slowed down. This is a great chance for them to get that ball rolling again and have another crack at an international trophy.
Yeah, and for our EWC watchers, this is a completely different roster to the team that we saw last year, right? This is a full Turkish team, and now representing the pride there of Turkey, coming in, winning kickoff, as you said, surprising everyone, and then starting to slow down a little bit as you see the team setting up on stage right now. BBL up against EDG. This does feel like current form against current form. You might lean one way stronger than the other with EDG coming off that third place finish over at Masters London. But you know how good this BBL squad can be. Fearless, when they play fearlessly, they can go up against anybody.
I think that's a great point. When you talk about playing fearless, these are two squads that will take the fight to you. This is going to be an exciting game the whole way through, to be honest. I mean, it's going to be high-powered, flashy. I want Kang to get that up rolling. That's what I want to see. Give me some fun Valorant today.
It's especially having a Turkish team. I think that we will be guaranteed that. We have been asking the players, especially the ones that are here in EMEA for the first time, the younger ones, and they've been saying that, of course, the Turkish experience in ranked is something that they did not expect, but it's great preparation for this tournament because you will find a lot of people on your face. BBL need to be that resurgence. Dion, as you were saying, last year for BBL, it was more of an experiment of let's go international, let's see what we can pick here and there. But the moment that their academy were doing so incredibly well, there was no doubt that they were going to be in the main squad for them, and everybody was incredibly excited. We have young players that decided to play together and just make this work. So coming into this tournament, I hope that they have found their footing to go back to what we saw at the beginning of the year, playing very simple comps and not complicating things. Sunset for the decider.
That's crazy.
I really hope that we get there. This is wrong.
This is G2 Heretics.
This is G2 Heretics.
Okay, all right.
This could be an incorrect Vita. Hold your horses. There might be no sunset yet. You got your hopes up too quickly.
One of the great things about week 0 of any event is figuring out together. So thank you, all of us, for going on this journey with us. If it does end up in Sunset, what a place to end up, given the fact it wasn't in the pool earlier.
We have to touch on it. I mean, it's not been in the pool.
Please,
Pearl
guys,
is out.
please.
Sunset is in. I mean, I think Sunset is a great map for EMEA. I think you have reason to be optimistic. Pearl, arguably the worst EMEA map of all time. No one can play it who was born in the continent. So it's feeling good for you guys.
You're going to start with the attacks.
She's staring at me evilly.
Day one, you start with the attacks.
You have to start early. I'm an EMEA doubter, and I always will be.
Big time, I did hear the you guys, and I was like, what did he mean by this? But yeah, we are starting the pointed regionality early on the desk as we are getting ready, kicking back, relaxing here. BBLR as it's so interesting that the squad completely revamped, qualifies on in. They do qualify in that final third slot possible, but still know that they have the firepower to do anything here. And it feels very similar of the kind of thing where they just don't know this landscape. So they have nothing to fear.
Yeah, I think very much so. One thing I love about this squad is they're never afraid to give it. They're never afraid to shout across the stage. Be a little bit rude. I love to see it. That's what these young Turkish kids are all about. They don't have to respect their opponents. They respect their own game. I want to see them bring that here today at EWC. I don't want to see them slow down for anybody. Play their own game.
But I wonder if that is going to be different this time around, because, you know,
maybe
in Santiago it didn't really work, and people were saying, no, that you talk the big game, and then what happened, and also what they were saying in the interviews. I want to see, though, because this is a 1 in 1,000 opportunity. The players, you just saw how the stage is set up. There is no crowd in this stage.
True.
So they literally only have each other to scream at. If they want to get personal, this is the best time to do it, because they can get heated very quickly.
So I've just been updated. We have Lotus as our first map. I think it was Ascent as our second map.
Egon.
And finally, the decider.
Please.
is Sunset. Sunset is the decider. So the way that the bands all worked on out.
Yeah, you can see it there in the top left-hand corner.
Who picked Descent?
So EDG picked Descent. Now, this is strange. This is a map they've been banning. So they're really trying to swap up their pool here for EWC and flip it on around there.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we have seen them play this year at all on the Ascent. For the side of BBL, it could be anything. But we're going to jump straight into Lotus Lovers Rock, staying on that Neon for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're clearly not worried about the nerfs. This is what they were playing throughout the qualifier as well.
Yep.
On the side of EDG, you have to talk about Kang on this jet. It's the signature agent. This is what this man does best. And I think
Jenny is going on the race. He's the one that is having to flex and just playing on the Vice with them starting on the attack. I want to see if that synergy has been built between them two. I think that nobody is the perfect initiator to be in charge of these two. I will say I do like seeing Lovers Rock staying in the Neon after the nerfs, because I hate when we overreact to everything. And he himself was the one that struggled. Him and LaRock, I would say, it's like the duo of like finding your place, finding when you're comfortable. As I said at the beginning of the year, it was all very basic comps with the Yoru, the Jet, whatever you want to put it on the second, and then the Cypher, Soba, and you go on to the basics and you just play raw aim, raw Turkish Valorant. So I want to see how this looks on them, because Krevin was doing a great job on the Vice.
Yeah, and I think the EDG assistant coach stepping in here, it's always a tough job, right? But it's especially tough when we get to this second half. You're going to be on that Sentinel.
Totally.
It's your job to hold that site against LaRock and Lovers Rock.
And they will keep it going for you. They will be going for you.
They will find him on this map. They will find him and do everything they can to bully him.
All right, here we go. Into Lotus is our first match here. It is EDG versus BBL. China versus EMEA. On the call is Tom and Mitch. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Degon. Yes, BBL and EDG, the stage is set right behind us, Tom. These teams are about to trade blows. Now for EDG, stepping in with a stand-in, having Jenny as well after that return to this roster throughout stage one, moving on to Masters, had a good taste of the international stage. Well, it wasn't his first taste. It was there in 2025 back in Champs, and now it's to join the greats of the world here. Now look, for BBL, I like what the desk was saying. I like what Kukuka was saying. Lovers Rock sticking on the Neon. I thought we would see a change, but they're not overreacting to that. They're going to instead try to adapt to a slightly less powerful agent. And I do like that. It worked for them for so long. And to be honest, for BBL, pivoting off the Yoru, I thought a pivot off the Neon here, if we go towards a more conventional, slower comp, that's where they're going to really struggle to deal damage up against some of these other teams. So I like that they're still keeping to their style.
Yeah, I'd say as well for Lovers Rock on the defensive side, because originally they were still running Neon, but LaRock was doing it a lot of the time, and that kind of, I felt like it put Lovers Rock in a weird spot. On the defense, on Neon, on the operator, he's unreal, because you can still have those aggressive peaks and then slide out into a more defensive angle again. You can still rotate very quickly like you could with the Yoru. Not quite as fast, but still pretty quick. And so I think it gave him that same little bit of edge. And then they have that sort of proxy of the sort of double dive into the site with pace, which is where I think this team has always been one of the best. On the other side, obviously, there's the interesting turnout of having a stand-in for this event, like bringing in one of your coaching staff, who I will say was playing an Ascension as of last year. So it's not like sometimes you see a coach come in, you go, they haven't touched the game in 5 years. No, he's been playing. So I think an opportunity for Sign to maybe flex a little bit. But the more exciting thing for me is what we saw in the role swap. Jenny being the person that's now going to take over as a duelist, someone who at times even played as that duelist, I think it makes perfect sense. You give that more defensive role, the role that I think is more comfortable for Signed, and I think ultimately it's going to give them a little bit more balance. Now, will there still be issues? Sure, but I think not changing their composition and just switching roles up a little bit is way easier to use on the fly than trying to reinvent the wheel while going into a match where you do have one player missing.
In terms of the power rankings between these two, it's something that I've been thinking about over the last day. The fact that for EDG, they have a sub. The fact that they have Jenny in there as well, who looks very, very good. The changes they made going into Stage 1 and Masters as a result, to me, that team looks like the favorite. The sub is the only thing that pulls me back that I'm not too sure. right?
Without the sub, they're definitely favorites.
100%. But then you start to think, how is Sign going to work in this roster? And like you said, the fact that he was playing not that long ago, this isn't the coach, but also we've had in one of the conversations on the desk, we've had people who weren't playing that recently, who were on the analyst desk, who've now gone to playing and had success. I'm not going to doubt his performance or his impact, but it is definitely a piece removed. On the other hand, Neon knocked down a peg, and BBL already knocked down a peg with the change out of the Yoru swaps that had to take place because of the nerfs. It does feel like, I hate to say this, I love to back EMEA, but it does feel like even with that sub, EDG come in with an upper hand. But the one disadvantage, glaringly staring me in the face, is the fact that they came in today and decided to choose Ascent against a Turkish team. Now, I don't know if maybe the words of advice, the words of wisdom haven't made it across the pond, but that's a mistake for almost everybody in EMEA.
Yeah.
You do not want to give a Turkish team that home field advantage.
Yeah, I guess you can make arguments both ways. Like, obviously, going into Lotus, I think that it's a strong map for EDG as well, so I don't think they're going to be too shaky on that one. But there's got to be a reason that they're heading into that Ascent. There's got to be a reason that they've looked at that map and thought, okay, we can have that comfort. That, it might be the decision that actually, you talk about the Turkish Ascent and everything. The attack side for BBL on that map has kind of been stinky even in their wins. Like, they can go in with a 9-3 defensive half and finish the game 13-11. So it's not like it's a perfect map for them by any stretch of the imagination. And also, again, you have to then think of, okay, what map is going to make your stand and feel comfortable? Where can we maybe work with that a little bit of extra flair? Like, go to someone like Kankan and go, okay, you're going to have to carry more. You're going to have to like put up individual stats that are better than anybody else because we now have a player that might not be quite up to that standard. Where do you think you can do that? If he says Ascent, I'm going, all right, we may not play that map, but we're going there anyway because Kankan says he's going to kill everyone. And to be honest, Ascent, for a guy who likes Jet and likes the op, I think it's a pretty good map for him. So I'm excited to see him. And I'm excited to see the rest of the players because this is an opportunity where you go in with a lot less pressure because you have that excuse off rip. I think Smoggy is a fantastic individual player as well and has been filling in multiple roles. Like, I think he's one of the few players that I can say that you go into, say, for example, like a Split or a Haven, you go, okay, he plays Raze. Okay, and what does he play on Breeze? Harbor. Yeah, cool. Name me another player that does that too often. Marder. Okay, I've named another one, but that's not the point. There's not many. So I think that you do lose quite a lot with him not being there other than just raw firepower. But I also do think that a lot of the time players going to go, okay, less pressure because of that. And also, it's my time to shine. Yeah,
I think we've seen that level of flexibility on this roster as well. I think you're pointing out Jenny's the one taking the Raze here.
Yep.
Like, he has been coming in as a flex. And I think it's a more and more important thing as time goes on. Sure, you can have players like a Lover's Rock who, back in the Yoru meta, plays only the Yoru, or here will play mostly just your Neon or your Duelists. But it is important for the majority of players out there. If you're not that star, if you're not the guy that puts up the 1% stats on that agent, that you can flex between it. Because we've seen now there's maps where you don't, like Breeze, for example. Teams are steering away from playing a Sentinel. So if you're a Sentinel main, you can't play anything but Sentinel, you're not going to be a very good part of the puzzle on Breeze.
I'll disagree with you for only one reason.
Go ahead.
And it's not that you're wrong, it's that I think even the players in the top 1% have to flex nowadays.
Sure.
Like look at LaRock.
Yeah, I like that.
I would say LaRock is top 1% in most things he does. He is one of the most flexible players in the world, and that's what makes him even more valuable. Chronicle, again, exactly the
100%.
same. Nats, exactly the same. Like, you go to these crazy players nowadays, and it's like, okay, sure, if you're in a meta where it's like, Neon is massively broken, yeah, maybe you play that all the time. But other than that, if you're one of the best players in the world, I want to see you be able to do multiple things.
But even keeping my head within the Turkish space, I think about players who have tried that, who have tried to flex, like CNET, someone that I wish to only ever see play Jet from now until forever. Maybe a Waylay here and there, but geez, take him off the Omen, man. What are we doing?
I love him, but I don't know if he's been top 1%
no, but he was.
in the pro scene.
He was at one point. And if he kept with the Jet, maybe he would have been still, man. He was the Turkish Jet, and now he's everything he tries to be.
I think you got that's maybe a little bit of EVA delusion.
It's an aged reference, you know. The last few years, maybe he's been knocked down a few pegs, or
his jet was still pretty good, to be fair to him. And I think that is also, again, something that we're going to see throughout this series is on certain maps, like I expect it on Ascent, like whether we get that from Lover's Rock. That's one of the most interesting maps actually coming up because again, you go through the different maps and you talk about LaRock and what he's been playing. You got Dave and you got Phoenix. Great, okay. You got Split, you got a Raze. Okay, that makes sense. Breeze, he plays Jet. These are all similar agents. So I have Fracture, Neon. Again, Lotus the Raid. What does he play on Ascent? Deadlock. So again, maybe that's another reason they've looked at and gone, well, they're playing one of their star players on an agent that kind of has you focusing on utility a lot of the time, very much timing where you're going to throw down that big wall and where you're going to put in the net rather than him just being able to shoot you in the face. Could be something considered, but also, and I think this is probably the bit that gives me the most faith in BBL, in this matchup in particular, is there are some teams, and they are one of them, that wasn't at Masters London. So they have been practicing solely for this. Now, EDG are a team that made it to top 3. So they were playing in that lower final. I think that was on the 21st. So literally like less than a couple of weeks ago. Did they have a break? Did they have a little bit of spare time? They've also got that stand-in. They will not have been solely focused here. They have had to split their focus on this event and Masters London. BBL are just gunning for this event. And that's what makes me think it's like, okay, they could have changed all of their comps. They could have been running a million different things and found the right practice. Also, where was the last Masters? London. So they can prac all of the teams. Yeah. And I'm sure if you want to see if some of your comps have holes in them, you prac someone like BBL. So they have got everything they need to play at their best. They've got time. They've got preparation, and they've always had the players. No one ever doubted that, even when they were in the tier 2. So I think that's going to be the fun part about this team in this tournament is if they don't perform here, I'm disappointed because there are no excuses anymore. Like, when we came from Santiago, we had no time to get ready for stage 2. That's why we didn't really perform. Oh, you had time. You had time. You had teams to play against across the world. You've got to show up now.
And let me tell you, it really does. Like from the end of Masters, I think I worked like 2 days after that. So went home, chilled out, a lot of relaxing time. I feel like I came straight here. And let's just say these guys had a lot more work to do than I did in that time. So it really is that kind of, you almost start to hit that burnout when you're coming straight off an event, straight into prepping, meta changes, map changes. It's a lot to onboard for these players. It's a lot to onboard for anybody. And I think for BBL, this is kind of why you look at this matchup on paper, EDG, clear favorites, BBL have a chance to redeem themselves, to really light the fire underneath themselves. But that's kind of it. It's like the underdog story. But then you think about the stand-in, you think about the timeline for EDG as well, and suddenly the gap between them starts to narrow. And it looks like BBL really could come through. Ascent being map 2 as well. It could be somewhere that they look very good. You could even see a BBL 2-0 here. How do you feel if we go all the way to 3?
It's difficult because I think like with momentum, I think BBL would probably take it, but that would mean losing their own map choice and then winning their opponents, which is Ascent. Sunset, I think, I just think back to the old EDG on that map. Like when they made it through their sort of like crazy run to win champions, they were dominating some of the best teams at Sunset in the world. Like they were being Team Heretics. Like that was one of the maps where I would watch Heretics and go, they're unreal. Like the same sort of KO flashes that they would throw through the little pop on the corner, immediate insta kills that were coming through from Woot when he played that map. They beat them 13-4. Like they were the best team, or one of at least. The other that I would talk about would be Paperex. They're a team that are using all the Sage Walls to get into weird spots and find openers. Again, they battered them as well. So if they can find that level, I don't think BBL will have wanted to go to Sunset at all. So I definitely think that is going to be one of those maps that could be very entertaining. Obviously, it's a different look or a different EDG to what we saw back then. But even still, I think that they're still going to be devastating on this map. And it brings up an interesting topic as well about this group in general for me. Because I think coming into the event, before we knew that Smoggy wasn't going to be playing, I'd put EDG at the top and the other 3, any of them can make it through. Now I think anyone can make it through. I think they're one of the more exciting groups because I don't sit there and go, okay, like you look at Group C that has Mates, XOG, Nongshim, and G2. I put G2 at the top. I think G2 are favorites. I'd say that if Nongshim can find their form, maybe they're the next. And then I'd say that the other teams are going to have to prove me a little bit more. I'd look at this group and go, RRQ, 100 Thieves, BBL, EDG. EDG with a stand-in. I don't know who's favorites in this group, because I'd say that, again, like we haven't seen the best out of 100 Thieves for a little while. Of course, they competed here last year, but they were in the group of death, where it's like, oh no, we didn't manage to beat EDG, Genji, or Fnatic to make it. Yeah, okay, yeah, of course
Kind of KC vibes this event.
Exactly. But I think in this one, it's like, okay, now you might be able to make it out of the groups. I like their team. I think they made some great pickups from TSM. I think it's going to be very interesting. Nonetheless, though, Mitch, I think rather than me talking about the groups, let's head off to a short break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And welcome back, folks. Apologies for the delay, but it seems we're ready to get underway. BBL versus EDG. And listen, this is a game that's certainly worth the wait, Tom, for EDG coming in with a stand-in. We know that they're the favorites on paper, but that change, we don't know how that's going to measure up against the BBL, who've had a lot of time to prepare for this event.
Yeah, that's the difference. One team comes right off the back of Masters London. The other has basically been preparing all the way since the end of stage 1. And after the qualifier, of course. They had to win the qualifier, otherwise they wouldn't be here at all. But I think it's an opportunity for BBL to go up against a slightly weakened version of one of the greats. A top 3 over at Masters. Definitely not a team to shy away from. And I don't think it makes it easy for them by any stretch of the imagination. I think they're still going to have to come up against some incredible players. It's just whether or not they'll be able to take it over the line. And of course, as I said, when looking back at Group A in general, we've got a lot of sort of teams that I think have a point to prove. RRQ, 100 Thieves are the other two alongside the two we have on the stage right now. So I think that I don't expect there to be any easy games, but the two teams that are coming out of it, I think will be incredibly happy. And if EDG aren't one of them, again, you can't really blame them. They are playing with one of their coaching staff in the mix. But at the same time, I think you look at players like Khan, and he's never wanting to lose. He's never wanting to go out of them, no matter the circumstances. So I think that's going to be very interesting indeed. And then we can kind of, like, as I'm guessing we still maybe have an odd tech issue here and there with players currently not having ears or headphones on. I want to go through the other groups because, like, Group B, C, and D, I feel like there's an obvious standing. You know, we'll do it in alphabetical order just to make things a little bit easier. Group B is absolutely stacked. Like, I'm
Group B's ridiculous.
Like, the fact that you have, obviously, Paybreaks of Vitality, two teams that managed to get top 4 at the previous Masters. You have NRG, who are our current reigning champions of the VCT after last year. And then KC, who I feel like it's their hometown event. They'll want this more than anything else, but good luck.
You know what sucks about this, man? If for KC, they played a blinder, at least in some of their games online. They went from being, I'm going to be harsh, they were trash. In EMEA, they were trash. And they turned it around, man. They started to look good, and I thought this could be the redemption arc. And then you see those groups, bro. That's outrageous. They finally had a chance to do something. The roster must have been so hyped to get here, and it must have been like shell shock in the room when they saw that announcement go up, and they're like, what do you mean? We have to basically win the grand final in the group stage just to stay alive. We got to win like 3 grand finals, bro.
But the funniest thing, you say you're being harsh. They went 0-5 in the group stage, got eliminated and lost. I think they were harsh to themselves.
Trash is about the only thing you can measure it as.
All that's changed is that they've obviously removed their head coach, and now Zeiss has taken over. And it seemed to revitalize them going into that EWC qualifier where they managed to take down Fnatic in very surprising fashion. I didn't expect that. In fact, if I was like gonna put anything on the line, I'd have gone 100% in on Fnatic to win that game, even with their own issues along the way. But it definitely makes things a very uphill battle. And again, like NRG, I think we're a little bit underwhelming over in Masters London. I think it was Kiko managed to carry them through a game or two. I think one of the games they won, he dropped 60 in 2 maps. The rest of the team were a bit underwhelming, but that means they come into this one, obviously, again, with a bit more prep time because they went out early, but also with a point to prove that they are still that team that managed to win champions last year. And, yeah, Vitality, making it top 4. I think for me, there's still... I don't want to say there's a point to prove because I think they've done well, but expectations on that roster are incredibly high. But also, they only really beat EMEA teams. Like that's the one caveat I have with Masters London is I think 3 of their 5 games, or maybe it was 6, were up against EMEA. The other team they beat, the one other team, was DRG, who I think we can safely say were probably the worst team in the tournament.
Sure.
So I want to see how they're going to come in because they're going to have to beat someone good if they're going to make it out of that group. And then, yeah, Paybreak's Paybreak. Like, we're one of the best teams in the world. If they don't make it out of that group, I'll be gobsmacked.
Yeah,
so,
it definitely feels like you have like Vitality, KC, and NRG fighting for the second spot almost with Paper X in there, but then NRG could be this is horrendous. And for KC, seeing their opening matchup against Vitality, look, maybe there's an opportunity there with knowing them, but after what we saw regionally,
Vitality always beat the EMEA team.
I don't think we're really in that solid of a boat for the French fans. They'll have to cross their fingers and start doing some rituals if they're going to have any chance. Hometown heroes, maybe it makes a difference, but with no crowd here for their opening games, it's not really going to make a difference.
Also a French org, so it's
exactly.
They're going to want to, because that would be the thing, getting to that crowd later on, obviously getting out of the groups will get you there. That's going to be a big deal for KC. They have a massive fan base that will want that opportunity for cheer for their side. And another team that also fits that bill is the Gentlemates. Obviously having a hot start to the year, kind of teetering off when it came to stage 1, but they're back. They made it through again, and another huge victory going through the qualifier. And their group, I don't want to say it's easier than Group B. It's not easy.
Exactly.
Because you have, G2, no matter what you think of their recent form, we're not doing the best in the sort of playoff stage, technically not winning a game, but obviously they went straight into the top 8, so it's a little bit different. They always, maybe someone will fact check me that, they always make out groups. They're always a team that makes it into that playoff stage. When we talk about them having a bad tournament, it's still within the top 8. And when we talk about them all the way through the rest of the last few years, them not winning is the fact that it's not a great event for them, because everybody has the expectations that they're always a contender. And I think they're another one that after not really performing at Masters London is going to be very interesting, but it's way more interesting that they got XLG in their group. And that for me is a bagger. You laugh at a team when you get to pick them. You're giggling away at the fact that you get to play them. They beat you, and now you get to play them again. And it's almost like that, well, you're not laughing anymore. You're probably going to prep a bit more. And I think that could be a grudge match. And then the last team is Nongshim. Like, the last team is...
They're all right.
They might be the weirdest team this year. You win the first Masters, and then you go out of your own region 7 to 8.
But this was, okay, maybe not 7 to 8, but we saw a lot of teams go from the Masters events to drop down to 5th to 6th, to drop down 7 to 8. We've seen a lot of the teams that didn't make that Masters event the first time around then have a very deep run, if not qualify, when it comes to London. And I think the way this year shaped up, like the meta changes between kickoff, between the international, and between stage 1 were huge. And I think these pivots being made, like we had teams that were dominant because of the Yoru, then we had teams having to adapt out of that. It tested so many different facets and prep time. I think that's more excusable, but that's where, for me, I have that excuse for what has happened. Now Nongshim need to come through here and show us, oh no, we are a contender, we just got caught off by the pace of everything.
What makes me the most excited going into this event is just one, and I'm gonna be brutal here and say very, 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 very obvious change was so throughout a lot of Pacific, they had Danby flexing away from Neon. It was between him and Francis who played Neon, and a lot of the time it felt like it lent towards Francis. For the qualifier, they went back to him. It was kind of shared, but for the qualifier, they went back to him pretty much exclusively playing Neon, and they just seemed to fly their way through it. So I think that for me is more exciting. The fact that he's back on Neon. At the beginning of the year, he was the best Neon in the world.
Neon,
and it's obviously the shotgun nerf hurt him a bit as well, because he was the king of Neon shotgun. But I think that for me, that is enough of a change to go, like, maybe they're not back to winning the event, but I still think they should be enough to get out of the groups. And it makes it interesting, because I think that, again, mates will have had all of that additional prep time. They would have been gunning for this event. We know that they, even in the qualifier, they swapped roles. Beepo was going over to Sentinel, which actually, I'll be honest, I saw that on paper and went, that's not going to work, is it? And it did. It was great. And I think they were putting Mini on Duelist as well, which was also great. So there's a lot to be excited for. And then XOG, again, they were another squad where I kind of went back into things and was like, my expectations on them are not that high at Masters London, and they definitely exceeded them. Their victory versus G2 blew me away. So I don't know. I think that with players like Happyway, is going to be very, very interesting to see if he can keep up the level that he showed at Masters London, because he was so good. And then we have Group D. MIBR, GE, AG, and Heretics. And I look at that group, Mitch, as the random group, because it's like, oh, hello. Agent selects back.
Rock, Loida, Rose, Rock. Okay, same agents as before, right? I don't think anything's changed. Sky still, Omen. Got the Jet Rays on EDG.
Yeah, it looks about right. I can't see anything different. There we go. We're just showing again. I think the reason we're doing this is because, of course, it's been a little while. You guys have been sat waiting for the game to start, and you might have forgotten what agents people are playing. So we are going to we're showing you again.
I do very much like the Vice is being used by both sides. I think on this map, there's so much value to be had. Those Thorns, I mean, I think back to Benji, even when he was having a bad game on Heretics regionally, this guy was able to have so many rounds that he single-handedly won for the team just with the delay, just by sectioning off some players. Found a lot of strong rounds when it came to the defensive side, and I'm expecting to see the same from Krevin. There was something Kukuka brought up on the desk, but he has been sensational when it comes to the Vice, getting to play on comfort, and BBL knowing Ascent is up next. It's definitely a dangerous start for EDG, despite coming in here as a favorite. Like we've said, they have a stand-in, and now, with the way that the map veto's gone, maybe they could take it when we go to 3, but BBL have a chance if they can start strong. Still, perhaps we have to give the favorite to EDG. As time ticks away, folks, it seems we are ready to roll. Barriers up, and away they go. BBL starting on the defense, and they've gone for an unusual strategy. A 4-man totem pole waiting on the stairs for any engagement. The second Concon rounds this corner, he is gone. There's no way.
Might be underestimating him. Smoke's helped him out already. A back and forth. A firing squad, and Lovers Rock on that defensive side, Neon, has managed to give them the advantage. Early damage done, rotation already coming back in for support. They're kind of trapped in the corner, though. That's the only thing, and it seems like Signed is aware. Paranoia is solid. The slide out, it looked like maybe he could escape. Instead, the trades back and forth, and eventually Kraven's there to close the round. Maybe a little bit closer than they would have liked, but it is the round for BBL.
Yeah, that smoke threw a little bit of a spanner in the works, but BBL quick to adapt by just running through it to look for those battles together. You can see Concon still getting his kill despite being up against the numbers. And it does come very close considering BBL had the right read on that play in terms of the boots on the ground. Right position, right time, the right result, a 1-0. Now, here's where EDG don't have a lot to do. They didn't get a plant. There's no chance to really go for a convincing force buy. Instead, they will have to play this as a full eco. The main thing for BBL, though, is they have one pistol. You do not want to see this be anywhere near a close round, and they've already lost the pistol.
Yeah, I guess it's the one player you don't mind losing, but ultimately they're losing quite a bit more. This is getting a little bit dangerous until LaRock is there to close it out. A bit close for comfort, a bit costly, but it's still their round.
Yeah, I think they lose an SMG, a Marshal, and a Sheriff. I will probably pick up the Sheriff. So it's not the end of the world. Definitely,
yeah.
The problem is, though, that 2v2. That was a chance for a Bulldog to end up on the floor. But for BBL, a quick start, indeed. 2-0. And this is where things get interesting. Coming into the full buy of EDG, LaRock 2 away from a showstopper. Lovers Rock as well could have the finger guns. And those two ultimates, or even one of them, could make a big difference in a round where there's so many weaknesses. BBL have to play this with all those losses in the last round as a super light buy. Barely anything invested. LaRock already close to death.
Oh yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage that's already been done. LaRock almost gone. Rose almost gone. A lot of the danger of this round seems to have diminished. Maybe if they can give Loiter a gun, that would be nice, but no, it's Concon just cleaning things up. Nice work from LaRock to at least get one back, but in the meantime, he was just selling a ruse, a push, going through to the other side of the map, and Gianni has already seen where Loiter is. His survival seems impossible, but he's managed to teleport back at least a little.
Krevin bought some time. Roses now finds himself a kill. This is a fantastic start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the hard work himself. 1 HP and a Bulldog, a clutch for the ages, and it's not to be. EDG sporting a few bruises, though, and they were up against a very light buy. I think BBL can keep their heads held high exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal now is to deal with the full buy.
Yeah, they did an unfathomable amount of damage in the first few seconds of the round, and then after that point, plain sailing. But as you said, this is where, if that ult came online last round, it would have been great. Instead, though, it's come online for this one. Operator for Lovers Rock. That was what I was mentioning about 30 minutes ago. I love his defensive side operator on that Neon. The fact is, though, early utility expended and a TP.
LaRock, there's the old pop, but Jenny's gonna snipe him out of the sky! Concon controls the site, and walking through that smoke was a brave and bold play for Rose. Now a 2 versus 5 seconds into the round. You thought the damage last round was impressive. Well, they've basically won this one in the first 20. A save has to be called when Lovers Rock having an op as well. There's no way you want to throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
No, it's crazy how clean that was on entry, especially Gianni's reaction shot just to be able to get rid of that showstopper because it was super dangerous on entry. But yeah, Creven definitely under serious pressure early in the round, and I like it from EDG. A little bit more direct, very aggressive in their stance, and when you have that operator set up on the other side of the map, the fast pace into A could have caused them issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
Well, 2-2 is where we end up for EDG. Denying those weapons won't be possible in the end. So at least BBL got out of there sporting what they were trying to save. But that was such a quick round from EDG. It's hard to even imagine from BBL's perspective. And the fact that they popped the showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3 players onto pistols. It's still a better chance to win than the last round in the 2v5, sure. But EDG looks set to take the lead here.
You need a hero play, and, well, maybe the operator will be the one to do it. Lovers Rock able to dip in, dip out, get rid of Kankan. Unfortunately, the additional weaponry, not really possible, but they've gambled on the other 2 sides of the map. In fact, just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep positioning, pushing in on that flank. Sure, the rotation to the B side is still possible, but that's being watched by Creven, so they at least have information there. And if LaRock were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down, and with the time ticking in their favor and still solid weaponry, I think EDG is still favored in this spot.
They think he's here, and they certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out, and well, Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is, but Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind. The showstopper won't land for the kill, though. LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through for BBL. The operator of Lovers Rock, that flank from LaRock, but also just Creven buying time. Like you mentioned it, like him able to get a kill or 2 in the mix. Important stuff. 3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
Well, we've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well. Looks like EDG want to break through and deal with Creven, but this time it's not Creven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Ooh. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. A Seize nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage, and the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Skyhill comes through. Konkon's back up to full, but running out of dash, wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play, but it works out. He might die after 1, but he buys the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers, even for now, but the attackers have an easy time. Yeah. They're going to change direction, and no matter where they go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2 kills. You know, okay, that was 4 players on the C site. That means there can only be 1 elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall only just getting tripped, but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Creven. However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all onto Signed. He needs to try and clutch on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lovers Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so often see it, especially the Seize nade. When it comes to the A site, much more rare to attempt it here. Leaving Rose embedded as well, at least trades out Konkon. If he's not there and instead is in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
Oh, they love this C pressure. And I like the adaptation from BBL to put LaRock there. He wants to try and fight them on it. Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taking a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in! The Stinger, enough for Kankan to find the opener, and already Gianni has managed to add another. This C-site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save. However, right now, I feel like Lovers Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you got an operator, leave. You can't leave now.
He doesn't have the choice.
He could have before, but he can't now.
Have to stand his ground. The good thing is they don't know he's here, and it looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with sign. Oh my god, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's going to be a spam from Signed. Has he got it? It's so close! No way!
Oh my god!
Lovers Rock steals the round away!
He's just on a 1v5! I can't believe we've just seen someone 1v5 Ninja Defuse on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing. And they all left, Tom! Why did they all leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for 1 extra kill's giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that.
Jesus, that's insane.
Utter madness. And well, there's the 1 extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave 1 Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but
I can't believe he won that, man. I can't believe he went for it even. Even just that was crazy, but EDG have got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their Vice setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated. And now EDG are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect LaRock to be stood there. With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They've left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for now.
A pretty hefty advantage. The second he tries to enter this site will trip the wall, and even then it seems like there were players watching it. Instead, they've reaggressed, looked to try and push behind, finding that there's nobody towards C side of the map. Will gift them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already on their way. Showstopper popped. LaRock searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart, at least for the first 2. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade, 6-2. What should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed. This game has become much more one-sided. Of one little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed so they can get the operator. It has been having impact. Those early picks coming through from Lovers Rock have definitely been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that operator. But it has been problematic to try and deal with. Either way, 6-2. The attack now have themselves to buy. Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost a round with 5 players alive. That is a rare occurrence. It's whether or not they can start putting the rounds on the board. And again, they go towards the C side. And this time, Lovers Rock is on that side of the map.
It's the same setup we've seen. Having the C's nade, having the op looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now, though. Good trade back, and they've taken Lover's Rock. The C side's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevens covered that gap. Look at the TP, though, by Loida. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu, well, he found 2 to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work as bait, though. Because you're going to almost have assumed that he had it already. It's a very, very long rotation back from Loiter. Time will be ticking. Chichu's had an opportunity to reposition. I think the only problem he might have is starting to doubt where his opponent would be coming from. You go, okay, but why is he taking so long? Has he gone all the way in towards our spawn? Has he gone all the way around the back? He's sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing ticking away now for Loiter, and in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch for Chichu. A much-needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja defuse. I genuinely can't I can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja successfully found. I think in the last year we got like
1v5.
one attempt.
Not in a 1v5.
Not in a 1v5, no. Absolutely not.
Never.
And then you think about, I'm including regional games in that. Then you go to an international stage against a team like this.
Yeah.
That is not the kind of mistake that happens at this caliber.
No. Crazy stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well, for Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time, and the wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap, and well, Khan ends up with 2. Loiter ending up wallbanged. Kreven decides he doesn't want to face into the Khan operator, and honestly, that's okay. I don't think many people do.
Yeah, you start an eco or low buy round, a little bit of aggression, sure, but once you meet that operator, it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught, and now all onto Kreven. Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first 1 tap under his belt, but Signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
Yeah, it was looking like, especially after the 1v5, potential for BBL to run away with this half, but that potential is slowly slipping away from them. Of course, on a regional standpoint, EDG are normally incredible on that attack side, so I'm interested to see if they're going to have that same sort of caliber on the defense. We've only seen them play the defense, really, versus DRG, who they lost to both times. But of course, it's hard to doubt these players even without. Nonetheless, and we're going to see this early aggressive start from Larocque. And actually, he's going to continue his pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. Chichu on a tear these last few rounds. He's found Larocque. But EDG back into a workable position. Rose is going to cover in the corner, cooking on the left. There's a wall in front of him and some thorns to his left. It might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious, but Rose lands 2 in a row. A quick double to Spike to wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner, and he'll catch Con for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall, and because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the ag.al of BBL. They now look to come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected. But either way, Operator waiting for Kankan. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently holding the Operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead, they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake, though.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A. A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside, this attacker side of the map. And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. 1 player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill, trying to make this uncomfortable for that player.
Oh.
And now the Thorns, the ult going through. No more Thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight through, already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand, and now Signed and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu. And Signed is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG not that far behind.
Oh, another great round coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least 2
the
or 3.
last 5 rounds, he's on fire.
Yeah, you could put at least a few down to him individually. Or just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7-5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5 Ninja Defuse in the mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
Yeah, you know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7-5. You're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. Now the 1v5.
yeah.
The 1v5 Ninja Defuse is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough. But for BBL, the lead by 2 indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes from EDG allowing that Ninja Defuse through, that's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better, started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG, that Signed will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top-tier player. And so, he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player. I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix, because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for. So it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it definitely, I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game. And of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment. And going into the defensive side, we'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine. But a lot of the time, they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17-8, by the way.
Genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds, excluding 1. I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, then a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7-5, though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Like I said, we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door. And that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
It did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then setting up Chichu, who, I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right-click a guy down to 8 HP through half of the bullets hitting the wall.
Yeah.
That's how the classic works. There you go. That's all you need.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the wall ate most of those shots. I just saw his health bar disappear. Like, oh.
Well, look at the control, though. Kraven's managed to get them into the A side. The thing I like from EDG, though, they've grouped up. Bar one player. That one player's Kankan. I'll allow it.
Safe enough pair of hands if he's on his own. Yeah, I'll certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing on Loida. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed, but they're still hunting him down. Jenny, oh, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Loida's hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind. Holding the site proves easy. For the Vice, it is now 8 on the board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Yeah, that's both pistols under their belts as well, and I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights. 8-5. Lead extended. Come on. Lovers Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Lovers Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields, so
exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant no player on the defensive side has shield.
Come on, try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody and it's an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it. Well,
sound like a hater.
It should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Concon, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
Oh. Looking to come in on that flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that flash has left Rose so blind, but again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Concon in the back from the corner on C Long, so he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL, though, and now is where we basically need to see the breakback from the side of EDG. Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently. In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
Yeah, there's something poetic about seeing the ag.al only getting kills from positions of outplay.
Hey, you gotta be ratty sometimes.
I do like that. It's kind of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys. Vandal up close, not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
The good nade, but the cover equally as good.
Yeah, with 4 HP.
Nice shot already. Onto Concon as well. Leaves just 2 standing.
Dave call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wall for Signed. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup. Again, that's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. Rose has gone down to the spike. Well, he was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well, where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
And Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen them stand up all too much so far, but hey, there's plenty more room to the series.
Because the seats are so comfy.
Exactly. There you go. Sponsors are gonna love that one. That was a great hit. We've planned out a few of these for the day, so
oh yeah,
definitely. What's next on the script? Well, 10-5, BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this, we spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to blame on the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up. It's very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle. That's it. That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the bait. They're ready for Kankan's push. Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello!
No!
Signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Jenny has his nade primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu, with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation all the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught. But he's on the right agent for it. Quickly able to slip away. Back to the C site. They know the Outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside. Spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida as the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around. They double swing, take Signed down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him. And a shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you'd necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by 1 or 2. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. He tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Kankan. But we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah.
Right in the nick of time as well.
I think that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Kankan. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction, but then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Signed the opportunity to strike. 11-6. A break back after 4 in a row. But is it the first of many? Or a blip?
Oh, LaRock having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4. Damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease. Miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu. 1 away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
Yes, there's the orb. It does seem like this has been thought of, though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes to the plant, you thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half, if not for him, and it would have been a game over. Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again. But the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
A couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. You know, get rid of one of LaRock's weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but
nice.
It ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far, but they need him to win this one.
Crapped up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, LaRock caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. But the win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky after you're full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end. And well, you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a Full Force, RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can get this one over the line. Because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where, hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
And for BBL, we already mentioned it, winning this map, having Ascent up next. It could set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there. Or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series. But I see the fist bumps from BBL. Their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said, lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind, and he's been the one fighting back in for them. And on this team, that's bloody impressive.
But even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Khan. So definitely a little bit more vulnerable. Okay. See you later, LaRock.
It's all because of that clutch, you know? Wouldn't have had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there. But not nobody. Khan in position. Waiting. Had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's just going to fall back.
Another pick for Khan. This time the trade is there. It's Rose. Quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto Kreven. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good flash! And now a 1v1. Surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down. And Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Gianni will be there to close the round. It is well, close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP, but it is still the streak of rounds going. Now, again, it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Kankan is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Gianni having another big round on the Raze. Of course, as I said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this. He's looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, good work by Jenny. Just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for LaRock, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes through and he finds LaRock. How? I don't know how he survived. Got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL, okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry dissipating. A heal onto Gianni as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Kankan. That operator still in hand. And for Rose, well, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might get one for free. The second player could be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Kankan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team in the form of VDG that looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half, even a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down and another timeout, the second for BBL being called, and quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards Ascent? It's like, well, if you can have Kankan with an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. And that's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of Chichu up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much. And right now, well, what's that? 2 pauses in 3 rounds? 2 rounds? Like, you could see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause.
2,
so
yeah.
I think it is literally 2 pauses in 3 rounds.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second wind, but it's Kankan to fall right away. LaRock said no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage, though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low. Not today.
Now listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability 6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like, you can't
That
use
was a big ult, Tom.
3 high-impact ults in 1 round. And okay, sure, LaRock got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu. And okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow 1 player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here and there. And an immediate 4-player aggression. Kankan 1-for-1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter. And after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Kankan's dealt with. Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read on the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in. And in a moment's time, you're going to see Lovers Rock looking for that opening on the up. For Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lovers Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12-11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates, and that round, even the last one might have not gone their way. And that is not how they would have hoped for that one to go. The individual stepping up. That's it. Signed 12-14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So as I said, it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL, some of the best aimers you'll ever see, and while they're going to try and play off that now, Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're Signed. He's now leveled up, 14-14. At OT, well, it almost feels inevitable at this stage.
Cover going out.
Loida might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from nobody, and with Signed on a 3K overtime, locked in, EDG. They, like, I can't stress enough how out of this game they looked at a certain point.
Yeah.
The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like, for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side, and now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's looking a whole lot better.
I want to go the other way with it. BBL win both pistols. They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS.
Yep.
And now they've gone to OT.
Yep.
This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map.
Also.
And now they are in overtime. Like, the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not going to lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi-advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But you come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock. For EDG, a slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense, so they wait. And now, push comes to shove. And that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
Can't go on with an attack side operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him. Walk back. Not going to be caught. EG have just completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to no information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant and an advantage extending even further, the lead looking like it's going to be taken. And who but Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it, and it is all but over. 13-12 now. EDG, after being at an insane deficit, now on map point.
And even this defensive round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. As said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage. I think they just noticed he knifed the Prowler. It might be Con with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
Oh. The attack side going to try and take back that space towards C. Khan in position once again, and of course he doesn't miss the shot. Leaves them a man down, and the C site executes failing, but with the opener onto nobody, that definitely makes things a lot more interesting. The A site is completely under their control. Before they'd had signed on that side of the map. This gives BBL a pretty good opportunity.
Plant coming through. Gonna be onto Larocque, still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant, and look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam. It looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Con. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes in for the fight, but that's not gonna work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat bow. BBL not gonna let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
The back and forth continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an even playing field once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back to overtime. But it seems like BBL still have some fight within them. No surprise that Khan's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders looking to re-aggress towards that seaside, but Khan is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk-up.
Same space take from BBL, this time without the C's in play. A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow them to push through, to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds, but they don't know about Rose. BBL are setting traps on each extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock has walked up. He's hearing the steps into B now. He knows the play, and they are none the wiser. But the shots don't land. That was a huge play, perhaps round winning. The BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
He can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect, though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Nobody waiting in position. Kraven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory, but still, Khan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL. They need one more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like. A complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was Larocque having a fantastic round, finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We could see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up. Where we've seen Sime playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross. All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
Oh yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes made by BBL.
Oh.
Yeah, you're just about going to survive that on 1 HP.
Okay,
but
yeah, never mind.
Khan goes
I was
back.
about to say, Khan doesn't miss.
Yeah. No, he doesn't. He hit both shots. And now Signed, waiting on the side. Flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped, and Signed under pressure from that right side. The off of Lovers Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14 to 14. Another overtime needed.
Yeah, just bear in mind, guys, this is map 1 of the entire tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
You have to wonder, though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've got another teammate.
They looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
14-14. Kankanop survives, but not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL. Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
A minute on the clock. And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, danger's averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida. He sees them and hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been 2, but 1 found. At least for BBL, it's just a 1-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotates in just in time. Lovers Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. The early flank from LaRock, but Con just keeps ripping them to shreds. It's EDG with the lead again, and another chance to close this out.
He's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like I've been saying, it's a lot of the time it's been one and dones. This is him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier things become. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead of the top of the board? He's now third.
Concom was 15 and 15. So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount. And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent. The Rock tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement. Oh my god, Lover's Rock is going so fast. And he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And another under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. And that makes it even more impressive. Con, yeah, he has had an awakening. But this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4 with an op. You gotta think he's got no chance.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting for an additional kill. They do not. He's still going to get one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this point, and eventually Lover's Rock will close out with a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K closing out the round, and we are about to head into round number 31. Map 1. The entirety of the tournament is going the distance. But eventually, or at least I hope, we do have to find a winner.
You'd think so. Tom, we've had some long games in our past. We've had some lengthy affairs.
Yeah. BBL were one of them.
Yes, they were.
Not this iteration of it, but it was BBL. I'm hoping they're not going to do that again, especially with Ascent coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but we're going to see ourselves a timeout taken, a chance to talk through with the coaching staff once again. Of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And Well, thankfully, we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both ag.als clearly having to work overtime. And LaRock going into OT has bought a judge.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard, then I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kickoff right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Kreven. He's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Kreven's found himself too. Sign surrounded is dealt with, and BBL on 16.
Yeah, I think that might have actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had ag.al Rose in that smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This time you just put a judge there. You walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate. And then Kreven just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15. As said, we've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Concon's been the one to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait for them to walk in, but this one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lovers Rock finding Sign seems to have sealed the deal. The A site, the plant on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
It's still so tough to break in on. Flash, ready and raring to go. On the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position, though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box, trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek, and that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent TPing! And they are going to turn it back! The time looking like it's going to be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
I said it, and nobody's been there in the crucial moments, and Chichu, again and again, he is digging deep for this team. Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go.
He went quiet as well, though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20, or was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit, and then goes, oh, you guys need me again, cool.
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half turned it up to another level to keep them alive, and he's done it again. Map point, and up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run, and indeed wasting bodies because Concon, he's found his first already. Rose catches, no, he doesn't catch the wraparound. Jenny's left on 7 HP somehow.
Ooh. Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lovers Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario. Well, nobody's there to close it out. And swings and roundabouts once again, the back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way. Took a few shots, not even knowing from where. And ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill, but also who knows this map is slipping away now. EDG 17 to 16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row. In the same overtime. I mean, 30 and 31 technically, but they were different OTs. You know what I mean. And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time. And this time, another missed shot. But that was a harder one.
Oh, already. A much faster paced take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards Signed, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with Paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post-plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round, leaving Lovers Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make the way back to the site. Hard to find value with the up breaking through, but he finds it in the choke points. With LaRock down, it's Rose left, and not for long. EDG, they dug deep and delivered map number 1.
It's insanity. I don't think I've ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with that position. It makes no sense that Kankan is just able to sit there like a turret from above. And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead. You took double pauses in the space of 3 rounds. That is crazy. Nonetheless, we're going back to Digon and the desk.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That was crazy to have that happen like that. Just insane. We're getting ourselves free Valorant off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one. Welcome back to Des. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of Valorant here at EWC.
I mean, welcome to the EWC, people. I mean, this tournament has come in with a bang. It was absolutely unbelievable. I think BBL are going to be so upset about how that game turned out. They had every advantage. Their map pick, 2 pistols, a bonus, a ninja defuse for crying out loud.
The ninja defuse was unreal. And also is by the hands of Lovers Rock. We were speaking about him going on the Neon. He wanted to go face-to-face against Kankan, and every single time that Kankan was getting around for EDG in an impressive manner, Lovers Rock was like, I can do that too. I can do that too. I'm going to show you how. Crazy the fact that we got there onto the overtime. And also, we were saying about EDG and playing in with a sub. I think that Tom and Mitch were doing a very good job highlighting some of the mistakes, but also the way they bounced back. Some of the players, like some of the individual plays that we have seen just during this first map of EWC have been unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about Kankan. He is the guy for EDG. He always has been, and he has a very slow first half. You know, he's down there towards the bottom of the scoreboard. He's missing his shots. Yeah. You see the way he activates, and you see how the rest of the team come alive around that. I felt like their defensive side macro was so solid as well, and that's what got them back into the game. So also credit to Signed on he's on no anchor those sides. Not easy. I think no doubt they deserve that map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was towards the end of that first half where the score was heavily in favor of BBL. That Kankan was like, what if I grab the operator? I know that the economy, of course, when you're losing so many rounds, it's very difficult to even think of like a tool that is so expensive but so effective in so many maps that we have seen across the entirety of Valorant, having that attacking operator that actually I think mentally got to bounce back, because we were talking about the teams being here and the stage getting loud. I have never, and I am from EMEA, heard Loita scream the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there, but Loita's kind of like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here, because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. And remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
I mean, we have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won what seemed like an unwinnable map. The level of composure that they have is insane.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of preparations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spam those smokes, especially the way that BBL were playing. honestly, the highlight for me was the entirety of the match. I know that it was very of the map. I know that it was very long, you know, but I feel like everybody had their moments to shine. Like that clutch where Kreven was in, where he was 1 kill away from getting like I think it was a 1v4. Were absolutely insane rounds. And if the rest of the tournament is going to be like this, I mean, the bar is already incredibly high for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think one thing that jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime, the timeout that was used in overtime by BBL to make the adjustment on the C push, where it's like, all right, we're going to sit back with the judge. You can see every single person, not just the players, the coaching staff as well, on point here, because it is so important in this group stage to work your way on out, get that first win.
Yeah, I can't believe this is map 1 of the tournament. This is the type of map that makes you love Valorant when you get into it. The tactics on both sides, the shooting, the individual brilliance of a lot of these players really just coming to shine. But I think now as we move towards Ascent, the question has to be for BBL. You have to find a way to reset here, because this should have been yours.
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know that Ascent and a Turkish team, it's a hell of a long map for that one. And especially considering that both Kangkang and Lovers Rock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams, because we did see BBL play in Ascent during the qualifiers, and we saw them playing with the deadlock. I want to see if we're going to see that again. And most importantly, what is ETG going to be doing? Are we going to see something very vanilla, very boring? Probably because of the situation that they're in. Actually, that calls for both of them. Like, what would you do? Because you have experience coaching. Okay, so what would you do? Would you go for? Sorry, would you go for? Okay, we're gonna play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's go with something spicy. They're not gonna expect it.
You know that they got something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game 1. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment. It is that GSL format, and you're a map up. So you know, they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps, but I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kangkang on the jet. If he's on anything but the jet, I will storm that stage myself. And
what if it's a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see a chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kangkang. Like also like he holds everything. What about it? Cheeky Yoru.
No.
No.
I thought that you
Didn't we talk about it? The Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that.
But that's exactly something that they're not going to expect. But you are right.
I mean, they won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the 4th most played map here for EDG on Ascent. I feel for BBL because they had him on the ropes, right? You were just a couple of rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout at 11-8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many rounds in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the league year and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. You know, we've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of Valorant. It's a question of composure.
Right.
And we know, we've seen them have success over in EMEA. It's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out? Because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations, because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one also because of the bar that we were speaking about, that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They try to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because, trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it, but Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want, okay? So Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset!
Exactly!
That's what we want to see,
There's
people.
a plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right,
sunset?
let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. Again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks? Because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're going to, playing in a different role.
That's true.
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely
And I
not.
think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor. Winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming through.
Oh, a chamber!
Yeah,
Okay.
it's getting spicy for EDG.
And the
on that chamber.
Sage!
And I love the
Oh,
Sage here.
I love this!
See, no, you asked me, Kakuka, do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I
They're not
love
afraid.
this.
But on the side of
Chichon
BBL...
Sage, oh
Yeah.
God. Okay. Seriously, I want this to be an absolute stump from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half. They have to attack into Cypher Deadlock without much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality. Only the Phoenix there as that solo duelist. So I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double senti of BBL to be able to build up some numbers, put a real stop to EDG.
Yeah, again, this is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL, alongside RRQ and 100 Thieves, which will play later on. You want to get that great start here, and for EDG, they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition that is exciting. It's changing things up. As you said, it's been banned. Ascent has been their ban, and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's on the Omen, and it's going to be Signed who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage.
Yeah.
Especially for them on the attack will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plant and then just play for the post plant. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know though, from that post plant, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already 1 map win here for China as a region. They only had 2 map wins overall all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into Ascent, EDG and BBL.
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was, I think we might be in for a long day. But Kakuka says she wants to see a blowout for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the form of Big Time on the desk, and now Bayer's starting to do it too. I feel like there's a full conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We were worried about the entrying in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
2. Rock and Lloyd up with it all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but he said he's going to grab the easy one, confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already, and Larocque with it all to do. Should be impossible and proves to be 1-0 for EDG. And this pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side, as you heard from Big Time earlier on. This first half is going to be crucial for BBL, playing the double senti. Now, look, we've seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve, but I think especially with Deadlock, that double sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to... Normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are always pretty deadly when it comes to that defensive side. Already, Kankan has managed to walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collat. It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect. And another ult that's building up now is the run it back.
Of course, Kankan is the one to make that play. A weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall. A very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Kankan really sealed the deal without any danger, exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way. The first 2 rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A bye for both teams and a strong 3rd round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full bye here. McConkon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with 1.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape, and now the contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose
he has to get something.
There's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It should be free, and he gets nothing.
Throwing next.
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem. And also, they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan wrapping around the back and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well...
A lot of credits. No ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them. So now they're built up for this round. And there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the 1, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, then they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more. And then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So the important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him, it's all three. Oh. The Rock. Annihilation is available. But it's picking a time to use it that'll be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward, and Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well, and then that Deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a Sonic Sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee-up for Loiter to slam dunk it home, and then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off Larocque's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take. Again, though, that sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear LaRocque. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage. And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that choke point.
And mid is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lover's Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he can just ignore it, or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lover's Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lover's Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the runaround onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind. Back behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on, because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2 that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in VCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopper block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today, because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the ag.al stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lover's Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, Headhunters on Concon's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Concon back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass to Will. Pass to.
Oh. I know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Previn to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Initial contact on B. 3 players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems. When you no, it's not! In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. LaRock was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Concon with 2. Previn, he's trying to save the day though! The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there, yeah, I was about to say, that would just be sending that player into the wolves. Instead, space is being taken. Concon's retrieved the gun, the res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively, and he's been spotted, rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Concon goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. An op on the retake as well. Lover's Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Concon in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Krevin's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lover's Rock there for both of the final kills, but a big round from Krevin gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. What was it, 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Concon. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Krevin just turns the round on its head. Mr. Impact himself saving them once again, and oh, it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in the second half on a on a defensive side, but I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica mola. We'll be taking a breather, but what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
it's not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although, ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan of
intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those sentinels. Krevin, not so much with the utility. I don't know, no more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we got to talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear the... There could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall if he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate. And now we've got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up against an eco. And I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG do still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you were sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and even just, again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lover's Rock, it makes me quite happy, because I think we talk about the pressure put onto players to perform immediately, and when Yoro was nerfed, it was clear that he had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the best, definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change. And that has definitely taken some time. We saw some vulnerable, some weak performances when it came to the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator, and especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with. Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up, gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot, oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lover's Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting. No smokes. Now they take it to them. Okay, they got smokes again. Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might send a player in, they get traded, res them, you have an advantage. In this case, no advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far, been a rough map for Gianni. He was looking very good in the previous. Oh, but this is a different task, and Loiter has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind, Lover's Rock also then finds another pick. The remaining 2 are in some serious trouble. I think the net catching one, and LaRock finishing his prey. A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches, but this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive. Get back to how we'd like to play the game. And as I said, after finding 3 rounds in a row off the back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have. Is this, I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG? They did take one in overtime. Okay. I believe. In regulation, actually, then. It could have been because they get them back in OT, so it could have been BBL again. Yeah, you're right. I think we didn't see that one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side. During but even when they were very far down, 2, I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem, and it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with, bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
Well, barriers up again after the timeout. Round number 9. Someone that to take the lead. Lover's Rock not going to hit the shot to start with. It going back in. Flash. Well done for Sign to at least get them around that corner, but this madman is going in once more.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much. He's punished
bro.
Massively. This is it's against pistols. And now you're playing up close rows and you're a madman. They've allowed a flank again! What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay. They've done pushing on short against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just... Okay, pull it off to bed. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with, but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear. See you later, Rose. And that leaves Kraven on this site alone, under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate, and he goes for the player behind, hoping that maybe the second fades. I don't mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything else in the round.
I think he even realized, I'm going to get traded here no matter what. So I might as well kill the guy that won't come back.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense. It's the right call. But yeah, this, I think just call a timeout if you're BDL. Because what the hell was that? You have I can't believe a triple peak.
Well, also
Not three players,
the third one.
3 peaks back to back.
Okay, I still don't like it, but if he was full HP and
Yes.
he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on, so he was like, screw it.
he had 45 HP, I
Yeah.
think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round.
Yep.
Like that's crazy to
do
try and
that,
attempt it.
To then push short as a response after to also leave the space during that fight for a mid flank to then push short. It's actually the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Did he see the scope? I don't know if he did.
Okay. Well, that looked like a really cool play and a cool setup, but it hasn't worked.
He got the
Trading.
kill.
Jenny's just traded himself.
Oh, no, he
Not so
hasn't.
much. He'll be pulled back from what would have been the dead in a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The Cloudburst blocking the op, and yet they find nothing for it except a disadvantage in the end. This time, early aggression favoring EDG. And now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage. They have the spike. There's no need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into an open site or 3v1 continue to increase.
Plenty of time to play with. Like this. Revan, though. The odds of you winning a 3v1 on the site, very low. Maybe not for him, but very low. Whereas grouping up, playing it together, that makes things at least a little bit more interesting. Steps will be heard. Rose at the back of the site. Teammate just eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it, but do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not! And that's where the ag.al could strike. Again, we talk about him getting kills when the players' backs are turned, but hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his way behind them, so you can't really fault the guy for it. A wild attempt here. Just doesn't work out, at least to start with, because BBL want B main aggression for 2 reasons. 1, to kill them, to fight them. And 2, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise, and they'll go into not just your Cypher setup, but your Deadlock setup as well. They had both Sentinels positioned there with full utility online.
Let's play.
Instead, EDG met them on the push. Found success
Oh,
early on.
dear.
That's a nasty little spam from Rose. You'll love to see it. And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that EDG have. We talked about their inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them, and now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
Standoff. The tour de force available. EP just going towards the switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the jump across. I like the attempt. Not quite quick enough.
And that's what gets him.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but Pichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just walled short. Going for the walk up on A main. It's no surprise the wall's there, and Concon's going to go exploring it.
Pichu goes again. It's like the 5th pick over the top of the wall. And Loiter was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round. Like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
Oh, they've turned away at the wrong moment. Loiter's been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing could be crucial. Concon's being so patient. The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it, man.
Crazy how many just backstab kills he's actually getting.
It's wild, bro.
Like, that was just well played. He hears the trap. He goes, okay, well, no one's going to be looking at this now, so I'm going to run through. But even if he died, there was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
It's the fact that he waited because he knows it has an activation time. So when you throw it down, you're often going to wait a second to be like, does anyone push? No? Okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated. You even heard it. It started to tag him, and he stepped through the smoke and took his kill just in time. Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing. See him hit these heights quite often. For BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. It should be good night and sweet dreams to Con, and that it will be.
He's been the major danger. Teacher's gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0 down. The This has been an impressive recovery. But as we stated at the beginning, BBL have struggled on the attack side of this map. It definitely won't be a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe just a little bit... if he'd lost that fight, I might have left. But nobody... Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack. And he has 45 seconds.
Well, he expects them to push him. Note to any here, not really going to be beneficial to save at this point. You know, you keep the gun, you keep the credits, but
keep
then
the KD.
KD, yeah. Swap halves, and it doesn't really swap sides.
KD does.
It's true. KD carries on. Oh, his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between Nobody and the A side. And there will still be 4 players when he falls. 7-5 at the half. A big recovery from BBL indeed. But this is why when we saw those first, like the third round especially, go the way of EDG, we're like, this is a danger. Because they've already built up a lot of runway, and with just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
Yeah, I think it's more just the mana. Like, if you go, okay, you're going to get 5 rounds on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah, all right, that's not too bad. I'll take it. If you go, you're going to win the first 4, and then from then onwards only get 1, maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side of BBL, like, this is the bare minimum, but I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they, even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half. They then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11. They did the same versus Heretics. You get a 9-3 defensive side half, and then you lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map, and I think up against the Sage and the Chamber of Kankan, who is hitting, it's going to be much harder going into the second half.
Without a doubt. This is where EDG find a whole lot more of an upside. And for BBL, like we said, a 7-5, sure, it's a strong position. The composition has its drawbacks when it comes to making that push. BBL have their drawbacks when it comes to making those pushes as well. So when we get into that second half, you want to keep your eye out. You want to see Rose keep up that strong performance he's been having so far. A chance on the attack side to slip behind them perhaps a little bit more than we saw here. Although that is hard to imagine. I very much enjoyed seeing him on this map, especially contrasted to the previous.
I think now, though, that you go into this attack side and Lover's Rock becomes a pinnacle part for the side of BBL, because he needs to be getting the sort of entries in towards the site. Like, they don't have a lot really to set him up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like, they've got so much available to them in post plant. It is quite difficult, almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's the plan.
Defensive side, not holding any site. Instead, looking for a mid battle.
The spike.
Yeah, in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience, so much so that EDG will have to reset hold extremities. Of course, they're allowed to do this because they have a Sage Wall inside B main and a Chamber Trap covering A main, so if this was a quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them. That is a big pickup, though, by Lover's Rock.
Yeah, that was an attempt from Kankan to avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it. Signed. Or timing is going to be everything. It's a quick trade. I think for BBL, that's okay. Keep the man advantage alive. And now they head into the site of Gianni. Playing Jenny.
Shadows. That he is. Paranoia, that's great. Too caught by it, but of course it's a narrow laneway. The Rock just spams away. Taking it with ease. Finding the plant. Leaving nobody in Chichu. Other side of the map, miles away. And they're going to be delayed even further. If they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact up. clock is going to bleed quicker.
This is the problem. Like, even in a pistol round where you don't normally have all of your utility, it's just so much time bought. The net is going to do the same. You have to take the time to remove it. Paranoia then does the same. And it is just easy pickings in the post plant. An opportunity maybe, but no. It is LaRock who's going to be able to get 4 kills. And that's so much more important than you might realize, because one of the few real entry tactics they have is the Annihilation. That ultimate is so irritating to play against because, say you're a Sentinel, say you're playing a passive position, there are so many, especially because you can bounce it, you can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time, and if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's just so much better on the attack, I feel like. At least thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah, you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy? And while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. Great. Big upside for BBL.
Okay.
Well, they've lost the duel to a classic, which isn't a great start, but that was one of the pistols, of which there is another.
He definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
Didn't he pull out a shock dart when he saw him?
Yeah.
He saw him and then went, hold on, I can get this guy. Old-fashioned, medieval style. What the hell? Well, that's not worked out, has it? Stage heal as well. Nobody went from 10 HP
You know what that
dead
is?
to
Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man.
I will not
If
kill him while
nobody
he's
gets a
in my
4K
drone.
and wins this round.
He got healed as well, so he's not even low anymore.
Still,
That's
the
tickled
weapons
me.
are-
That's tickled me a lot. Good paranoia. Yenny's now going to get rid of Loiter. LaRock still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing. Another shock time, and he gets Rose!
Enemy kill.
Oh, the free kill. Not so free. There is 15 seconds.
Can they make it? 12 from market, maybe just about 10. Yeah. They're good. They're good.
Yeah.
Down to the second, but it works. Nice cross
They're
coverage
both
by
low as
Lover's
well.
Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill. And even getting aggressive. I don't mind it that much, but the timing is awful. Nobody had just slipped past the angle. LaRock has ult. Like, this is still winnable. This is still doable. But he's so low. 50 HP effective. Doesn't take a tag there at least. Still not going to pop that ult. But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate and the spray. So close. 20 HP
Just let him
left
die.
unsigned, but it's enough.
let him die. Just let him die.
We good. We good.
He's like, yeah, you should have died earlier, bro. Like, come on. You're lucky to be alive. I need to What is going
8 seconds
on,
left.
bro?
He had so much time.
Don't show the Rose one, please. Please don't show the Rose one. I just don't. Okay,
Oh,
thank
we
you.
didn't- we
Thank
didn't
you
show
to
it.
our replay ops.
He's just like, see you later, bro. He's giving him the
I can't
orb.
believe he's just
Give him the
left him
orb.
die.
Giving him the orb.
That's so kind of him.
Yeah, look, and because of that,
But he's 2 away. Yeah.
2 away.
Could have given
Good
him.
orb management.
Yes. Phenomenal.
Could have had a gun, but
Yeah, the credits are a bit low, actually.
oh, Rose. I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get, I think you said 4K. He ended up with 3. But nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay, a molly kill early on. And then the swing out. Oh, dear. LaRock is still hitting. LaRock is definitely still hitting on this attack side half.
Those are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window. Lover's Rock takes a little long on the first, but he's left nobody. Desperately low. 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. Heal at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by both. Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal. Priming in his back pocket. But he didn't care. He took the risk, and well, it's almost paid off. 1 more man to deal with. Look at this from nobody and Chichu. They're backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. LaRock might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce. Soon as he tries to plant, it seems like LaRock is just In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even... That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know. At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information. Looking to try and wrap back round behind them, but nobody's aware. Doesn't quite connect the shots. 14 health, and he's managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to a 1 versus 1, him versus nobody. And he finds the shot again! LaRock is on fire as it stands, and he is dragging BBL through these rounds.
Yeah, he started that with a sheriff, 2 players pushing him in a smoke, and he finds both blinded as well, nearsighted, so he saw the second guy. First one hadn't got a clue, just saw the kill feed light up. To win this out in the end as well, yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran there without his teammate. It was a mistake, a silly one. But especially with LaRock, 14 HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
Expect that to be how it went. Now, BBL stepping inch by inch closer to a map 3. Would have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on. A round away. Times.
Here.
Facing off against pistols, this should be double digits. Had it for BBL on the last map, and they won round that
Flight.
just as dangerous when they have pistols.
Enemy tag.
Say the same thing for EDG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury.
Nowhere to run. Tripwire destroyed.
Right away. Oh my... Nobody's picked up 2. The Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with, and it's going to be a late push up by the defense to recover those weapons. Ult through for LaRock. Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult that's caught. So if they can break him out, great. If not, he's going to come back, but look who's sitting, patiently waiting. Beautiful play for LaRock.
As managing to do so much for this team, as said, dragging them, kicking and screaming and going for the ace! Back-to-back rounds won by LaRock. That is 9 kills in 2 rounds. This guy was spoken about so much in his tier 2 come up, but now he's dominating in this server.
Especially considering it started with a Hunter's Fury picking off 2, leaving weapons to be recovered as well. The run it back used, LaRock catches it with the ultimate, steps in, kills the teammate, waits for the ult, and finishes out with all 5. A generational play from this man. 15 is the highest kills on the server, except for him, who's on 27 on the deadlock. Not someone you expect to see dropping the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see dropping the 30. Although, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. And a res online as well. There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
To be honest, though, I'm looking at...
Untouched.
Oh, Rose getting 1. But also, LaRock still standing. Rose, in fact, gets another. Okay, maybe an unexpected hero in this round. He's been having a bit of a rough game, but to bring it back, even once again, Yenny, though, re-aggressing with his teammate. Rose has been spotted, looking to almost be the hero on his own in this round, but he's dealt with, and Gianni, okay. That's a wake-up. 4 kills for him now. It seems like we're just creating a highlight montage.
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next? What a play by Gianni. As you said, he had been a little quieter compared to that previous map, but...
Yeah.
Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Gianni. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you know, finding your footing. We saw it from BBL, 4-0 down, and then they dominate once they crack the code. This is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Concon's been deleted right away. Overstayed is welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with LaRock. Like, you kind of expected him to struggle a little bit more on the attack. I expected to see a lot more coming out from Concon on this defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
Wyatt here. He'll be brought back into the round. Given a second chance, a second lease of life. The B site, I was going to say given up. Jenny has taken the TP from the shadows straight to the B site. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone, hit by an ult as well from LaRock.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
Yeah, this is a chance to sit them right back down. After a big round from Jenny already, the swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now. Still 4 players within this site, and maybe EDG can make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase, and it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons. Instead, though, nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG. I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth it.
No, maybe not. I mean, it looked damn close to being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K. But Loiter just did a little bit too much at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotate through market, so he's got to go through main, and instead, because he doesn't have the time, he's caught by the spike. Big damage done. G, struggling now to put the credits together. A couple orbs found, nobody, but he's still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the AWP and Concon's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
Get to see that superstar value.
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh. Trying to slow them down on the other side. Concon has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that. And now Chichu under pressure. And well, he's at least had a teammate save him. Healed back up at least a little bit. Loiter's done well once again. Concon's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage, and it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value with still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Kraven is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loiter comes through to help out. LaRock as well. Yeah, they realized Kraven's in danger, and they came to his aid.
Did that flash make it out of the smoke?
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke. I think it might have stayed in the smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process as well, because I'm not sure Loiter did touch that at all. I
thought he stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible unless it was still in the smoke. But, you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. LaRock is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of LaRock, and if you don't like BBL, you probably hate LaRock because he is horrible to play against. Already waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure, but Signed is delivering the super sub for 2. They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling a little too confident.
They definitely didn't choke one of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give them one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style. And now, hard work, sweat, and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down, and that leaves Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the site. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take map number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we got to
Or
say...
opponents, I should say.
We got to say sorry to anybody out there who was hoping to see a blowout in favor of EDG. All of the traders put in their place from EMEA, and now BBL have a chance to take this 2-1. They've got another opportunity, but this is almost tragic, Tom. Sunset feels like a strong position for EDG, and when you consider how things went in map 1, this could have been over already. But now, it's all the way to the 3rd map, isn't it, Degon?
That's right, it is, Mitch, as BBL find their form at the right time, battle back, and as Tom said, it has been wins on the opponent's map choice, which has been so fascinating here, given how much form EDG had coming on into the current map rotation, as we bring back our analyst, Kukuka, and Big Time. And y'all, you talked about it. This is a Turkish-made map here on Ascent. BBL held up to that expectation.
Yeah, I mean, we had questions, right? EDG picking a map that they've previously been banning. So whenever a team does that, you have to ask the question, are you actually that well prepared on this map where you just kind of scrim demons a little bit? And this is what it felt like. They come in with this kind of interesting looking comp, you have to say. It's something new and something different, but I don't think they were really fully prepared for what BBL were doing, and it felt like they were always behind the 8-ball a little bit.
I also think that for this side of EDG, if you think that you're playing in with a sub, you are not very sure of your chances, that can also be a way to prepare yourself for what you try. Now, Ascent is a very important map and is the kind of one that you want to get some reps on, and this kind of situations do not happen often.
No,
yeah.
They definitely do not, as, again, a huge victory here for BBL, the 3rd qualifying team out of the EMEA region, taking down the most recent 3rd place finisher at Masters London. And when we think about the gameplay here for EDG, we talked so much, and you always have to, with EDG, about Kung Kung, who started off hot here, but then cooled off.
Yeah, I think it was 7 kills in the first 3 rounds, and then slowed down dramatically. I mean, I think when you look at this first half in general, it was 7-5, but that's not counting the fact that EDG got a pistol and a bonus. Yeah. Really, they were massively outplayed on this half. They found it hard to attack into that double sentinel, especially without a jet or a raise, something to help break past these lines of defense. So just left stuck static there, and that's not what Kang wants to be doing.
Yeah.
I love to see also that LaRock is always putting himself in a situation where he might not be fully comfortable, and I like to see him play in the deadlock, but you also need to think about the comfort of the rest of the players. You see the Rose with the Sova and the impact that he can have in scouting those plays, especially something that we saw in the attack in that second half. But the same goes for Kreven. When he's on the defense and he's with the Cypher, he's in his comfort zone. So as we said, yes, it started up with a 4-0 deficit for them, but they bounced back immediately, 7-5 at the end of the half, and then close in the map like that.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights from that last descent. That brought us to 1-1. As they've all said, it was a hot start here for EDG. BBL battled back, pushed it to 7-5, and really never felt like EDG got their footing in the second half.
Yeah, starting off, as we're saying, super strong. Kankan, as you were saying, Morgan getting this first kills. Honestly, props to Signed as well. Like, playing a Phoenix in this map against people that shoot this hard must not be easy at all. But to me, again, I have to keep highlighting LaRock. So this is such a risky thing that they do, because in so many occasions, it is at the cost of how incredibly good he is. It is good to see that he can have a performance where he can put a 29-11 because you are LaRock. He's done it with so many agents in so many other maps, but at some point it ends up taking a toll, because only one person can be proficient with every agent. And that player is in Paper X.
Yeah, hopefully we might see them later on today.
For now.
Hopefully. But I mean, I think for me, this game really is just a story of EDG overcooking a little bit. You know, I respect trying to be able to pick your permaban. It gives you tremendous flexibility and surprise factor in the veto. I think BBL would have been very surprised to have to play this Ascent, but ultimately, to me, I just didn't feel like EDG were well prepared enough for everything that BBL were able to bring. And in that second half especially, BBL should struggle on attack a little more with that Cypher deadlock.
You think so, yeah?
It's you know, it can be good in that post plant, but it's hard to get into them against a team that in theory should be able to stop you. They should have the chamber on a line. They should have Sage Slows in your face, and EDG just weren't able to find the answer.
Do you remember I was telling you about, oh, Rose in map 1 not putting in the numbers, and this is something that happens a lot. Think about the mid-round calls that we were seeing throughout that attack, the rotations, the change of plans right in the middle of the round to have the effect on your opponents. All of those, most of those must be coming in from Rose. We hear here a lot of screaming coming in from BBL, and you can tell that they're giving their everything.
Yeah, and again, I just think about that last round where you get 2 picks early on for EDG. It's a 5v3. BBL able to execute their way around that one, and that's part of it. I think not only were the calls great, as we see the picks that Signed was able to pick up there, but it was also just the guns were online, and EDG kind of fell asleep a little bit more. You love this from the youngest team here at EWC at 19 years and 10 months average. BBL showing the resilience, and this is what I wanted to see from them coming into the tournament. Be fearless. Don't worry about the stakes. The more that you're just like, hey, this is just a game, we're just loading in the lobby, doesn't matter who's on the opposite side, the better they've been throughout the year, and they show it yet again here in their opponent's map pick as well. It's just a short memory, and then you're back on in as the competitors as they are.
Now, and I said it at the start of this match, I want to see them be disrespectful to EDG, because that's when they're at their best. They're at their best when they truly don't care who they have to play against. This is a young, exciting squad, and they believe they can be the best in the world, and I think they showed it in this map too. And it's also, we have to say, great composure, bouncing back after a map 1 that really was theirs. They had everything they need to win it, but they couldn't. Those games are often the most tilting, especially for a young squad, so respect for the bounce back, and who knows what's going to happen on Sunset.
I'm never scared about them like feeling the pressure because they're playing against bigger opponents, because that has been their entire year. They knew that the moment that they made it into Tier 1, they were going to go up against all the big names in EMEA, making it to the first global event as well at the beginning of the year. That is something that they're already over. I want to see if now that can translate into getting some wins.
Well, we'll find out here in our third map. We're going to Sunset, everyone. Don't go anywhere.
While.
You are watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Paris for EWC 2026 Valorant. Our first series is going all 3 maps. It's the champions of China against the EMEA winners of Kickoff, BBL, and EDG. Digon here alongside Kakuka and Big Time. And we're going to Sunset. This was something we were talking about in our prep of like, Sunset? Like, it's back in the pool? Is this for real? And here in the first series, we're going to it in the decider.
It's exciting to see this map back in the pool, and it's always interesting at how it affects these teams, right? A lot of teams like to play veto chicken with it, where no one wants to pick it, but you leave it to flow through the veto, and then someone has to second phase ban it. That's how it normally goes. You'll see that a lot as we move throughout this tournament. But I love both of them really played chicken all the way to the end, leaving it for this map 3, maybe not even thinking it would have to go here. And now we have to see what they've got prepared so early on in this tournament.
Bear in mind, right? EDG chose to be Team B, right? So they had ultimately the decision to choose if it was going to be whichever the last map was or Sunset. They decided to go for Sunset. Now, for BBL, when they were BBL Pacific, they were very successful with this in this map once they turned into the double duelist, which is something that they brought into the region. And, you know, it was a perfect time to be super good with double duelist. So great for them. Now, the question is, of course, compositions, because Sunset is a map where, for example, we saw a lot of breach. Yeah. And we are not seeing breach anymore, almost anywhere by, you know, but maybe some team here and there. So I wonder what compositions we're going to find. Also, with the new Sentinels added into the game, with all the changes that we have seen, it's going to feel like a very different Sunset.
That's true. I think, you know, the likes of Vice, maybe in a veto, could be very effective on this map. I think there's a lot of different ways you can take this. I'd like to see a Neon and a Raze. I want to see aggressive double duelist. These are aggressive
I'd love to see
teams.
Neon,
yeah, I want to see them really embrace their own character and their own style of Valorant. Both of them here are able to play that double duelist very, very efficiently.
Teacher was playing Sage on Ascent.
I like Sage on Sunset.
Me too.
I'd be down for that a little bit. I can't lie.
Yeah, so just a couple of stats here. These are some of the least played maps, obviously, for these squads since it's been out of the pool. I think it's only
Forever.
in the teens.
I think it's the maps that's been out the most.
Right. It's only in the teens played here for BBL this year. They've got a 56% win rate. On the opposite side, EDG has played in the 30s. I believe it's like 36 times. And they've got a pretty nice 69% win rate here so far on the map. So although it hasn't been played as much, it has been proficient here for EDG as we see the players back on stage after the team talks, trying to shake off the cobwebs and get into that decider victory here, because you want to kick off this tournament with a victory, given the fact that it's GSL. You've got 2 other teams in your group. Starting off with a win, get you on out.
Yeah, one thing I want to highlight for this map 3 is in situations like this, it really falls down a lot to the IGLs. You can't have any prep going into this. This is a new map. Neither of these teams have shown it since it was last in the pool, of course. So now it's all about how can you adapt in that game. You know, I think the IGLs take the large amount of that pressure, but it really should be committee. You need your duelist. He's the one in front. You have to know how are they adapting these setups. This is all about a test of how are you moving on the fly as a team here.
I was going to disagree with you because I was going to say you should know that for your IGL is going to be hard enough as it is to try and interpret all those things. So what you have to focus on is doing your job as good as you can. BBL props out not only the deadlock again, but some Viper, and EDG decides to double down on the same composition we just saw on Ascent.
That's a little bit crazy. Like, okay, I see the logic. I see how the maps can be similar. But they are
very similar for both of them if you look at the interpretations. Yes, like Kreven is not going to be on the Cypher, but technically Viper is a Sentinel. It will allow them to have way more control, especially over the mid part of the map.
And I worry a little bit for EDG here because they struggled to attack into the kind of double Sentinel hard stop the BBL had, and now it's going to be hard yet again.
And also, think about all the orbs and all the ultimates that we've been seeing. BBL have to be on top of that starting from the defense.
All right, here we go. Decider map of our first series of EWC 2026. It is BBL and EDG both getting one win, but looking to close it on out. To call it, let's send it on over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Digon. Yes, it's time to get our third and final map underway. BBL and EDG trading out each other's maps, and now we're all the way to Sunset, Tom. This will be the end of the series. The ideas that they're bringing I love what I'm seeing on EDG. Again, very similar as the desk was saying to what we had on the last map, but this is a very unique composition when it comes to this map. Over on BBL, a little bit more standard, I guess, with the kind of double sentinel having that Viper there, quasi. But exactly as I think Degon said.
Who?
The host guy.
That guy.
The one who was talking a bit more than he should
seems
be.
nice.
That guy was talking about, and I'm not sure if it's right, but that it was hard for this defensive side. It was hard for EDG against this defensive side, against, albeit a little bit more of a stopping power comp, and a lot of it was LaRock on the deadlock, which they're keeping here, which I'm very happy about after the performance he just had. Let's see if EDG can crack the code. Already picking up the pace towards this B site. All 5 players in main.
Sensor waiting for them on the other side. Net thrown out, but after taking the orb, they have ground to a halt. Of course, with a snake bite down, you don't really have a choice, but there are already multiple players here walling off the cross, but LaRock, he hasn't stopped. He's still rocking around the clock with everything. He's got 3 players, nearly a 4th through the smoke as well. 2 HP remaining and a chance to maybe even ace the pistol round. He will do it. 2 aces already, and we're only in the first series.
If this tournament was a blank space, he's come in to write his name. The ink is permanent. Unbelievable stuff from LaRock. Perhaps the deadlock main from now on out. He looks unbelievably comfortable. And here, the utility to slow, I like that they threw the net with the snake bite. Sometimes you'll stagger those just to delay, but the idea was catch them and they instantly have to pull it out or the snake bite's going to take them out of the round. And then you can spam in. Didn't catch anyone, but it delayed. And as soon as the snake bite fades, LaRock finds everything. 5 kills under his belt. Stepping towards that ultimate in the very early stages of the round could be very impactful for this squad. But the start from EDG is kind of what you'd expect. Slow as they play for the extremity control and fight for those orbs, as Kukuka said. This is a big part of BBL's defense, will be denying those orbs from finding their way into the hands of EDG when this composition has so many powerful ultimates.
Already seen them manage to do an immense amount of damage with just pistols, so they do have to be careful. However, this time, Lover's Rock, Rose, LaRock even with an extra little bit of spam. He's now 1 away from his ultimate, and Rose is on the climb to get towards his. BBL 2-0 comfortably. And now we wait to see what EDG have got prepared on their attack.
Well, this is definitely where things are set up decently for EDG. They found a few orbs onto Signed already. You can see he has 2 deaths, yet 4 orbs, which means he's been finding some around the map in each round. Now you move to the next one. If you can just find those orbs again, or get one and get the kill in the opening, there is an opportunity for that run it back online, post-plant or pre. Reminder of score of the previous map, 13-7 is where we ended. It's not the score right now because we wouldn't be playing anymore, so keep that in mind.
He is telling the future. Probably not. Kankan already managing to put things into a decent position already, though. Lover's Rock being set up with an operator might not necessarily be expected in this round. Creven gonna put himself into the corner. That's as easy a kill as Creven will get all day. However, for Lover's Rock, this becomes a bit more troublesome. His reposition, though, might just be sublime. Oh, the timing not quite working out for him, but he goes out for a little bit more. Kankan with a 4K. Not quite the ace of his opponent just moments ago, but it will still bring them the round no matter what.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, a round is a round for EDG, and Kankan being online early on is exactly what we want to see. You said it in the last map. There were moments where he was a little quiet. You think back to the first map. Second half, he was a demon. In the first half, he was good. I mean, it's funny because you'd almost say he was quiet in the first. It was 15-15. He was doing his job. He was helping out in the push.
Right.
But for him, that's awful. That's dreadful. That's the worst day he's ever going to have. The guy's got such a high ceiling that seeing him anywhere near the floor, and his floor is still bang average. The ceiling is so much higher. Don't worry, BBL haven't had this one just yet.
Premonition.
The future.
We do it backwards. We tell you who's going to win the round, and then we show you it. Even though in the last round it was wrong. But, you know, you can't always get premonitions right, you know?
That's
You
true.
go to a Mystic Meg, and sometimes they'll say, you know, are you missing someone with the first letter of their name being M, and then maybe the second being M, and you go, no, unfortunately, he's still here. You didn't see where that was going, did you? Thanks, Mitchell
really
McBride.
Yeah. Well, Tom's just bodied me to start out this round. That's fantastic. First pick, first blood, me. As we move towards the A site, a little bit of a split here from Chichu. Spike spent back in the other direction, but it's Chichu cutting off the rotations. No one's challenging him from the left side as well, but Krevin's got the angle on lockdown. Now moving towards A. These players have lost the second leg of their attack. The smoke that went down on short for a moment kept that player back, but now we see him walking forward, looking for the battle.
There they are.
Running out of time, and well, so many angles left unclear. One of them is still that backside. They're doing well to fight this back, though. Nobody doing a fantastic job, but there is still the judge in the darkness, sitting, waiting, biding his time. Lovers Rock is going to clean things up. A costly round, and there you go. See, I told you.
That's
Premonition.
This is the problem sometimes, Tom, when I'm rubbing your crystal ball. I see the future. I get visions, of course, but it's like silhouettes in the fog.
Which is better, mine or Clinton?
I haven't. I'll have to do some more research on that.
Due diligence.
More groundwork there, and we'll get down to the nitty gritty of it a little bit later on.
Is rapid with the comms. He's definitely getting into this one, of course. We know that this group's going to be tough. EDG have already shown that you give them even just a little bit, and they're able to start coming back. And Lovers Rock, he just loves to stick around just a little bit too long. Maybe that's what the name actually means, because he loves to be a rock, stay in the same place.
It could be, yeah. I would say it's almost definitely what it means, Tom.
Good. I'm glad we're in agreement.
So, let's never ask him. Way to go about this. Drone destroyed. They haven't seen LaRock in that close corner still. Paranoia has gone out, but still they're not pressuring him. He's behind the wall. Now the vision comes back, and he's ready to fight. Finds himself 1, 3 in the end. This guy, unbelievable performance all series long, and he's done it again, man. You just can't doubt him. They hit that Paranoia to deal with him, but the Viper Wall gave him enough room to just wait it out.
It's just, he's got some of the shakiest aim, but like it's so accurate in the way he does it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Insanely high sense.
Most of the stuff he does. 9-1. As I said, we're in the first series of the entire tournament, and this man already has 2 aces. So I think it kind of tells you the form that he's come in. One of the brightest sparks in Turkish Valorant. Still incredibly young. There is a massive career ahead of LaRock, no doubt.
Ahead of this whole team. Well, most of them.
Wow, that's just brutal. wow. There was
hey,
no
Angel
need.
lasted a long time, actually, to be fair.
No
Rose,
need.
Rose can probably go to at least 40.
Rose is like 23. Like,
Ancient, man. He's up there with you now.
Oh, yeah, no, we're definitely the same age. I'm not like 8 years older than him.
What you're not knowing at home is Tom did just shed an actual tear. I've just seen it hit the table.
No, that's sweat from the bald head.
We'll polish it in between the series. Well, EDG picking up pace towards the B site. Run it back is online. Need to break that wall first, and then Phoenix is going to come sprinting through. Delayed the play, though. It's delayed them way too much, so the guys in market, they get isolated, dealt with, deleted, and now Sign doesn't stand a chance. The Hunter's Fury honed in on him. Another round for BBL.
Yeah, they were taking so much damage. I think it was genuinely through their own problems, because they put a wall down to section off the angle they could get caught from. Then they just get absolutely owned by the snakebite, holding them into the corner, and then they start getting spammed out and obliterated by Rose. 5-1. This defensive side looking impeccable thus far from the side of BBL. And we're yet to see some of those superstars on the other side really wake up to the table. Chichu was one of the major reasons they were able to get through map number 1 with a victory. He's yet to get a kill.
But remember, he was missing, and then he was found in a big way.
On map 1.
I have to hope that it's the same story here. And not a more tragic ending. A little bit of damage traded out. This isn't a strong round for EDG, so of course you're going to send your headhunter to try to find some picks. Chichu's got the rifle as well. As you said, slower game for him, but they clearly still believe after what they saw in the first map especially. Second.
Not ready yet.
But the problem is they're pushing in. Still a minute on the clock, but they have to get past Loida. Paranoia is going to buy time. Smokes are online as well. That Paranoia was almost way too late. In fact, it was. Jenny managed to slip past. Luckily, though, Rose is finding 4 people in A main. Big picks across the board, and Chichu.
Really?
I really didn't think he'd put the rest through, but now it looks like a great idea. He's tagged Lover's Rock to 28.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of desperation, but if they can make it work, they can make it work. Lover's Rock desperately low, but they've only got 25 seconds of the flank coming through from LaRock. He does go down eventually. Chichu with no friends left to play with. And the cross is definitely not going to be easy. He's got 15 seconds. If they just tuck in the corner and don't just wait for him to plant, there really is nothing he can do from this scenario, and that's exactly what Kraven does. It is another round onto the board, a little bit shakier in the middle. But again, we're seeing the step up of the ag.al. We mentioned it. He has a couple of bad maps, and then you see what this man could do. An impactful 4K. And I believe that, I don't know if it does or it gets him very close. He might be on the same kills at this point as LaRock.
Yeah, there you go. 10 and 3 from Rose. And you look at the first map, even the second, the guy was only killing people from behind. Yep. He was struggling even then, missing a lot of shots, like it looked messy. And we talk about the value he brings even when that's the case. Oh, that's brutal. Kong looked like he was far enough forward. Great sidestep coming through from Loida. And he's made the TP up top, Lover's Rock, finding one in mid, and Loida's even re-smoking this. They're not going to expect him to be here. That's not an ideal fight for Lover's Rock. They've just gotten the man advantage back into neutral territory. B-side certainly looks under threat. Kraven's trapped. He's been taken by the Collector.
It's back. Leave it even, but Rose once again strikes LaRock in the corner. They're walking backwards into his angles as if he needs the help, and nobody. Oh, he's got to try and sidestep, and he will. Plant available, but look how fast the flank is. I don't even think he's going to have any idea that someone could be here so soon, and well, not quite the cleanest, but he had so much time to find that kill. 7-1 from a very close first map that could have easily gone BBL's way to what is looking like a dominant finish. 7-1 in the lead, and I'm yet to really see anything that makes me believe EDG are going to turn this around.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Again, we talked about EDG with the stand-in. That definitely knocks them down a peg. But for BBL, in my mind, you're looking at the first map slipping away like that. I think it's already over. They bounce back to a relatively dominant map, too. Like 13-7 is nothing to turn your nose at, especially not against EDG, especially not on their map pick. And now they come into this one, and it looks like Rose has got some performance enhancements. Like, I don't know how he's bounced back this quickly, map to map. Same stage, same setup, but a different man, it seems. 7-1 now for BBL. EG struggling to get off the starting point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the next game we see them, if they might go back to the comp from the first map. Obviously, that was clearly based on just it being a stronger map for them, but we're yet to see the signed Phoenix show too much. But also, it's more so the other players. Like, Chichu was great when playing Omen, has struggled elsewhere. Gianni as well. Haven't really seen too much from him on the Omen. Maybe a swap will have to happen, and well, it seems like speak into existence. Chichu's gone again. Lover's Rock, okay. He has been caught. His mid pushes haven't had too much success. A little bit hit and miss. Dead though. EDG have got it even, but you look at the ultimates that are online, and they've got to be careful they don't end up walking into LaRock.
Finding his way behind A, hoping to catch this player on the right side of mid, but there's no one there. It's a very passive play from LaRock, the sensor. They could have walked past it, but they didn't want to risk taking a fight with it online, but it does give the indication that maybe there's a bit of trouble brewing for Loida. So he goes running up, takes that space, and now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to being surrounded like that. And now they can pincer from both sides on the retake. That's very early.
I think it's just to have it primed and ready. Oh, it's not pretty. He's caught the ult. That's not ideal. I like that from nobody. He's even going to break it free, but instead now Loiter strikes. It's a quick, well, double technically, but it's more so just the impact that it had. Another resurgence in a round that looked like it could have gone the way of EDG, and instead they survived with 3 players.
That looked like a really good idea from EDG. The openings were there. The TP for the flank up, the split through mid. I understand why they break the sensor, because again, if that player peeks and you're stood there, you fire one shot, you are dead. Both of you, you're getting stunned up and gunned up right after. And so instead they break it to run through. But that's when immediately Loida goes, oh, they're behind me. Well, I can't just stand here and wait. I can't even go spawn to retreat. Gotta go forward. And, well, it worked wonders. 8-1. I'm having to scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. BBL winning this series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this on a 3rd map as well. Yeah. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but EDG need to find their footing extremely quickly because they are slipping, and it's a long way down.
Denied by the early utility once again. Weaponry is not great in this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for Kankan in mid, and LaRock playing on the edge of the smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke. They still need to clear him. And surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out. A 2nd kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run, and it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Chinchu is putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Kankan's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. And yet, this attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as I was about the comp, they've lost 2 through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues and pushing up to 10.
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a full all-in fight. And they dominate it. The initial from Loiter, and then they just continue their aggression. And this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays, and they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half, and unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG, a desperate attempt to open the round, blind fire, nothing found, and the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen 2. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play, and they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
They at least know he's behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up the join. Lovers Rock. Ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk. Know exactly where their opponents are, and even having to just drone to try and clear some of these closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe the series we've had so far. For BBL, Ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against a Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance. Got players popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think we've had a load of paranoia assists. Flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most kills Kreven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later Lux, even though we have seen aggressive rounds, at times, they can walk into Kankan's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. 11-1. LaRock 17-5. Rose, more importantly, 16-4.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5, and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round. It will be EDG having to force... Well, I guess even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Watch your eyes!
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Kankan now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence, not quite there. To stick around, and as Rose takes one, the sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight. As you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plant can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already, though, it's being watched, waited for. The X1 goes his way as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull off the clutch, and Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they'd attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed. The super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, for Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that. I don't know.
It's the smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically,
Deploying drone.
Gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead. A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Signed.
not the one. They're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own.
No.
Lovers Rock and Kreven, the ones to come out ahead. The Pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A
They've
side.
gone into spawn.
Gonna be a crunch, but it's
Going
Con
round.
that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but
They
they
figured
know
it
it's a
out.
possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Jenny's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they did.
They need many more as this game goes on, if it goes on. Feels like a matter of time for BBL, and look at how much they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next, and ult online here and now, though, for Signed. The problem is looking at the map, it seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
They'll at least get the heal. I mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Gianni, and Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate, run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
the problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have 1 rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
very little. Stand-in has an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round, and the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG, and, well, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labored trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
Worst part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Gianni is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now, Spike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's one for free. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 to maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down. with 2 players waiting on the other side with traps set ahead of him. He's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually LaRock is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going to Ascent, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for BBL to win. When they took it dominantly, I didn't even think that that would carry over to this map because we're leaving Ascent, we're going to Sunset, we're going to Comfort for the old EDG, and now they were decimated. BBL warming up into this series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right, Dagon?
Absolutely a huge upset victory here by BBL, the youngest squad at EWC, pull off an upset against the 2024 champs, against the 3rd place finisher over in London. A fantastic result here, as a big one here for EMEA, and the woes for China here at EWC carry over from last year. It is a 2-1 victory for BBL. Welcome back, Dagon here alongside Kakuka and Big Time. And this 3rd map was a shellacking. It was not close. BBL came out firing. We're wondering what would be set up here in Sunset, and it just didn't seem like there was a lot that got going here for EDG, whereas BBL came prepared.
It was very difficult for them to attack, right? With just the Phoenix, you're going up against the Viper, against the Deadlock, especially a Deadlock. There's LaRock, and he's playing like he was playing today. I was saying about taking a toll, but if he's going to be playing like this every single time that he plays Deadlock, so be it.
Yeah, he was fantastic today. I feel like the game plan was rock solid from BBL, where it wasn't from EDG. I think the composition lacks a lot of punch and a lot of ways to break those angles. It's great if you can get into the post plan, but they couldn't. BBL understood what they had to do, which was stand right in that choke, be right in front of that smoke when they come out. There's no way for you to really break through there, and it's over before it even began for me with the Agent Select.
Yeah, I would say rock solid. You know, Lovers rock solid. How about La Rock Solid there? I mean, that was you, man.
I kind of like that last one.
Yeah, you know, La Rock Solid.
I kind of like that one. But I think that for BBL, for LaRock, for Lovers Rock, for all of them, even for Loita, the aggressive positions that we were taking, Morgan, you were speaking about disrespecting, not having fear against the opponent or their names that you see on the other side. And that's what we got from the entirety of the match. And this is the BBL that I want to keep seeing for the rest of the tournament. Let's make it semi-final, grand final, all EMEA, 4 teams, 4 EMEA teams in top 4. Sorry, right. I'm Delulu.
Well, we'll be back to discuss it here. Standing by right now is Ginny with one of the members of BBL.
And I'm joined with Rose. Congratulations. That was a 13-3, by the way. A bit of a rough start, but all in all, you guys should be very proud of yourselves. Could you talk us through being able to grab back that momentum after you lost that first map?
I mean, like, I will say like that, but my team mates are not gonna accept that, I'm pretty sure. But we lost first map because of me, I think. Like, I just threw so many rounds, like, because I wasn't focused. And, like, we lost, like, in overtime, I think. Yeah. And, like, that was the main thing, like, what we lost. After that, we just did a good talk each other. I went, like, in the timeouts. And, like, I was just, I mean, like, talking to myself, like, I have to be, like, more chill, you know? I was just thinking about the map, like, on the game plan too much, and it wasn't good for them because like they are just shooting very well, and I have to shoot very well also like them, because I just need to give some like reaction what are they doing on the map, and like that's it. I think like when I'm back, we got the like momentum, you know?
You did. You get the momentum. You close it out. And although you're being a little harsh on yourself, I want to highlight that this is the second time we're seeing you guys on our international stage this year, but the first time we're seeing you going up against EDG. How has that been like for you? What's the prep been like as well?
I mean, like, every region has a different game style, to be honest. And, like, they are just shooting very well. And, like, if you are playing against them, you must win against them. Like, you need to shoot, like, you need to be focused, like, for your aim, not, like, only your brain, you know? Like, except me, like me also, because I'm the ag.al. But, I think we did it today. Like, we did our best about that thing, like the aim, and we won. That's it.
You did.
Sorry for that. But they are a good opponent about that. Like, I think they are just shooting very well, very well. And as I said, if you want to win against them, you must shoot way better than them. Sorry.
Wish you did, because you were able to close it out. But I feel like hearing you as that Turkish team talking about gunpowder and just being able to take these fights mechanically and individually, what do you think allows them to excel so well at being able to shoot and aim the way that they do?
I think it's about the blood, like from us. I mean, like, I have 4 guys in the team and in the game. Sometimes I don't need to shoot. Like, maybe I'm not talking about Lotus. I have to shoot also, like, against them. But like, we were always winning like that. I'm just trying to be their brain when they're playing. They're just shooting for me as always. Like, they're my arms and I'm the brain for the team. And but today, if we need to, if we wanna win, I have to shoot also. And I think I did my best for today for my teammates. Thanks for them to hyping me up after first map. And they're my boys. That's it. Yeah.
And then looking forward to the rest of the tournament. I mean, we're looking at 100 Thieves, RRQ going up against each other. Is there anyone in particular that you're seeing here at the event today that you're going, I really want to play against that team?
Like our group or totally?
Literally everybody.
Okay. I want to play against Paper X because I love them. And I think this match is going to be a banger because they are shooting very well also. And like, our game style is similar, that's why. Paper X, of course.
Well, thank you so much for your time for the interview. Congratulations on your first win here. We're going to be heading back over to our desk. Digon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jenny. And Rose, you could hear
so sweet.
It was very, very wholesome from Rose, saying that he's kind of like Voltron. I am the brain, they are the arms. When they don't have brains, I will do it for them. And it worked out really well there.
I think that he's always been very real about that.
Yeah.
He knows that it's not that he is a bad shooter. Trust me, if any of us were to go against him, he would completely obliterate us. But he is very aware that I like this bond that they have because it's very real. He's like, they hype me up. That helps me be in the mental state that I need to be to guide them through these things. And I think that we could definitely see that in Sunset. We know that so many of those plays are simply reckless, but actually Rose lets us know that it is not, that those kind of things are thought of, and that is the way that you get the momentum going for those crazy plays. When they are working, you are unstoppable.
I get they're young players. I do think when momentum goes in their favor, they can really start to snowball. That's when you see them start to stand up, really give it their all there. So I think the fact that they were able to get the ball rolling so early, Rose is able to bounce himself back mentally. The boys help him with that. That's exactly the formula that BBL need to follow to go deep all the way through EWC.
Yeah, a huge upset in terms of the standings. It is a 4 seed here in Group A, defeating the number 1 seed, BBL Esports, over EDG. Currently right now in Group A, happening on Stage B. 100 Thieves up 1-0 over RRQ. They are currently in the second map, but a big upset, and it just feels really good to have that, because we know that EDG has the potential to bounce back. We know that EDG have the firepower and the championship mentality, but for BBL, you're not sure how they would have reacted if they lost the first series there.
Yeah, especially because the first map was so close.
Oh, yeah.
If they would have lost in Sunset, it would have been completely heartbreaking, because they would have left this day thinking, oh my God, the first one, incredibly close. Could have been a 2-0. And could have been a 2-0 is the worst thing that you can think after a match. The worst. Like, that haunts you for years.
Yeah, definitely. Again, a huge win for BBL. We're starting to prep on stage for our second matchup.
Ooh, I've seen this one.
A great one. EMEA has already won. They're going to win no matter what. And this next one, it is KC versus Vitality. We will set that one up in just a bit. Final thoughts here on EDG's run here in the first match.
I mean, I think it's important that we don't overreact. I think people like to do that. Desks like to do that quite famously as well, me included. So, they are coming in with a sub. You have to lower your expectations a little bit for EDG. And it wasn't all bad from them. I think they showed great mentality in that first map. And there were signs of life in map 2. I think maybe with a few compositional adjustments, things like that, a couple of tweaks, and I think they still have a very real shot of making it out of this group.
We're in a moment in time where EDG is looking to re-establish themselves as the leaders of the Chinese region. Leaders that they were for a very long time.
Right.
But right now, with all the teams catching up, even with us up, they are going and thinking outside of the box, thinking, okay, let's explore how we want our ascent to be. Let's explore what we're going to do with Sunsets. Yes, these were losses, but they're not bad losses. All of these things are learnings. You come in from Masters London, then you go into this. There is absolutely no better prac out there than coming into a tournament and do what they do.
Right. The practice environment of a match
Exactly.
can't be replicated. So
sure.
your back is going to be against the wall in their next matchup against the loser of 100 Thieves and RRQ. And speaking of VCT China, you think about the teams that have been popping up from the region. Obviously, Dragon Ranger's been there before. XLG is currently up there. We had Wolves just a couple of tournaments ago. So EDG reestablishing themselves with that substitute in Signed coming on in, who had a lot of good moments.
Yeah.
It wasn't his fault there over in Sunset. It was Chichi there.
I wouldn't
getting the
highlight
pie.
him to be like, oh, he is the reason they lost. Like, they just lost because it was with a sub. I like the mentality, as I'm saying.
Yeah, I think you take the names off, you say who's the sub hero in EDG. I'm not sure you're picking Signed out, to be honest.
You wouldn't even know who's playing some agents. You'd be like...
Exactly. So I think that's all you can ask for when you're having to come in at late notice. And I think especially as a sub, the first game you're having to fill will be the most difficult by far. You're having to get used to the match environment, playing with the players. So I think moving forward, I'd like to see him step up a little bit more, of course, he's the sub, but I don't think it's impossible, is my point. I think EDG still have potential. There's still time. Let's not panic yet, EDG fans.
Yeah, I've got one more thing that we were excited about coming into this game 3, or this map 3, which was Sunset itself. I feel like we barely got to explore.
Yeah, we got robbed.
Yes. I wanted some rounds. I wanted some back and forth. I wanted some crazy things. I honestly expected much more from Chicha, but I think that also the composition that BBL was bringing was so abrasive from the defense. There were very little spaces in the map that EDG could claim for themselves, that they could even establish presence. It's not even having control. It's like showing it. You would show a finger and you have a bullet on it all the freaking time. And if not, you will shoot, and then someone will appear from a corner and shoot you in the back.
Yeah, that was a very, very fast Sunset. A dominant victory here for BBLs. We take a look at the highlights one last time as a huge, huge victory for the EMEA squad. They will be up 2-1 and 1-0 in the group stage. One more win in their group gets them into the bracket stage. A great, great start there for BBL.
I think for me, this BBL team, if they do manage to make it out of the groups, will be incredibly scary. I think they have that young underdog potential that makes it hard to prep against them, makes it hard to plan, and really... because they're so momentum-based, they're so capable to just show up on any given day. This is not a team you'd want to draw into.
And it's difficult also going into Sunset right now. You do not know what the rest of the world is doing. Yeah, you might have played like a scrim here and there, you know, of course, because the map is coming back and teams have to step up and play the game. But of course, nothing is set in stone. Still, we need to see what is going to be the strongest, and time will tell with that.
Again, loved that round there. That was the adjustment that BBL made when EDG kept pushing on through C, pulling out the judge and stopping it. And that was the surprising thing about the series. It was equal throughout. Never did you feel like either one of the teams were overpowered, didn't belong, until the final map where it kind of felt like a compositional difference on a map that hasn't been played as much, especially if you're EDG.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it for me. I think EDG, I just want to see them go back to the drawing board. Just standardize. So I know I said I wanted spice in the comps earlier.
Nah, don't standardize. It's not that way, but it might be some affluent from that, you know? Like, don't listen to him.
No, I just put Kango on Jet, please. Listen to me.
With that one I agree.
Yeah.
Right?
Listen to that one.
Because they tried to cook a little bit with the compositions, but we saw especially the battle op that he was using earlier was just so perfect, right in front of the face of people, still getting the kill. Again, you lose that. That's so many credits that you end up dropping there. As we're going to drop into a short break as we set up the stage for our French matchup, Vitality and Carmine Corp, right after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
きしようよ準備快適早くまだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting Valorant, and it's time for the Paris Derby. It is the blue versus the bees, KC versus Team Vitality. This is going to be a great one. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time to get you settled on in for this, as it is the two French organizations about to do battle. Currently, different forms. However, KC qualifying in that second EWC qualifier spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bea, I have to ask you about this, right?
Okay.
You are our resident
I'm ready.
EMEA.
I'm ready.
How and why are KC here? Because from what we saw from them in EMEA, it didn't look like they were going to be capable, no?
So the story for KC, I would say last year and also especially this year, as you're asking for stage one, they weren't able to close a single one of the matches. Funny enough, most of those matches were the kinds where you're like, oh, they could have won.
Yeah.
And in fact, they always won Haven. It's like the one map every single time. There's like Death, Taxes, and Casey picking Haven on this stage. But they just couldn't. They just couldn't do it. At the end of the stage, they say goodbye to Eng, who didn't take a lot of time to find a new home, but we see a new reinvigorated KC. They decided, starting with moving narrate now on your screen onto that duelist. Someone sent me a message and told me, Bea, you need to watch what's happening right now in EWC in the qualifiers. I was working, I was like, hang on. I stop, I go in, and I say KC winning on Haven, and I'm like, this is no news. And I'm like, oh, wait. What is Narrate doing? And actually swapping him to the duelist after having a chat with Abyss as well has helped everyone. Abyss for first, not have to ag.al from a Phoenix. Not good news. And also Narrate, he told me that it's something, Abyss told me that this is something Narrate wanted to do, going back into a flexible role, yes, but it is much more aggressive. Whatever it is, Casey made it to here with it. For Zacius has probably the worst 2 months of his life. The amount of work that you put in to a team that is already losing, like you have to work so much more hard at trying to bounce back from things, and now you're the head coach.
Yeah, 9th, 10th up for kickoff there for KC, 11th, 12th for that opening split. So a good little haven here for them to bounce back. But a tough setup here to bounce back against you. That's this super team of Team Vitality, who just recently achieved some of that potential over at London Masters here, Big Time.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some pushback on calling this team a super team, but I think those people are ridiculous. This is a super team. Look at the names on paper. This is a roster that was built to lift trophies, win championships, and yes, they haven't quite managed to do that yet, but we know the potential is there. We saw them come into form, really pick up steam towards London. Is EWC where they managed to lift that trophy?
I think that is a toxic trait. Staying with someone for their potential and not for what they actually are is actually a very toxic trait. So we'll have to send you to therapy for that one. But I do agree. This should be a super team. It's like it's still in the making. For the first part of the year, they were willing to, quote unquote, like sacrifices, let's say, to wait for Sayonara, and man, has he delivered. The kid is absolutely insane. But at the end of the day, you're saying that, people were saying, oh, this is not a super team and whatnot. They did win against the EMEA teams, and DRG is the rest of the world that was a problem. So technically, with time and with the right course, this could be a super team. I still doubt some of the decisions that they've made or some of the paths that they've chosen. Like, I think for me, this is a team that should have abused double duelists. With that word, abused. They should have destroyed the region with the names and the shooters that they have, all the experience. This is the kind of team that you should be scared of.
Well, that was what I was going to say. I feel like you have so much firepower here. It's more about what are the processes towards decision-making in those split-second moments? Like, who's taking the lead there? Who's really leading those calls? Because when you have that many superstars on this roster, it does make it very difficult to try and triage how things work in those difficult situations.
It is very funny that you say that, because throughout stage one, that was the conversation.
Yep.
We were showing some comms from Vitality, and Yampi was asking permission to make a call. Like, very politely, of course, this is Finnish. So that was the big question for this team. When you have players that are so experienced, how do you lead them? Like, how do you put someone on in front of them that they can respect so much that they bend to them?
All right, well, it sounds like we're ready to go on stage here with the map veto and see what we've come up with here. So, split banned away by KC, something that you wanted to see there. Fracture being taken away. So, what are the first two picks?
Haven, it's no surprise. This is what KC like to do. They like this map. So, I mean, look, I think it makes sense. I think they can maybe bank one map. I think this could go 2-1 either way at this point.
Haven Lotus, it looks like a Giant X veto.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like no team taking either risk. We are seeing Sunset floated at the moment, though.
I was gonna say it is a possibility. Breeze
Maybe.
is gone,
But this
and Vitality
this is where the veto
choosing.
chicken happens. Yeah,
Red card for
there it is.
Vitality.
So there we go.
Red card for Vitality. Where is my red? I need a red card.
Sort of
We're in the middle of the World Cup. In all the World Cups.
The interesting thing, I think, in a way, is that this is probably the most standard default veto. These are like probably the three most popular maps here, to be honest, that we have. Everybody can kind of play these maps. Obviously, KC going for Haven, no surprise. And Lotus has been so good for Team Vitality. 3-1 there in London, only losing it to Leviathan.
The thing is, like, when I think about also the last 3 maps that they were left, I think that we were not seeing Sunset because even if Breeze was open, I think that that is also a good possibility for Vitality to be playing onto that. We do see some of the players here, but definitely they are getting ready to jump into the game. For Haven, you might be asking, well, if KC has played it so many times, obviously people are going to know or by now how to play against them.
Sure.
But there's so many times in history where we have seen a team being incredibly dominant in a map and people not being able to figure them out. For the side of KC, is the reinventing themselves that they need to keep working on. For the side of Vitality, they have proven in the past that their preparation can be above many of the teams. Is this going to be the case, or is KC exploring a new frontier for themselves?
I mean, I think going into this game, you have to have Vitality as the favorites right now.
Oh, yeah.
Just from what we've seen.
Wait, who do you think is
recent.
favorite, Egan? The team that just went to Masters London, or the team that didn't win a single game in the stage?
I don't know. I saw 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th in their most recent splits. And the split isn't just like a hot run. That is a long form.
Morgan with the hot take.
But it's all about the form. It's all about the magic of the tournament. KC qualified when nobody expected them to qualify. We know how fantastic the Blue Wall are, the fan base there that will be coming down to support in Paris if they can get to play on that stage.
And do not forget, they are not obviously alone in their group. We would love to see EMEA on top, of course, but because we have 5 teams from EMEA, 2 of them have to be in the same group.
Yep.
So we have these 2 and PaperX and Energy in the same one, and only 2 of those teams can make it.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. They inherited the title defender slot from Team Heretics as the 2nd place finisher in the first split, so they're the ones that end up getting slotted in to another group with an EMEA team. And unfortunately, it is with PaperX and the reigning world champs in NRG. That just means how much more important this match is.
Do you remember when last year I said, when we move on to playoffs and we were like, Jordan, I said, oh my God, anything but EMEA versus EMEA. You guys need to stop. We will win. It doesn't matter how many things you put on the way. We will get the trophy again. Don't look at me like that,
We'll see.
Seth is like throwing looks at me.
It's a long tournament. Yeah, and one thing's for certain is an EMEA team will lose their opening match here today. One of them will be moving down.
Morgan, like, you're giving so many points to Tyler right now.
Look,
you're gonna lose the favorite twin diploma.
When it's EMEA versus EMEA, yes, one progresses, but one has to fall here. It's all about, can KC find that upset? Can they do the impossible and upset their rivals in a French organization across from them as well?
I love that. Thank you for that top-tier analysis. When 2 European teams play against each other.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
This is why they hire me.
On my side.
This is why they hire me. This is why I'm here.
Vitality just came out, as you saw on your screen. They had a pretty big chant there, pre-game chant to get themselves hyped up and ready to go. You can see on your screen now they are primed to go up against the blue wall.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're not so familiar with this KC, you have players of all calibers. You have Narrate being back from Americas. He didn't like it there.
Yep.
We always wait.
Sen City was not the city for him.
It was not the final destination, but Paris can definitely be. For Suiketch is such a storied player, and in my honest opinion, the best shooter in EMEA. It is beautiful to see him shoot, and I really hope that we get to see it today because we're going to need it. And also talk about the young guns. We need to talk about Levin. Last year was an absolute journey for him, actually playing with some of the players that are now in Vitality back in BBL when they were international. You see, guys, there's always, everything is linked. It's like Love Actually, you know? So seeing him and the journey that he has taken, having to take different duelists when last year he struggled so much moving in between different agents after being a brilliant Jet, is also the question of what kind of 11 are we going to see, what role, well, what agents he's going to be playing.
Yeah, big time. Your boy Dosha9 now joining this roster here.
Yo, I love this guy. I was with him over in when we were playing in APAC, playing in Ascension. We don't win Ascension. He gets picked up by Boom. They have a hot and cold year. Ultimately, finding his way now across to Europe, and people are really starting to see this kid's potential. I watched him play many, many times, and I felt like this kid has the sauce. You know he can deliver in those big moments. I want to see a pop-off game from Dust9.
A direct quote from Big Time. I taught this kid everything he knows.
That's true.
So Dosha9 has
so you don't
Big
claim
Time's
one thing, you claim everything?
reputation to hold
He'll
on.
agree.
KC and Vitality getting ready here as we're waiting for Agent Select to start, and here it is. Drops on in as we kick things off in the three sides of heaven.
Sayonara on the Waylay. Yes, Waylay. Time to Waylay for Sayonara. I really like the fact that they're going for the double duelist. This is literally what I was saying that they should have abused domestically.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting look. We've seen a couple of teams try out the Waylay on Haven with varied success. I think KC sticking to their guns here with that double duelist, Phoenix, Neon. KC has always been a team that loves that Phoenix, especially in the Eng days. This is truly what they're known for.
So for the side of Vitality, we've seen them explore different double duelists in this Haven. I do think that the Waylay is very similar to the Jet. You can create a lot of pressure and always come back, just be a little bit more aggressive. It gives you versatility. So I want to see how that affects it versus the Phoenix, because of course with the Phoenix you have the ults, you have the wall, you have the flashes, very important. But since we do not see any Vipers also on to play, I wonder how much of the aggression and the open field fighting we're going to see between these two teams.
Squads waiting to lock this one in. Again, it is the Parisian Derby. The two squads based here in France, and maybe not favored to make it out of the group. NRG is the 4 seed in this group, but we know how good they can be. Paper Rex, #1 seed, moving on forward. And the exciting part about all this, Vitality allowing this pick that KC are known for here on Haven, saying, come bring it to us.
Yeah, but they also have all the preparations, I was saying. Like, you really want to play it. We've seen you a lot of times. There's only so many things that you want to do. And it's almost a given that they are not going to be changing their composition. Also trial and testing. If you love an underdog story, you have to be cheering for KC here, definitely. With their stories, with the players, with all that they've suffered, and the way that they have had to reinvent themselves. But we could not blame you if you want Vitality to be the one. I will say, for KC, the way they ranked this, because I had a chat with Avis, as I was saying, and technically he put Vitality as the easiest one in their group because the other two are Paper Rex and NRG.
The group of death.
And at least you do know Vitality, you know?
Yep. The group of death kicks on off. It is the blue versus the bees. KC versus Vitality on the call. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Desk. Into the action we go immediately as Aves. Okay, quick little face down into Sewer here on Haven. He's going to be spotting out 3 players. Has to quickly backpedal away. Slowed up as the pings are going to be coming across on both sides. Sayonara trying to swing around into the back of sight, get some line of sight, but it's going to be Durka taken down as the kill feed explodes in favor of KC. Looking for a little bit more, and Yampi cannot escape the spike now stranded. It's just Chronicle, as good as he is, trying to bail them out of a 1v5.
You would feel that this is nigh undoable, even for a player of Kron's caliber. Looking to put that Sheriff to good use, but Levin going to be checking the corner. Quick peek in it. 3
players dead to 1 shot from this thing, but the spike going to be recovered. Trying to backpedal away, Sugetsu quickly trying to pivot, and there's the backstab. +9 in pole position, gets himself a 3K to start things off as KC will get a flawless pistol win.
Yeah, this is just a good quick rotate from KC. I mean, they're in position nicely. Dosna9 tucks himself into the corner, has the smoke there as well to kind of cut him off. Takes some shock dart damage, but gets 2 big kills from that position and can never be flushed out by Vitality. So, options. Really curious about this Vitality composition change as we go along. This is the comp that Foot destroyed them with in London. I mean, absolutely wrecked them. So, kind of see that they, not exactly the same. There is the Cypher instead of the Killjoy instead of the Cypher, but very, very similar ideas with how you can utilize the Waylay, but Durka going to be shut down by Sugetsu through the smoke. A little bit more damage being done there, and just going to be thwarted from any long C attempt.
I have the spike.
Spray down with the Bulldog, good enough to reroute Vitality just a bit. Let's see what DOS9 can do.
Happy to play this one patiently. Know that they're going to be very favored. Even if they don't know just quite how much damage they've already been able to deal. Sayonara, quick little tap. It has to take that refract out towards safety. Taps here from Avis, just barely. Not connecting on a Chronicle. Would have certainly had him dead with that Ghost. Pivot now is Curveball out in the garage. Narrate instantly able to find one, but will be felled. Chronicle able to take him down. Look at them try to recover some weaponry here. And Profik, bounding his way up in a window, is able to displace DOS9. So suddenly it is a 3v3. The Vandal recovered into the hands of Profik, who's still at full health.
Still chance now.
Swing around the back here from Aves. Some consideration going to be lent to this, but it's going to be Levin able to find the first. Sugetsu looking to try to hold his own, gets that elimination. Profik now having to do it all. Would be a 4K, and already this is an immense amount of damage dealt here by Vitality on their eco round. Marshall, fast lane, sprint and slide available. Profik trying to see if that rewrap has come through. Levin just staying tucked away. The C-long cubby, so the smoke will come in. 13 seconds remaining. He's going to have to make a go of this, so the scale forward now from the Neon is going to be coming in. To fully commit onto this plant in back sight. Not going to push the issue, just wants to try to catch him off guard here, but it's going to be Profik dead. The Marshal able to find the one shot. The Vandal will be recovered, but it's one player surviving in the anti-eco.
Yeah, just able to work the map here, even after it looked like Vitality was going to be kind of shut out of a lot of this map, but a lot of the start of this. They're able to get those kills, get those gun upgrades going, and then Profik, who, you know, he's one of those players. Everybody on Vitality can absolutely go crazy on this team. Like, obviously, it's been talked about all year, right? A super team. Profik's a big part of that. I mean, I think back to the way he was playing Brimstone on Fracture, even though that gets banned here by Vitality, he's an incredible individual player in his own right. That 3K there, almost into the 4K. Very, very close. So Vitality already feeling pretty comfortable in his KC. You're going to be coming into this bonus with only a couple rifles. There is a Bucky floating in there for Narrate. Durka.
Chance to do quite a bit of damage, but once again, Durka going to be slowed down to the start of the rounds here when he really wants to try to up the pace. Isn't going to get picked, though, so still 5 players strong.
Still seeing a lot of early contestion for some of the smokes and some of that early main space by KC, at least with just the spams to try to keep Vitality honest. One of the things I really like about this Vitality comp is using the Waylay to get info, to cause distractions, to make it hard for your opponent to guess. Are you actually just diving in to get info? Are you actually using this to clear space? Are you using it to sell fakes? And on the entry, Levin takes down Sayonara.
Tries to work his way in there, and Durka just cannot steady that aim fast enough. Abbas is able to find him, and now suddenly it's a 2-player advantage. Weapons to be recovered. Profik just TPing into the back of Hell. Now trying to slowly scale his way forward out of this position, and he does manage to kneecap Levin there while trying to take down that recon dart, but a lot of this pressure now onto Yampi's shoulders, and he is able to bear the weight. He kills found in just a rate now with a Bucky in hand. Spotted out. Who should fall? No, Chronicle. Able to find that one. Blazewall to be situated. A curveball to be sent through it. At the ready. And for now, Yampi forced away. Talk about the previous round being damn good for Vitality with the damage they found. Now the very much same could be said for KC. Yampi will be able to get the 4K, get the round on the board as they deny the bonus conversion, but it's, again, significant damage dealt by the team with the lesser weaponry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very happy that you're able to get the clutch, but this entry here, Aves able to step to the side into the cubby, avoid a lot of that initial util dump, finds that big kill. DOS9 there goes for the TP, try to catch Vitality off guard. Does not work at all. Yampi, Johnny on the spot, hyped up behind us. A big one, and he's able to keep that in check, but look at Levin. Knows the econ situation. All but one player. Be one tapped to that outlaw.
Recon to scout this one out. Profik unable to get away from that one fast enough, but Dirk is there on the scale forward. He gets himself on the board for the first time alongside Sayonara, who's able to find Narrate. Levin only able to peel back that one kill. Chronicle will continue to have a little bit of a rough go of it here, but Profik now forward into that smoke, trying to scale. Ends up eating some damage, but Sayonara is taking names. He's looking for another one, but Sugetsu beats him back. Puts this into a 2v2. Very winnable now for KC. Yampi forward onto the site. The Hunter's Fury. really going to be a consideration from this position. Onto the one in the window. It's the back pedal from Durka playing this one safely. Yampi will be able to find that first fight, and Durka challenges in to take down Sugetsu. So 2-2, Vitality managed to tie it up.
Yeah, and a nice, simple little execute here. It's been a lot of pressure over on the A site now that we've gotten into some of the rifle rounds. 2 rounds in a row. This time they just used the TP from Profik. Sure, he gets spotted, but that's okay, because this time your entry duelists of Durka and Sayonara get in there and get the job done. Clear the site, gets a little scrappy in there. Some good punch back from Sugetsu, from DOS9, but it's just not quite enough, and that's really what this comp is built to do, just make it so hard to track what's going on the entries. Again, you can use the Waylay to get some info, sell some fakes, and a good kill for Sayonara.
Shut down there. Damage suffered in exchange. DOS9, though, the scale forward is going to grab that gun. Finds himself a second as Yuppie will fall. Damage suffered, has to backpedal away. It's going to just be taking a panic alt out to safety, back into the B site. And some amount of damage dealt by him, though, and this all is to play Sugetsu forward. Spot him to 1. Durka, a double take. Can he find this kill? No. He ends up getting sat down. Sayonara able to find the one, but DOS9 just rescales it mid. Finds that elimination, and suddenly KC right back into this. Profik, the one that needs the clutch.
So sharp early.
In the previous round, does not have that to try to commit into this to just even recover the spike.
Timing on this might just be bad. He just missed Aves coming up through a lobby.
I have the forward the spike now recovered. Aves continuing to work his way in onto this flank. Profik, can he swing the corner fast enough? The answer is looking to be no. Does man forward towards that A connector side though. Site sees that things have been cleared out. Smoke now plays the plant to come through. But is he going to be ready for this very fast scaling from Aves, who still has a full kit available to him? Want to give away his own position, though. He's going to try to play this quietly, but Profik snaps on for the headshot. And now it's just DOS9, and he will fall as well. A massive clutch, Vitality. Bringing these rounds together one after the other.
Oh, and man, you can see Narrate a little frustrated with that one. This is such a great open. DOS9 able to scale forward, unchecked through window. Gets a couple huge kills, but Profik again. So steady in this moment. Nice turn onto DOS9. Takes him down. They getting by the skin of their teeth, and you gotta kind of wonder here as KC, have you thrown some of these early opportunities on your map pick to really set Vitality back?
3 in a row. Obviously, you're still playing this one pretty damn close at the moment, but now the crunch getting ready to come through. Pulling forward, and Yampi's able to get Levin on the retreat. Durka takes down Aves on the front lines. He's up and over, top of the box, and DOS9 is 6 feet under. Gets to in right now, who have to try to save, to hold on to these weapons. The ult economy looking good for KC, but the actual credits sparse at the moment. These weapons will have to be retained. Vitality might just go on the hunt. Either way, they're moving up 4-2.
I'm loving some of these set executes we're seeing from Vitality with some of their ults in play. We saw it early with Profik, using that to tee up the duelist to make the players on A side uncomfortable. Here, another simple, setup. You throw the Convergent Pass, you throw the Hunter's Fury, you're rushing in behind that with Durka, and they just absolutely knock it out of the park. So I think you're seeing a lot of the early ideas from Vitality and their coaching staff being implemented very effectively by the Vitality players. And again, nothing too crazy, but it's working. It's catching the KC players in moments where they're not ready.
It looked like Vitality was a bit asleep at the start of this one, but they have certainly woken up across these last 4 rounds. All of them now built up consecutively. That's an operator lost in this for KC, who might be needing to call a decently early timeout into this map. Try to get the course correct before things really spill out of control.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think you might want to talk about this just a little bit. Sure, it is your opponent's attacker side on Haven, but it really is starting to feel like you're letting some things slip through the cracks. And especially with the ults in play, you've got Levin's ult, so you've got the overdrive, you've got an ability to kind of have a game changer where you have to buy down a little bit here, but they're going to let it ride.
Still on the table. But for their number to come up, Sugetsu just going to go backpedaling away. Aves going to be spotted. Looks like they have heard this Cypher, just pretty privy to where he would be located. So bit of spam over, but connection not to be found. Good damage off the shock there. Sayonara does get tagged down to 39 on this entry, but now a 5v5 for the post plant. The Hunter's Fury going to be opened up to try to catch somebody here on the side. Narrate trying to rush his way forward, but Hunter's Fury is able to find the one. Sayonara going to be finished off now. That neural depth going to be invested. Down to these players. The drone goes out and over the top. Spotted the one, DOS9. Now the one that cannot try to go for the stick. Turned out to the open. Yampi able to find the first, but will end up getting taken down as Sugetsu finds that elimination. Time continuing to bleed away. Chronicle going to be good for the one. Has to go for the reload. Tucks back around the corner, and he's the last one standing. And he's just completely outgunned and outnumbered. Will end up getting picked apart, and the round goes the way of KC. Finding their first here after a 4-round win streak for Vitality.
Yeah, a full 5-on-5 retake, and you've got to like the read from Vitality. They completely bypassed the overdrive early. They've shifted to the other side of the map. You know, you throw the overdrive at A main to try to take control of that space, you do, and that allows KZ to get into pretty quick position there, set up that Hunter's Fury, clear out the 2 players on site, and then they have such an overwhelming numbers advantage there, and with the help of the Cypher ult, kind of know where the players are, and you can just lock it down. Exactly that. Hit some nice shots, too. Durka Operator. Gonna have any targets early. It's just a relay bolt to kind of thwart Vitality, and then they're looking again to try to see if Vitality was going to double down on this C hit early. But it's just a scoop of an orb.
And gets Yampi one away from having that next Hunter's Fury online. Chronicle similarly right there, ready for that first lockdown to be coming through.
Got a good opportunity here if you can get that Killjoy ult on, because Aves just used that Hunter's Fury, so be a good opportunity to clear some space, set yourself up for the plant. But Vitality's been pretty aggressive with their tempo early, been pretty high pace, but now they want to just take a breather, try to feel out the map a little bit more. I think maybe some of that early aggression from Levin previously has set them to kind of alert mode where, hey, we need to make sure that we're not giving up that space and that we're kind of clearing the map a little bit more efficiently, more effectively. Get into some more favorable post-plant scenarios.
I think they're just going to go for a double dash, refract, and drone fake onto this A site. Try to bait them in.
100%.
Oh, there's the saturate, chucked in towards Hell. Sayonara dashing forward, trying to see if he can spot anything. Drone reveal onto Aves. He's already backed up quite a bit. Meanwhile, Narrate just facing forward, down towards C Long, is able to find the one. Now it's just Prophet left standing with a spike in hand. KC just keeping their players in position. Might just the undoing of Vitality in this round, but that being said, Sayonara filter of a shot onto Sugetsu, and now onto Aves. It's getting these taps. Yampi now running them down, is able to find another, and Levin. This one standing, knows that they've eaten some damage, knows that they are going to be a bit tagged up, but try to isolate and pick them apart one by one. Both players tucked into the corner. They bolt. Try to isolate. This is going to be a jump onto the window. And while he will be able to find the first, he cannot find the necessary second. Not be able to get it done. Provek will be thinking his lucky stars that he managed to have that ultimate online in a critical moment.
Well, this is one of the rounds that I love to see from this composition, where you have options available to you. You can sell those fakes. I talked about it earlier, using the Waylay to sell the fakes. This time, they integrate the Sova into it as well. And then you have the bailout of Profix ult, because he's been able to get into another one. Had a really good start to this. 8 kills already on the board for the Omen. So you have that little bit of extra layer to this. So now you're starting to see the playbook unfold for Vitality, the depth that they've been able to create with this new composition on Haven.
And maybe just some quick improvisation coming through.
Sure.
Felt like with that double stack, both duelists still remaining on C, that would have just been the round going over to KC and things tied up with a nice little bow on top. But Vitality now out in front by 2 rounds. Hunter's Fury, King reveal still there on Sugetsu, and he will just get spammed down. DOS9 at the same time, able to scale around the back, out in the mid, finding the first. Durka not quite ready for the angle, eats a bit of damage, but does manage to escape with his life intact, but Aves cannot say the same. Sayonara able to intercept him there at garage window. 4v3. Slow and silent approach. Meanwhile, Sayonara with a quick check back in the mid and Narrate. None the wiser, not ready at all. Caught on a timing. Falls to the wayside and Sayonara. I mean, it's in the name. But good Lord. His lights out in these last couple rounds. He wants his ace. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. DOS9 escaping back through sewer, re-wrapping into A. So this would have to be one hell of a quick hunt here if he wants to be able to find it. But Vitality, explosive way to move up to 6.
Well, this is exactly the player that's been promised, this young, up-and-coming superstar. And this round right here was insane. He's going to have another convergent paths already. Just takes over for Vitality. I mean, you get a bit nervous there for Vitality because DOS9 gets so quickly into the back lines, almost gets Durka as well, but Durka able to escape, and that's huge for them. Keeps things a little bit confusing. Oh, man, just sharp as heck, and okay, finally going to get that timeout.
And it feels like this is still quite late. There's an opportunity, of course, to recover this half, but getting brutalized by Sayonara and Yampi in those last couple rounds. Ult's still working against you. Aves only halfway to that next Hunter's Fury, and Chronicle just hasn't had a chance nor a real need to invest this lockdown quite yet.
Yeah, if any opportunity kind of presented itself, it's been thwarted by Casey's really aggressive early play, and I think that's why a couple rounds ago we saw Vitality slow things down to try to look and figure out what was going on. You know, KC was starting to take risks early with DOS9 pushing out, with Levin pushing out, things like that, that were causing a little bit of problems for Vitality, but their recoveries were really nice. They were able to use that individual skill to turn some of these rounds on their head. Now for KC, got to talk about how you want to avoid. You don't want to get caught in another convergent paths like you just did a few rounds ago, where you just lose 2 players on site and it's basically GG, go next. Going to be a Marshall there for Levin, Sugetsu, Bulldog. DOS9 did carry the gun over, but a couple pistols otherwise. So let's see. Looks like no early convergent paths this time, so Vitality reading that KC had learned their lesson. Spread both their duelists out over. DOS9 is top of a box with a trip underneath him. Timing there. A bit tricky for him. They're leaving him, giving him a lot of trust.
Doc might just clear that trip, though. It does. Finds 2 damage.
The little things, Achilleo.
That's just value for investment. And oh my God, Durka. Woo! It looked like he was asleep at the wheel. Adrenaline kicked in. He jolted awake. Managed to pump the brakes in time. Spares himself from crashing out of control.
We're able to scoop that gun up, though.
Available, but Sayonara is just going to try to play himself in here. He did not see the ponytails, but they haven't seen him. That peek, and Levin, he just doesn't have the angle for this one. Needs to jump up onto the windowsill to be able to have it, and a couple shots are not connecting. Sayonara. Another fast adjustment. Cleans up the headshot. Narrate now boxed into a corner. As, okay, the timing will be found. Narrate able to find that elimination. Molly out, 15 seconds. They do have to commit forward into the site. Narrate absolutely needs to try to hold the line, but Chronicles here on the backstab. He's got the elimination secured. Now it is just Aves on the approach, now noted. Tagged at 15. Finds the first recon sent. Might just connect onto the player, but either way, he will be dead to rights as Prophet intercepts down in sewers. 7-3, Vitality confirming a lead at the half now, looking to make this potentially 9-3.
It just gets really weird in this round with everybody kind of having to rely on those instant reactions in this case from Durka. That is crazy stuff. But Sayonara staying underneath Levin's nose, and then Levin not able to find those Marshall no-scopes. No damage really done there, and then it's kind of fall apart piece by piece for KC. And then the scarier thing here is KC, you're getting into another alt cycle, but Vitality was able to hang on to those. So you got some of those big counters available.
Look at the stack here for Vitality. This could be another quick hit coming through. There's the reveal, convergent pass to intercept, and Adves does get clipped by this. Tripwire to try to slow down the approach. Durka will absorb that. Meanwhile, Sayonara trying to get the scale forward, but the quick pivot arc is coming through as KC get 3 players onto this A site. Frack to be taken back out towards safety. So far, no kills to be found, but Prophet has been tagged to 1.
That was a nice stall out. Able to tuck far enough back. They're looking to try to triple face him.
They know that he's in this corner. The lockdown now going to be invested. He's able to find the first, but cannot scale forwards. The space is going to have to be respected as Narrate will backpedal away. The site able to be taken now as the spike is going to be ushered around towards long. Narrate, however, quickly can get it on an angle. So running back is going to be popped immediately. He's able to find Sayonara. The spike now down on the floor. Gets the wallbang shot. Profit at one. Stood no damn chance as a rate dropping out of heaven, able to find the kill. And now it is all down to Yampi, but he will be noted. Sugetsu, wise to it, turns back, finds the kill. And KC will get up to 4.
That's huge. That's so huge. I mean, the convergent paths and the lockdown using that round, and you get through it with the win. Unbelievable. Love the confidence we're seeing from Narrate there. Beautiful play. Uses that flash to drop down, get another big kill. That was exactly what the doctor ordered here for KC. Now you're going to have a Hunter's Fury available. One away from a couple other big ults there for KC. Meanwhile, you're not going to have any really available for Vitality. Maybe Profix ult comes into the mix a bit.
Widely, the ult well has run dry here, but Dirk, he's going to be able to find 2 there in the mid. Eventually, the Hunter's Fury from Aves will clean him up, and they need a hell of a lot more than that, but it's going to be Aves able to find Chronicle at the same time. Flash going to go out, and Rate able to steady the spray. Profit going to be taken down, and now suddenly, just 2 players standing for Vitality. Etsu quick on this scale. Actually, if he had just peeked in towards that A lobby side of things, would have been able to get the intercept and kill off Yampi. The one player with that full health, but he's been making noise. Aves well aware of this. He's more concerned about where that second player could be, but it's going to be Sayonara now found on the opposite side of the map, but they know exactly where the last player is. The kill will be there. Aves able to get 3. As KC get up to 5, rescuing this half in a pretty big way.
Yeah, nice little bounce back, a nice little change up with some of the Cypher utility at the front of A there. Saw that stall out the convergent path round where they tried to execute off of the catch onto Aves. That actually slowed them down enough that they weren't really able to get there and, you know, punish that catch that they had with that ultimate. But that round there as well, gonna identify Yampi, make him an easy cleanup. Don't give him any chance for that clutch. And ended up being a really close half. You're a little worried there for KC on their map pick, but they rallied there right at the last minute. Got a couple big rounds to go their way. Vitality having some absolutely explosive ones. You know, some big hero multi-kill rounds. Yampi, Profik, obviously Sayonara was lights out there for a little bit, but recovery available. KC to be coming into this attacker's half, I would suspect, feeling pretty confident they've got a real shot.
I mean, this is where they should be the most favored, so as long as they can have a solid pistol, be off to a very good start. But if it goes the other way, if Vitality are able to find that win, it does start to slip further and further away from their grasp, which is going to be a bit concerning because Haven, this is the map that KC, I think, really do want to play. I think they're going to be very happy to have this one from the outset. It was either that or this fracture, I suppose. Probably be fine to play on that one as well, but this is where they want their bread to be buttered.
Now, still though, I mean, I think you're seeing some really good ideas from Vitality with this new composition. At times, again, some simple executes that really work to treat, but the depth, I think, in understanding how to kind of push and pull the map a little bit, not always there. We saw it in one of the rounds, but outside of that, it was a lot of pretty static hits, and that did give KC some ability to make some of those fast rotates. Did see it early in that half on the pistol round, and then beyond that as well when they finally got their footing, able to get in there and do some damage. But Vitality gonna spread the map a little bit here. Pretty wide open. Eye on Kron with that turret over at Sita. Try to hold the line if this just does turn into a aggressive hit, but Spike's still on the ground as the barrier's about to drop, so this doesn't feel like a full commit. Maybe if you get the kill on the Kron here, you can just scale forward as KC. But he's trying to play off that turret, trying to use it to kill. Can't do it.
Well, not really able to play behind that one. Not much damage going to be found either, but Sayonara eats an immense amount. Double scale forward, going to be coming in, but Sayonara now going to be finished off inside of the garage. DOS9 able to hold down this flank. There's going to be that second layer as Profek still just sprinting forward, but has no idea where this enemy Omen may have escaped to, and he is misreading it completely. DOS9 able to get the better of him, gets himself a weapon upgrade in the Sheriff, and now does Yampi in a 1v5 to try to stop this pistol from going into Casey's hands.
Hell of a way to pistol round, but odds are not in his favor.
Not at all. Tripwire as well, situated outside of the garage. Getsu in that corner. Might be able to jump this, but Will do so, but it's right into his demise. He still does manage to get one, so stops it from being a flawless. We'll get an extra little ult charge towards that first Hunter's Fury of the half, but that is going to be KC potentially roaring their way right back into this.
Yeah, I like the way that KC leads with the drone here, so that has to be cleared by Kron first, and then they're able to avoid that, early opportunity that you would normally get with that turret in that position to play off of it as Chronicle. DOS9 all over the map as usual. One of my favorite players to watch on Omen just because of how creative he is, how hard he is to predict where he is and what he's doing and when he's doing it. Just a really intelligent player who's willing to take risks, force the opponents into bad positions. They're kind of guessing exactly where that Omen ended up. Let's see, a couple rifles in there. 11 with the Outlaw.
Oh, Durka didn't see him on the first peek, so has to go back in for a little bit more and pays the iron price. Easy kill, but okay, high-low setup. Chronicle able to find one. Flash in, however, Narrate will find two. Scale back in. Yumpy able to find an immense amount of damage just with that classic and doesn't need anything in reply. Give a bit of pause here to KC, who otherwise wanted to quickly scale their way forward into the C site, but Sayonara getting a little bit too curious. Swings that corner, will end up falling, and now it is once again down to Yampi to try to see if he can find any additional damage.
Be simple stuff. Love the way Narrate has been piloting the Phoenix. Really impactful with those flashes. He's going to have his ult going into the next round too, so going to be a really scary bonus, assuming Yampi doesn't do too much more damage. You wouldn't think so with the trip here, even though Sugetsu, pretty weak, but he's going to be making noise. Should be dealt with. Oh no! The jumping click, oh my goodness.
Yeah, just a jump right click. We'll just chuck that Bulldog over the side, make sure they can't swap the Spectre out for it. Of course, does need to die, and shall do so. Aves able to find that kill. So parity found between the Sobas as far as the ult charge is concerned, but parity also found on the scoreboard as Casey tie it up.
Yeah, and again, this should be a pretty scary bonus that Vitality are going to be facing. Cute little high-low setup there, but again, really nice curveballs from Narrate. Been doing a great job finding value out of that. 3 players with 12 kills now on KC.
I mean, it's been a massive rebound for him. Narrate starting things off. He was down at the bottom of the barrel here for KC. Last few rounds found for the squad on that opening half. Going well to really bolster the stats. As Sayonara. Okay. He just rolled an @20. He's able to find 2 players through the smoke. That shouldn't be allowed. Quick cleanup. Swing in, will eventually get punished, and the trade back is going to be good, but Lava's still going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Regen armor will go back up to 25, but a total of 32 health. Not exactly where you want to be on your Sova.
That's one of those moments that would tilt the Dungeon Master, to say the least. Absolutely insane. Goodness.
Supposed to figure that one out this early into the campaign. 3v3, still an opportunity for KC to make a go of this. Will get cleared, just trying to instill some doubt, keep some interest on that C side of the map, so Prophet will rotate over, maintain this, and at the moment, I mean, it's a 1-1-1 fan out from Vitality. No one playing together at the moment.
You're going to have to be good for at least one here as Prophet. Smoke's about to drop. That paranoia, maybe? Yeah, here it goes.
Paranoia to go through, turns back, clears the recon. The drone now coming out. Not too much time to try to go for a pivot here, and Chronicle has reinforced this position. They know and read that TP up over the top from DOS9. Staying situated now on the drop down. Will end up losing his life. Prophet able to find one. Durka keeping him covered. Cleans up Sugetsu, finds Aves. And Vitality lose out on 3 players, but they will play anti-bonus.
This is one of those rounds where it feels like the luck is just on your side as Vitality and that you're going to have a really great round. Oh, okay, you take out the Phoenix ult off the rip, but then they're able to punch back. Being patient at the point of attack. You got to feel really good about that round as KC, though. You did a lot of damage again in the bonus round, even though you don't get the win. But Prophet's protocol's really effective in the heat of the moment there to prevent them from really scaling forward. Good recognition of what could be going on behind it. He buys time for Durka to get there, and they can shut the round out.
Knocked out on 11 right there at his feet. Ball down to 50. Durka at the same time able to find Aves. Peek in, and it looked like Sugetsu was going to be dialed in for the angle, but Chronicle just a little bit faster on the trigger. He's able to find that kill, and this is looking very good for Vitality, as Narrate will be surrounded. Flushed out, just the one kill found. As they move up 9-7, the lead again now getting bolstered.
This is a great read from Vitality. I mean, the early scouting done by Sayonara doesn't give you too much information, and they're still willing to hold the line here. Kron holding the door, and then they're going to be swinging together to crunch into grass. A great call from Yampi. He is absolutely letting KC know. I've got you figured out maybe now. Sayonara has another convergent paths early.
We have another timeout call. By the look of it here. Their opportunity not given over to try to utilize that, run it back. Widely can come through, but this is one of those moments where you'd really love for Levin to have that overdrive online. Not to be. Likely going to end up being a little bit on the weaker side of the buy. As it's a timeout.
It had time in the word.
That's true.
We got halfway there. Yeah, I mean, I think here as KC, it's tough to say exactly, what is going wrong there. Maybe just being a little bit too eager to pull the trigger in that previous round on the execute, not kind of identifying the trap fast enough, or like when Chronicle gets that kill on a Sugetsu, that might be the moment that you need to, take a step back, guys. Like, they're clearly still ready for us to be aggressive, even though we waited out that waylay refract clear in grass.
Okay, Sayonara. Fancy with it, pushes forward. Nope.
Not yet.
17. Sayonara does end up going down to 5 HP, but it's going to be 2 kills found back here for Vitality, as Levin's only able to clean up Profik.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, what?
Okay, DOS9. What? Chronicle. In mid. Not only the round win, right back on the board here for KC.
A lot of guns on the floor, too, and just Durka trying to protect them.
Durka feeling like he has to try to make a play, and he absolutely has. Well, swings out a little bit too wide too quickly. DOS9 will be able to shut him down, but grabs the Vandal, the spike in hand, now looking for the TP into the back of C site. All this KJ setup meaning absolutely nothing. Chronicle dead on the floor. The plant to come in, Yampi in range. As a sound on this, as drone will now go out, just trying to get the spot out here. Still 2 teleports to try to reposition for DOS9. Up a bit of a caterpillar smoke, and it looks like he's not going to be spotted.
Still think you should be rather suspicious of it, but I think he went to the other side.
Now they have it confirmed, but he gets it into a 1v1. A little bit of damage going to be suffered. Be held at bay. Time bleeding away, getting out of his hands. The spot out, and DOS9 can just play ring around the rosy here. The spike still over at back plat. Yampi trying to swing in, trying to get there in time to shut him down. Taps the defuse. Cannot win that fight. No, it does it, in fact, but he cannot win the round, is what I mean to say, as KC will be able to persevere with no one left alive. They keep things tight-knit, just 1 round separating as they pull off a clutch.
Feels a little nostalgic to see DOS9 put clutch.exe into the command prompt here. He is very, very good in those scenarios. Just plays ring around the rosy, using those smokes so nicely to keep himself obscured. Again, the thinking on the fly, incredible from this man. That's going to be Durka. Operator available. Bladestorm to back it up. Narrate, please, my man. Gotta use this run it back. We gotta find an opportunity, but they've just been getting like beaten at the point of attack so often by Vitality that it's slowed it down.
Well, space is going to be given up, so you will be able to have it here for the entry. The spike is going to be in his hand as well, so he wants to try to just get this situated while the ult is rolling, but it's going to be stunned up. Yampi on the peak, able to get the shutdown. Now the spike right back out of the site. Paranoia going to be sent through. Levin able to find a timing, turns back to clean up Profik as well. Quick little 1-2 punch, but Sayonara still nearby enough. Gets rid of both duelists and keeps this into a 3v3. Same time, an exploration over onto the C site, but there's no way to pivot. The time is there, but I just don't think they have the opportunity to actually try to make an exit. Racked out, burned. Not going to have it. Chronicle a spot out onto the 1. As Aves way over. The main entrance of the site. On forward. Going to be cleared out as DOS9 goes scaling forward aggressively. Wanted to try to take this fight, but the timing is going to be found by Chronicle as Sayonara goes diving in, gets cleaned up. Knives now going to be popped. Chronicle able to find another. Going to be Sugetsu. It's not planted for him, and Durka has the angle with that op in hand. Double digits established. Vitality now up 10-8.
That one's starting to make you sweat a little bit if you're a Vitality fan because you just felt that looming presence of Sugetsu. And it was just a matter of if they could clear the site in time before he showed up to the party, and they do just that. And what a read from Durka, holding that angle immediately with the operator. Sussed it out, kind of pieced it out. He's like, well, I came from Long A, and he never came there. I bet he's rapping through Link. Absolutely nails it. Finally got that Phoenix ult to go, and you don't get the round, and you're back on an eco as KC.
Gonna have an overdrive behind this one, but Durka quickly able to take position down to the sewer, hold this line. But it's gonna be a faster exec now over onto the B site. Chronicle gonna be forced away. Damage gonna be suffered. Levin just trying to disrespect that, but does get ripped apart down to 47. Now the Hunter's Fury gonna be called out as well as Yumpy. Just disrupting, stopping them from getting this plant in play. Getsu holding back on this angle because DOS9 has played here before. I think that they're a little bit more suspicious of it, but Durka expecting to be a little bit deeper towards the spawn, so Sugetsu hits a belter of a shot. Both Def now going to be invested. Sayonara, an attempt to try to run him down, but will not be able to do so. Sugetsu slips the net. Double dash around up into mid, the spot on the one. Knowing that he's widely surrounded as Yumpy as well. Boxed in, but swings the corner. Is able to find the headshot. Aba's going to be taken down. Lockdown now out from Garage. Not going to be able to be cleared as Sugetsu will fall. All of these players now having to try to make their exit over towards the A connector side. They're just going to be detained. DOS9, he's able to find the one, but they're not going to be able to win this fight. Levin is just completely isolated here in backside. They know that he's somewhere. They will suss it out. Yuppie will collect the kill. The defuse goes in, and Vitality move up 11-8.
Just brilliant timing from Chronicle on that lockdown. Knew exactly how long it would last to give them the time. This is a great play from Sugetsu. Able to best Durka and get that big ult available. But it's an even better response, and little wry smile there from the KC players knowing they just got outdone.
I mean, at the end of the day, you do get those ultimates out. You get the lockdown. The Bladestorm was used previously. Now the Hunter's Fury out of the hands of Vitality. So for it being a thrifty attempt, it's not that bad. But Vitality now one away from locking up map point on your pick.
Exactly. It's just like too little, too late. I mean, even though you're doing damage, map's kind of already slid so far in the wrong direction. Sugetsu going to try to scale up, try to use that camera, but the drone identifies him, and he's going to have to back off momentarily. Wants to maybe re-challenge it. Again, looking to see if someone from Vitality is going to try to cheat down into sewers. Can use that camera to catch them, but so far I think Vitality, pretty good read.
This drone allows for Durka to cheat forward and now cheat back with a peek into Garage. Ready, scaling forward, up into window. Up back. Sugetsu still here in sewer, is able to find Sayonara, going on a walkabout. Durka at the same time. He's looking over towards his garage window. He's able to find the one, but he cannot escape. Abbas is there. Finds that punish, keeps them traded up in position as Chronicle just fishing for a bit of damage that will not be found. Spike now to be planted. Vitality to have to try to get this retake started, but Sugetsu going to be intercepted. Yumpy very patient. To shut down that potential flank. Still another layer.
Ooh.
It's Narrate here in B, but they're just losing on all fronts at the moment. Vitality just finding these individual members. And then limb from limb, the curveball going to be sent in, and Yumpy, he's already facing away from it, swings to the side, finds a headshot, Narrate now dead, and DOS9 to try to clutch it out, but the wide swing is there. Chronicle gets the clean up, the defuse will be in, and Vitality will move up to map point.
It's so heartbreaking for Carmine Corp. I like the way they play a lot of these rounds, but then some of this individual prowess from Vitality comes through and just takes them over the line. I mean, they're breaking angles. They're getting into these aggressive positions that are catching Vitality off guard, but then little moments where they can't follow up. So right here, you got a great little trap play there. You catch Durka, but Yumpy catches Sugetsu. Too aggressive. Aves wants to go explore long to set up that extra angle. The flash doesn't connect for Narrate, where he had been quite good with some of those earlier. Hoffick, again, he has been really, really reliable. Everybody on Vitality doing a phenomenal job.
Seinhar's already found one. Levin is dead. Hunter's Fury just there around the corner. Durka not going to be given that sight line, but DOS9, he's blinded up as he works his way into hell, and Profik ensures that he rests there. Ping reveal onto the jet, but not fast enough to capitalize for the punish. Narrate is dead, and Vitality, they are looking to just run away with this second half. Convergent Path stunned up, dead. Sayonara will find it, and Vitality will take it. 13-8. They deny KC a win on their map pick.
Yeah, a little bit rocky at times for both teams, but Vitality, once they got their footing, able to just have some really impressive individual moments that were able to take them over the line. New composition that they're bringing looks pretty good at some time.
It really did, but now KC backs up against the wall and need to try to reverse sweep this one. Vitality, they're going to have their map pick coming up next, but for now, we'll send things back over to Digon and the desk.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. It is Vitality getting themselves the victory here over KC. The Blue Wall on their own pick fall short thanks to this unique composition by Vitality, and they pick up the victory 1-0 Bs over the Blues. Welcome back to the desk. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time, and you know, it starts so well and then just never really got going after that.
I mean, look, we spoke about this so much going into it. Haven is a map where KC have been so strong in the past, and if they're not managing to get it done here, does make you worry a little bit for the rest of the series, especially when they get that double pistol. If you're losing after double pistol, man, you got problems to address on that map, and I think they have to regroup fast if they're going to bounce back in this series. As eventually we're going to go across onto Lotus. Vitality's map pick a map where they've been so strong, so really odds stacked against KC now.
I think that maybe we were spoiled during the first series with how close things were and whatnot, but I do agree, like for the side of KC, you need to go back to the drawing board, because as we were saying, at some point, you know, people will catch up to what you're doing and whatnot, but there are so many things to do. You cannot really blame them for faulting a Haven against one of the strongest teams in the entire region. Also a team that brings in a new composition that leans into that double duelist, and now with the Waylay, something that we also saw in EMEA, and I actually didn't think of it until I saw that ultimate where they combined the Waylay ult with the Soba, and then someone that looks a lot like you knows a lot about that composition. It's surprising how
it's the Foot comp. You know, we saw Foot play exactly this in London, and they were absolutely flawless on Haven all the way throughout, so not surprised to see more teams picking that up. This is a real strong blueprint for the map that Vitality are able to adopt and fit for themselves very, very smoothly.
Y'all, do you see what's happening with Big Time's shirt here? It looks like he's Michael Jackson-ing it up. Look at that.
There's wind.
Can we just look at that?
It's moving. It just, you know, it's all about the stage direction here. Fantastic.
Amazing. All right. That was almost as amazing as the highlights we're about to show you here from that last one where Vitality took it here on KC's map pick and that Haven. I think a gut punch here to the Blue Wall, expecting themselves to get that free win. We talked about it earlier. They've been so successful on it. Despite everyone knowing what's coming, they haven't been stopped on it until now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw moments where this team was starting to heat up. This round in particular where, you know, you see DOS get those two openers and then it falls apart. Narrate with a big 3K with the run it back. There's times where they were able to shine, but it just wasn't consistent. Down 5-7 at the half, even after that pistol, it does just feel like the run of the game was just going against them all the time. And we see Vitality just being able to slam into that A site, a real struggle here. So it's just kind of not surprising to me that Vitality are the better team. They are the more experienced team. They are the most recently successful team here out of the two. So they're showing exactly why they are the favorites today.
Yeah, but things could have gone the other way. It's good to see that Yampy is on form. Profik is on form. We saw him in the 2v1. You remember we were watching, I was like, oh, he's winning this 100%. In high pressure situations is where Profik performs the best. Seeing Yampy also, hearing him scream like that, we could hear him from the green room because there's no roofs here. And it's absolutely good to see that this is the phase that we're going to see from Vitality. Now it's time for KC to prove that they can bounce back. It cannot be all about Haven, and definitely in this series is already not.
Yeah, again, right? You want to continue to see the growth of these teams given the fact that on the other stage right now on the B stream, Paper Rex, NRG going head-to-head. So getting this win means so much to getting out of the group. Knowing that 2 losses get you out, you want to be able to get that leg up because your opposition is going to be tough, whether you win or whether you lose in that next round. Speaking of whether you win or whether you lose, we'll find out in the next map. Will it be over in a quick 2-0 by Vitality, or will KC fight back? Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to EWC 2026 presenting Valorant. It is KC versus Vitality, with Vitality currently 1-0 over the blue wall. Sayonara, 270 ACS in that last one. Just was absolutely on fire. Next closest at 220 with Dosh 9 on the opposite side. And it just really felt like we were wondering, you know, Sayonara, who's going to be the one that's popping off? He was absolutely the one on that way, like, doing a great job.
I mean, this is why he's in contention for Rookie of the Year. This is why he was such an awaited signing. Vitality signed him when he was, what, 16, 17?
Yeah.
They were sat
They wanted
there.
to make sure that nobody else was first.
they were waiting for him to be ready and old enough to play in the VCT, and put him in the second he was, and he's been absolutely electric for this squad. He's so flexible. We know he can play the support roles, and he can definitely play the duelist. So rock solid on the way, like, here. It's hard to not, you know, to fight against him for that Rookie of the Year position at the moment.
I think also that they should, you know, be a little bit more consistent with the roles that they're given. Just because he can play all these things, just imagine if he only played a couple. Imagine if he would have all of those reps in 2 or 3 ages. It would be absolutely amazing. But for Vitality, it's been finding their footing in many different areas. So it is understandable that since you are lucky enough and you were smart enough to lock him down so soon, now you have him to put it where you were. And I think that they're still looking for that stability. Very good win here on Haven. Definitely learned something from Foot there in Masters. But of course, the job's not done.
Yeah, definitely it is not done here for Vitality. They need to close it on out, which is something that we wanted to see more of them in Masters London. On the opposite side, KC trying to build those building blocks as we move over to Lotus. What do you want to see from them here, big time?
Well, so when we only saw them play this map once in the qualifiers, they got a win on it against Fnatic, which is no small feat. Fnatic are a very strong team, second tier at EWC last year. They were running that chamber, so I want to see if they bring that out again, and if they do, how effective can it be against a well-drilled team like Vitality?
I think it makes a lot of sense for Vitality to pick this. It is a map that they enjoyed. Yeah, I know that they were on the receiving end of that 13-4 against Leviathan, but Leviathan did win the entire thing. That's the joker. It's like, oh, but they lost against this team, but that team actually won everything. So.
So it's okay.
But I think that they could see the weakness there. It is a map that, especially for the players that they have, I think is a map where they've been very, very comfortable. I wonder what approach are we going to see? Because we already saw the slight change in Haven. Are we also going to be seeing changes in this map? Are they also going to go in a direction many teams are going, where they're just removing the Viper entirely from the composition, especially with the players that you have? It's very anti-EMEA, removing the Viper.
No. Don't remove the Viper. The Viper's great on the map.
It doesn't matter how long you go to Pacific, you're still EMEA at heart.
a little bit. I always have a little cry if a team removed that Viper. I feel like it's so good. And it's so good for the Vitality guys. This map has been fantastic for them. I don't want to see them change. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They know how to run this, so let's just do what you do, Vitality. That's all I'm saying.
Big time with a little cry for his former region there in
cry.
EMEA, as again we are awaiting for this next map to get on going. The players are on stage and ready to go, setting the stage yet again. 2 wins and you're into the bracket stage, 2 losses and you're out. KC and Vitality are also in the group with Paper Rex and NRG, so getting wins will not come easy for either one of these squads, although this was the second most lopsided win that we've had so far, as EDG got wiped by BBL on Sunset in map number 3. But we'll see what's left in store here as we move on over to Lotus, another 3-site map.
Yep.
Options everywhere for the creativity on attack.
Yeah, exactly. I think that even though we are showing Vitality right now, they should be in the comfort zone. Even if they have prepared something new, they have a lot of wiggle room to try it. On the side of KC, though, you obviously want to watch when you're opening match, especially knowing that it's Paper Rex and NRG, the other 2 teams in your group. But now that you've lost that Haven, that has given you so much security, show us what you've been working on the rest. And I feel like I have to look at Avis for this one. When we speak about the ag.als and we highlight Yampi and what he can do for Vitality, we need to speak about the inexperience a little bit on the side of Avis. Yes, he's a little bit more comfortable now that he is not playing on the duelist, but we need them to feel like the synergy is actually flowing with all of these changes, and he is the most important piece for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lotus is an ag.al's map. I really feel like the more confident you are in your caller, you work those 3 sides on attack, and you see it time and time again from the more experienced teams. They favor this map because they've played it a lot, they have the reps, and they understand how to make it work. Now, when we talk about experience, Vitality, those guys have been there, done that. Durka, Chronicle, huge trophy lifters, massive names here in Valorant, so it's no surprise to see them lean on this old favorite. KC have it all to do here in my mind to try and bring this series back.
We were seeing the papers exchange there, and one thing that I really like about this event that we do not have in VCT is the fact that we allow the players to have papers on the desk, so they can actually have some stress. We were looking at Chronicle being like, okay, what do I have? What is it on my homework for round 1? What is it that I need to do?
Yeah, that's something you always see in the pressure of those moments. It's all of a sudden you start forgetting what's happening with your prep. You just want to start taking the fights. You get sucked on into it and away from the strategy that you've been practicing. Having the papers on there, having those plans on there will help out as we dive into Agent Select here.
Yeah, we can see on the side of KC, they are sticking with that chamber that we saw from them in the qualifiers. In this first half, watch for Narrate. He's going to be probing towards A. His job is walk out, soak as much utility as he can. Take those fights towards there. So let's see what Vitality have cooked up for that counter. Because if you give the chamber too much room to breathe, too much room to explore this A side of the map, things start to get tricky.
2 things. 11 on the Neon. He's advanced so much with the agent, and it has to shine. Because all Otherwise, it's going to be Dirk in time. And if
It's
it is
Dirk in
not
time.
Dirk in time, it will be Sayonara. He's been absolutely brilliant in this agent.
Yeah.
And I will say more. Do not forget, you can win EWC, you can win Valorant, whatever. We also have an MVP, if I am not mistaken, or
That's
at least
right.
we did before. So I will just reminder for every single one of the players, give your absolute best, because that is something I bet you do want.
You heard it
MVP
here first.
does come out with a nice hefty little MVP cash prize,
Cool.
so we'll keep an eye on those individuals
paying
leading the
dinner.
way here. It is map number 2 here. Vitality looking to give KC the KO punch. Let's dive into map number 2 with Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Lotus, the staging ground that is necessary if Carmine Corp want to be able to bounce back into this series. That Haven certainly not going the way that they wanted, giving up so many rounds in a row off the rip. It just became unrecoverable for them. As we moved into that second half, they need to have a strong start here on this attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a huge moment now for Carmine Corp after not winning a single match in Stage 1 of EMEA. And now able to run their way into this tournament, but to lose your map pick early, one of your regional rivals, team you haven't even played this year, by the way. This is the first time these two squads have met this year, despite being in the same region. So a little bit of a rough go to start, but map that. Oh, Kron!
Okay, well, he was a little EP on the first map, but he is wide awake here to start things off. Durka as well. He's going to be playing around Propek. He's looking to just bait in for that kill. DOS9 now going to be taken down. 2-player advantage established here for Vitality from the defender side. As the Haunt not quite going to be getting the reveal. And Chronicle now on the repeat is able to find one sidearm, gets that elimination, and Narrate just doesn't have enough rounds in the Headhunter. Another pistol here in the hands of Vitality, starting off this map 1-0.
I mean, you can see that this team is so well drilled on this map with their protocols. Nobody revealing themselves to that Haunt. Kron with the one and done, and then immediately repositions into a spot where Casey just isn't quite ready for him. There's a reason this team was 4-1 on this map at Masters London, because they are so sturdy, so reliable. They understand all of the little angles and everything. Sayonara even there can't believe it. That was extremely clean from Vitality, and to start off this defender's side that effectively, that efficiently, huge for Vitality. There's some of that util that Big Time was talking about that needs to be absorbed by Narrate. Does a good job of it there. Chronicle gonna be under pressure as the Outlaw. Narrate looking for the one tap. Headhunter not gonna find value. Now it's just a bit of a pause here. KC trying to show that they rotated, but
enough of an angle for Chronicle to take advantage. Finds that kill. DOS9 dead. Smokes now out of the hands of KC aside from the Viper, but obviously the wall is situated to try to play around A, to try to get some scale forward from Narrate, but he's still been contained back in lobby. Really garner any space. Now a bit more going to be offered up here as the full rotation does come through.
Vitality made a great read here off that door tap. They were immediately hustling over towards A.
Got 4 players here, and Durka may be able to catch a glimpse as that wall goes up, but either way, Levin does get taken down. Quick little exit with the rendezvous. Narrate over towards relative safety, but how long that safety is going to last? Not very, it would seem, as Prophet is able to find one, turns back into the B site, cleans up Sugetsu. Narrate will fall, and Vitality will get a flawless 2-0 start.
I mean, I will say, if you want to find a silver lining in this round, that was very much in Vitality's favor, but if you want to find a silver lining for KC, what I will point my finger towards is Narrate and the way he was able to buy a lot of attention, buy a lot of util, never gave up any early damage. I think he played that about as well as he could without finding any shots to connect. So sure, you want to see him do some kind of damage with the Headhunter, of course, but I will say some of the ideas that I'm seeing early from the Chamber are really good.
Get a hell of a lot more. As Levin, quick little jiggle P trying to set up for that relay bolt, but they're just swinging through this one-way, and Avis taking that fight is still able to find it. An elimination, but Prophet will come up with a second. That Guardian dealing damage and now isolating the spike down on the floor. Given the damage that he suffered, Levin, there's no way for him to try to recover this one at all.
Oh, and now you've got a Prowler that just identified Narrate over at B main. So this is all unraveling rather quickly for KC. It's going to have to be some incredible outplays.
How are you meant to really play yourself back into the Sugetsu? Those players that you need to try to get grouped up over towards C-Mount to recover this spike. He's been isolated. Narrate, okay, quick peek into a shot. Will kill off Prophet, makes his rendezvous exit back over towards spawn side, but now the scale forward, Sayonara. Spike has been recovered. Will quickly scale in behind them. Yuppie just trying to hold things down here. Sends out the Prowler, knows that they're playing close, and there is the backstab. As Sayonara looks for the second and will find it. Survives the 5 HP. Opponent's converted. Vitality up now 3-0.
I mean, that's just wisdom beyond his age there from Sayonara, knowing exactly what that door tap was all about. That was to open up the opportunity for Levin to scoop up the spike, and they were immediately going to pivot off of that rendezvous, and he is right behind him the whole way. That is a brilliant read from the youngster. Not only does he have sharp shooting, folks, he's got the brains to back it up.
4-0 and 1 at the moment. How much that can continue here in flawless fashion as Levin trying to take some quick space. Chronicle not going to be able to find the kill to get the insta punish. Meanwhile, Levin going to be held at bay as Paint Shell going to be lobbed around the corner, and that's going to be a high value nade as Durka sprays and prays is able to find the one to push for it. Sayonara not quite catching a glimpse on the draw sign, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is there to pick up the pieces, and now it is just that aforementioned scene chamber on this side of the map now, further confirmed by the Arc Rose. Raid can try to get any more damage through here. Slow down this economy, but there's a footstep made. Durka well within the audio range. Will take quite a bit of damage, bounces back, tries to make his exit, and Yuppie is there's that second layer.
And there are those protocols again from Vitality. The Seize Nade combo, kind of an unusual spot, but a very, very effective one. It gives Durka the confidence to go swinging that corner. Sayonara is like, yep, I'm going right there with you. Sure, DOS9 gets one, but doesn't make too much of a difference because you reveal his position.
He almost collided DOS9.
You're right, he did.
Yuppie is just continuing to give it to him after every single round win. Psychological warfare very much in play. Like you mentioned, they haven't played against each other at all this year, so probably been a while since they've kind of yelled and barked at by Yuppie. Hopek, almost dead, lucky to be alive. Survives at 2 HPs. He tries to TP up into upper, but just enough of a glimpse there available to nearly find that elimination. Fortunate to still be kicking here as they try to just bait out this Vice util, but right now going to be isolated. Double face into B main. Finds the enemy chamber. Mellor's well to note one. The scale forward going to be coming in. Prophet nearly dumping the entire mag into the box. Unable to find that elimination. Pump the brakes here. Now look to try to scale forward. Clear out this position at Waterfall, but Sayonara holds his own. 2 kills found, looking for the third. Aves down to 7 HP, frantically backpedaling away as Sugetsu will get eliminated. And he's like, yeah, the shorty should do it from here. First burst not to be found, but Yuppie will clean it up, and it's another flawless Prophet even surviving through this round despite being worked down to 2 health from the outset.
I mean, there's just so much confidence right now in Vitality, in their reads. They're able to put 2-2 between B and C, and then even get the third over there eventually. Sayonara absolutely lights out. You're going to have the showstopper for Durka coming into this next round, and it is going to be KC taking their first time out of Lotus. We're going to have a lot to talk about, I suspect, because economy's a little bit all over the place. Like it's going to have to be some kind of eco here mostly. Got to figure out how you're going to confuse Vitality a little bit, because they basically read you at every twist and turn. Tried to work the map a little bit in the eco round. Outside of that, you know, been forced down to eco so quickly that you haven't been able to recover.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the potential mental damage it would inflict if KC can run this back and accrue 7 rounds, Vitality's kind of done what they need to do when it comes down to this half. They're starting from the defender side. Side selection for Carmine Corp, and they're currently down 0-5. So seeing a team start off this strongly from the defender side should absolutely be ringing alarm bells throughout the KC camp. This timeout needs to do wonders. They need to find some kind of value. Thrifty would be a massive potential swing round for them, but even just get themselves back into a buy position with some very solid ultimates to boot, that could be the magic that they need.
And you're going to clear so much space on Mound here. Make it a little more comfortable for you to make some rotations. Prowlers.
Bandit. There's a one-tap potential here. If you could find it, but okay, neither player going to be coming up with a connection on those shots.
And maybe they want to try to challenge that. I mean, they had some success on Haven. Often Vitality will leave Durka to his own devices.
If they don't Prowler this.
If they don't.
They will. Okay, wise to it. Reading this as a trap play. Meanwhile, though, Paint Shell lobbed in. Levin tagged to 45. No stopper still here in the back pocket for Durka as well if he does get overwhelmed. But we can see KC starting to pump the brakes and try to get called back over to A. They've gotten a decent amount of space here. The most that they've been able to get so far for free.
Good patience.
Jump peek here is going to be hurt by Sugetsu, but they will just go ahead and spot each other out.
Hey, good patience with the util from Vitality. Don't throw the paranoia there. Saved the Boombot until just now to re-clear a little bit of this space. DOS9 sticking around. Now you've got the Vice util.
Durka fancies his chances. Quick reposition into the quick scope, and Durka will have him dead. Showstopper might as well have gotten the elimination at that rate. Pivot in. The door broken. D-site noise is heard. Swing in. Levin, a belter of a shot. Durka going to be shut down. Operator not quite recoverable here for the moment. They managed to get into a position to actually take that, but instead it's going to be the Nightfall sent out towards the door off the tap, and Chronicle is able to find one. Sayonara now also trying to penetrate this position. Will end up losing his life, but Narrate going to be traded out as Chronicle comes away with that kill, and now it is just down to Sugetsu. A Sheriff in hand, seized in position, and absolutely screwed. Yampi has the backstab, 3 players survive. The Opti be carried over, even though they already have cash aplenty. Vitality continue onward.
Yeah, it's, again, just patience paying off for Vitality. You can just see that how comfortable they are on this map. And even though, yeah, they did get kind of battered on this map when they faced Leviathan on their run towards winning Masters London, still good trading protocols here. Kind of one of the more dangerous moments where Narrate had an opportunity to maybe get a double kill there. The round alive for KC. He is going to have the tour de force for this one, so just the half armor and the ult. Now we're going to see a big contest for the first time here at Rubble.
Needs to be avoided. Levin out in front of that. Canceling that TP from DOS9 as Prowler is just going to be exchanged on either side. Amount of space offered up here to Carmine Corp. And Sugetsu. A massive shot that he found Durka dead. The operator again now felled. Force still available on the other side. Wall going to be baited out. Now the pivot can come in. The spike still a ways away. Will get recovered by Aves, and that does have KC pumping the brakes for now. Attack fight out towards the baby door, but nothing to be found there as Bolt to be sent in.
Already feeling must win for KC. You've got a player advantage. You're able to take the operator out of Durka's hands early. Could be able to escort the spike in to B. Big retake to try to hold, but Kron does have that steel garden, and if you could open up that space, get the pit down for Sayonara, it'd be tough.
Here's the start. Steel garden pushing them back over towards Waterfall. Porte Force still having to be contended with. Narrate able to shrug off that paranoia. Prophet fishing for him in this smoke. He tries to go for the quick scope, and it will get taken down. Capital Fuse now coming inside, are able to find those kills. And now this should pretty much tell them where these remaining players are at. But Levin, striking from backside, slides in, finds a third. And that's just enough to tip them over the edge. DOS9 able to find Sayonara to close it out. And at long last, Carmine Corp will get themselves on the board.
Yeah, that's huge. Levin just bailed him out. What it looked like a great opportunity for KC was going to swing the other way into Vitality's favor. Woo, that third is disgusting. Well done.
Disgusting and necessary.
Yes.
Those are 3 of his 4 kills so far in this map. Obviously, it's been struggle street for Carmine Corp across the board.
I mean, he's topping the charts on that side of the map. Jeez.
Deliver a bit more of that. But it's going to be found immediately, just trying to scale his way out of a lobby. Trademark still there around the corner trying to prevent that forward scale, but Sayonara, he is out for revenge, and he will have it. Levin now going to be taken down as Narrate will fall alongside him.
Selfless play from Yampi.
All to try now for Prophet to play himself in from back rubble. Re-swings around though and gets the catch on the DOS9 right as he's hopping up on top of Rock. Chavez now just to try to prevent this from being a flawless. Will be able to do so, but Prophet gets himself a third to close it out, and Vitality just do not allow for KC to start building up any sort of momentum.
It's just so difficult for KC to find those opening picks to get that little bit of extra breathing room. Here they try a quick B hit to try to catch Vitality off guard, but Yampi happy to bait a little bit. He's like, I'm going to set up, and sayonara, you can knock it out of the park. That's totally fine.
And this kind of needs to be the one here. The overdrive at the ready. You have to assume that this is going to be there to try to back up this Vandal in the hands of DOS9. Just a headhunter for Narrate. For a second rifle, but opts to not go for it. Speaking of ops, though, Durka, one in hand. Shoulder spot out, and will not be able to connect the shot, but Chronicle, same tucked in behind this box. This ends up going incredibly well read. To try to help him be able to escape this position, he will not be able to do so. 2 kills are going to be found. And Sayonara arriving here on the side, gets a shutdown onto one, tries to go for the snake bite, will get caught. This cleans him up with a bandit. Now suddenly it's just Prophet, and as good as he is, weapons are recovered. It's 4 players strong. Carmine Corp looking very well slated to get their second round win. That will do it. Narrate. Pole position to have the jump, and that's going to be a thrifty for them to double up the scoreline. Operator as well now, able to be grabbed out of the hands of Durka and passed over to this chamber.
Yeah, finally, just some of the homework that Carmine Corp surely did before the map here today. Able to come through and find some value, reading that position. You know, another bait and switch attempted here by Vitality, this time using Durka to try to tee up Chronicle. But the whole way through, he starts getting spammed. It gets a little panicky. You've got that Neon ult there as well. Get really difficult for the Operator. Now Operator in hands for Narrate. The Haunt to tee him up a little bit. DOS9 has full mound control, so Vitality giving up some of the extremities of the map, but Aves takes down Durka.
Really been able to get off the ground with his Operator, it feels like.
Gotta go.
Bit of the Hyunmin treatment.
Again, silver linings for KC. They have kind of shut Durka's op down. Not an easy task. Behind that, they surely struggled.
Making a bit of a retreat over towards Connector, but not really falling for this one. Spike is still going to be down in a lobby.
I like this slower pace from KC to try to dissect the map a little bit. Early nightfall here from Yampi.
Get some additional information. You can see they're still kind of desperate for it, so the TP as well is going to be committed to. So gets able to find one, but Sayonara back filling that space, cleans up the kill. Spike now going to be in hand. Prophet far enough forward to be able to hear this backpedal. Double approach, looking to try to close them out. Intercepts one. The Operator, maybe a cursed weapon, as no one is able to connect with shots on this one. They get picked apart, and Vitality just continue to steamroll their way through this map.
Again, the recoveries from Vitality are just too good. You get that man advantage again as KC. Right here, what a little stutter step from Aves. Then Chronicle and Sayonara get to work. Sayonara is just too good today. Everything he sees is a beach ball.
15-5-2.
There.
Still holding on to this pit because hasn't really needed it.
No.
That B-site round win, the second one for KC. Maybe the one opportunity could have really sent that one through to try to secure the round, but either way, have not needed these ultimates to really find success. They're just winning out in the macro strategy in the aim department.
DOS9
flips the net a bit, but it looks like they're still very suspicious. Yeah, Ping is coming down on stairs. They know that somebody could have scaled past that wall.
Confirmation with the boombot.
Oh, it's still gets the tag. Tell them everything they need to know, but no, Prophet is still going to get caught off guard. Durka now trying to just re-swing in here, and DOS9, he dispatches them with ease. Still pinned into the corner, but Sugetsu peels back under the pressure. Chronicle dead. It's 3 players all picked apart here at stairs.
I'll find you.
Vitality just going in one by one, and DOS9 continuing to profit for it. Third kill found, a third round found. Carmine Corp with an opportunity to try to take this up to 4. We'll at least get the 3 with this round win.
Kind of curious there. if it was going to be a commit from Sayonara. I mean, you've got the money that you probably could, and instead just wants to go try and hold on to this. A little bit extra armor going into this next round, but we'll be able to drop a gun over for Yampi. And this all came down to a boombot that kind of fooled, you know, Vitality there. You're absolutely right. It does trigger onto DOS9, but because he's able to TP around that corner, it disengages and keeps going. And I think that made them think that he had fully left that space. And Durka, again, just not really on point today. First one on a Prophet, okay, whatever. But this one right here,
it's just so aggressive.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, don't think you need a timeout call here, but certainly during the halftime break, one of the things that's going to be discussed is, yeah, just pump the brakes here. I mean, obviously you're going to be moving over to the attacker side. You're going to be playing that at a very different pace. But, you know, not getting antsy, not getting overly aggressive. Certainly something that Vitality will be hearing from Pal.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen that, especially here on Lotus. They've been at their best when they're patient, when they're, you know, relying on their own individual protocols and not trying to make plays that aren't there for them. Certainly, Vitality has made their bones. One away from a showstopper here for Durka. That is a big consideration, and Sayonara wants to try to lock out this C site.
On timing, on a sense. Sending this out, and that allows for Durka to repivot back over to B. Can even have that lean potentially from Chronicle. Still sticking around on C for now. On the one. Vitality starts shifting over towards A, because that's exactly where the spike is going. Prowler out, Yampi now having to backpedal. The Prowler just going to be chasing him all the way back over to the side. Now Raid going to be spotted out, but it gets the shot through. Look at damage there.
That Prophet had an opportunity, just get the spray to go.
They're thinking, well, they won't suspect another player slot into this position. They do, though. Seas is going to go out, and Durka swings in, takes one, but he is going to be eliminated. That means the showstopper cannot come into play in this round. Captain the Fuse just around the corner. Chronicle, quick timing. That might just be the round. Couple seconds remaining. We'll be able to recover this one. Sugetsu pushing forward. Able to find the barrel stump at Sayonara, catching a glimpse. Is able to find a raid. Finds Sugetsu. The pit immediately going to be taken down. It's DOS9 now sending out that paranoia, and I don't believe it connected, but the headshot will. KC. Oh, they scrape back as much as they possibly can, making this a 4-8. 4-round deficit for them as we get ready to go into the halftime.
It still didn't feel that comfortable, though. Even these rounds that they're winning are just barely. I mean, again, establishing early advantages that they're often not able to either comfortably or fully capitalize on. It's a huge kind of issue for KC in that half. It's just, are they going to be able to match Vitality with this defender side, you know, brilliance that they just showed us? 8-4 on the defenders in Lotus is really, really damn good.
Yeah.
So now it's just, how much has KC been able to put together here themselves with this chamber comp? Try to shut things down, because their ability to take A main control wasn't that great at times. They weren't really able to find some of those opening duels consistently. I thought I saw some pretty good ideas early from Narrate, but as it went on, really wasn't able to find too much value. Again, good news here for KC is you've kept Durka pretty well in check. The problem is Sayonara has been going absolutely crazy on you.
Yeah, it does feel like he's kind of the final boss here. If you can kill Sayonara, maybe he can win the round. Depends on how many kills he gets before you kill him.
Right.
Couple critical moments here, but like you said, with that chamber in play, perhaps Narrate can come online and give them a little bit more aggression with this otherwise single duelist composition. Play forward, take some risks, claim some heads, and then get that rendezvous out to safety scot-free.
Yeah, it just should be another option in how you control Mound and Rubble. But you have to be hitting your shots. I mean, that is just as basic as it sounds. It is the name of the game when it comes to chamber. Yes, you can have some util, you know, you can have some good rendezvous, some good timings. You have to be hitting those headhunters early. You got to be getting that value. You got to be setting your team up for those early advantages. Getting into those early operators. Life miserable for those attackers. Huge pistol. Must win for KC.
If they don't, this could be over in the blink of an eye.
They're getting pretty aggressive on a mound and B.
I'll find you.
Chavez, not going to do much other than there's players there.
Ooh. Oh. Hell of a shot. Getsu again. Dealing with Durka. Entry power taken out of the equation. Swap of the weapons. Profik wanting that Sheriff. Maryland to scout. Paranoia ready off the back of that, but will not be sent. Can table it for now.
Trying to sell a bit of a fake here. Our Vitality, but KC isn't biting in the least.
Still went out on these fronts, and if they can do so, they can't. As Chronicle will fall. I was going to say this plays in. Sayonara, who's tucked away at stairs, but he himself now needing to go exploring, ends up getting caught off guard. See, looking to maybe collect the flawless pistol for themselves. I'll be trying to continue to drum up this interest. Narrate is not looking behind him. Maybe just thinking that this is all going to be a bit of a fake, but
Dropping spike.
does just manage to get barrel stuffed. Obviously, headhunter, not something that can be recovered, so the weaponry is still very much weaker on the side of Vitality, and they're very much outnumbered. KC can't get this round over the line, then I think they're going to just be completely checked out. And Yampi, spot him to one. Just a little bit of right-click damage to Paranoia. Now going to be sent. He pushes up into the smoke. Is able to find one. It's a one and done. He gets out scot-free. No return fire whatsoever. Suddenly a 2v3. Headshot on Aves. Yampi finds another, but Sugetsu, oh, he barely bails them out. Gets the 3K, gets the round win, but my God, how did Vitality make it that close?
Well, I mean, it's the teamwork at the very end of the round there between Yampi and Profik, but my concern with Vitality was actually how that round started. You know, that angle you see held all the time where Sugetsu gets that kill onto Durka, and he's just slow walking through it. I mean, it just makes it too easy for that bandit to get that headshot when your crosshair placement is right where it needs to be. Vitality's probably kicking themselves at the very end of that, but then they spread the map. It's like all these isolated players, and KC's able to take them out one by one. Then finally the teamwork comes through, and Vitality almost able to take a 2v4.
All right, sticking around for a little bit longer, is able to find the one, makes his exit. Levin going to be on the trade.
A Bulldog on the ground.
Durka's going to be collecting that for himself. Jump across into a right-click. Dawson going to be tagged at 46. His paint shell gets lobbed in, but nothing more to be found off of that. Narrate with the classic, able to find Profik, drops back over towards Waterfall. Dawson at the same time ready to rewrap back through the site, but Narrate collects another head. Dawson able to find that kill, and Chronicle will be overwhelmed. Just the one casualty off the rip. Otherwise, KC damn near flawless. Get this now within 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's really nicely played there by Narrate. Even though they dropped that Bulldog, they don't allow it to do anything else. Shut the rest of the round down quickly. Everybody rotating in. Good job. Gets one, leaves. Okay, they get Levin. A little distracted there by the util, by the haunt. And a great Paranoia sees in there too. Layering of the smokes. When those dissipate, Narrate's right on point to take down Durka's Bulldog that he scooped up. Prowler. Firm anything there for Vitality.
The Paranoia out, though.
True.
Plus 9. Trying to deny any fast scaling into the B site.
How cautious Vitality wants to be. I mean, they know that Levin wants to get in there as that Neon. Group up, death ball it over towards A here. Prowler going to be cleared by Durka. And start leaning a little bit more towards this A side. 2 players already over towards that door.
4 in total. The door already broken as well. Quick and deadly peaks here. And Sugetsu does have that Phantom. Prowler checking over towards Rebel. Nothing going to be noted, but otherwise no real reason to try to change the player positions here from KC. Still have a trademark situated on B main. Durka locked down a little bit there as maybe going to be sent out over the top, but it's going to be Sayonara with a headshot. Able to find Sugetsu, and Chronicle cleans up Aves as well. Still 2 players. They're by enough. They're going to have to try to get through as DOS9 tries to go scaling forward through the smokes, but on this swing, he should be dead, and he is. Chronicle has his number. But not to find Levin. Swings in, will be able to get one, but Durka quickly rescales. Swing around that opposite side, the plant to come through. Great, a Marshal and a Headhunter. Let's see if he can get any further damage. Been spotted out, mollied away. The swing can't quite align it. Sayonara will strike him down. Vitality not allowing for KC to get the bonus conversion. They hold him at bay, still a 3-round lead.
It didn't feel that comfortable there for Vitality for a moment. You know, when their presence got revealed at Rubble, that's when KC starts dumping the util on them, but they're able to just hold the line there. I mean, Sayonara, this time with a Vandal. He's been using the Phantom for the first half of the map. Goes crazy. Now he's like, I can do it with both. I'm comfortable either way.
I should change it up. Operator will be brought to bear here by Narrate. The very all-in purchase for them, and if they can't find the round win off the back of this, they are going to absolutely be on struggle street. How Durka's paint shell got there. Maybe wanted to just check back Rubble. Either way, it is clear.
Toxin screen down.
Push right to this wall. Slotted in right alongside the door, but it's a double stack waiting for them here in this angle. The Prowler will go to scout it out. Durka swings in, however, and he's able to find one. Sayonara gets the other. A 1-2 punch from Vitality to try to knock out KC. DOS9 tucked away behind the box. Will be able to get the jump, but he similarly will get caught off guard. Sayonara just tucked in there at upper. Spot of the one, gets himself a wallbang shot, but Sayonara still alive for the moment, but Narrate with the quick draw down will be able to clean him up with a Headhunter, but they're outnumbered. A lot of this now rests on the shoulders of Aves. If you cannot find a kill from here, both likely need to try to go for the save, and for that reason, oh, they just send out the Nightfall, see that trail, and Chronicle follows it to find the kill. Now backpedaling away. Cash here on the side of Vitality. They want this gun out of his hands. Yumpy with the right read. Narrate dialed in on the angle. Can he hit the shot? Swinging out a little bit wider, and no, Yumpy will get aligned, will get the shutdown. The Operator lost, and Vitality up to 10.
Just the individual form of Vitality. Chronicle and Sayonara, really damn good. This is, you know, somewhat of a fair fight there for Levin and Sugetsu, but they just get outdone. DOS9 again, taking these unusual positions, but little did he know, Sayonara already up in towards top mid there, and yep, that was basically round over, and KC needs to take another time out here to talk about it. Vitality hasn't had to use any of theirs yet.
That's the final call. Burn that first one after the 5-round win streak that Vitality accrued at the start of this map. All in gamble to try to turn the tides of this. It is still recoverable. You're only down by 4. Feels like right now Vitality is going to have every answer to every question. It's thrown their way.
I mean, I will say Vitality is giving a few opportunities over to Carmine Corp, but they're not able to, again, fully capitalize on them or really kind of lock out some of these rounds where they have huge advantages early without taking a bunch of damage themselves. And you can see it in the kill count. In Narrate, DOS9, 10 kills each. That's max. Sayonara has double of both of those players. More than double. Now you're back on another eco. Got that Headhunter. Sayonara going to go for the Outlaw. In this corner. Keeping this very, very quiet. Our Vitality. They haven't made a peep just yet. Maybe they try to make a little noise on the way out to see if they can bait for that Outlaw a little bit. Sayonara just going to do it himself. Sound. Seeing if anybody from Carmine Corp. Usual position, taking a risk.
Rays are looking for the chamber up on that position. Wow. Speaking of which, Narrate. just fast enough to be able to get away. DOS9 similarly, having to backpedal out, using that TP. Gets the reposition. Sayonara looking to be intercepted here, but no, it's just too fast on the draw. 11 will fall. Considering that scale forward instead is watching for a flank that will not come through. He'll be sent out. Snakebite going to be layered in, just trying to hold him in position. Narrate trying to find anything, trying to be the hero, but he will fall. DOS9 going to be taken down at the same time as now it's just Sugetsu and Aves left standing. They're here on the C site. They're trying to shut them down, and okay, pack it up. It's a flawless, and I think that this is done.
The bunny hop, I'm going to assume is a no-scope with the Outlaw. Just a little.
I mean, he was moving either way.
It's icing on the cake. That's very true. I mean, this one right here, the quick scope.
It was a no-scope when he was just midair. And they're just having a little giggle about it.
Oh, my.
24-9-4. 2 more rounds to go for Vitality. Showstopper back online. Durka says, well, maybe the operator will work when I'm attacking.
Yeah. And I've got a showstopper in case, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Swapped over. They had enough money. Maybe they just bought both.
Could have done.
Suspicion is, but we'll see. Narrate does have the tour de force. Long A, again, not really feeling confident right now to try to take that rubble space early. A lot of times you'll see the Chambers maybe go by the door and see if they can cheat up. Playing extremely safe. Has that rendezvous over back towards spawn to get out.
Sending it either the connector or even into tree. So this is a very passive level of play.
Yeah, I mean, you can dodge some of the early util. You might be able to catch them kind of not considering this angle, but, you know, if they're just waiting for the toxic screen, you're not really going to get good opportunities, I feel like, from this spot as Narrate. Have to wait and see.
Up or out. Durka, can he find anything? Forward, nothing spotted yet. Sees there at Narrate's feet. Showstopper just going to be sent towards upper. No one there to receive the damage. Same time, making his exit, rewrapping towards stairs, and Durka looking for a potential flank position. He will hear these rotations coming through, and he's able to find one. So gets going to be taken out as Chronicle finds 2 at stairs. It's 11 and DOS9 now. They're trying to prevent this from going up to to match point at that. As like a nigh impossible task. The pit is there. The spam not connecting. Except on 11. A bit there on the approach. The overdrive to try to fish is going to be rewarded for 1. Yumpy to be struck down, but the remaining players still not scouted out, still not spotted. The push forward. Chronicle will be found. Also able to find one, but Sayonara greets him with that shorty, and that's Levin now packing it up, rotating out, trying to retain his weapon. Vitality will move up now 12-6.
And Sayonara goes down to the spike, but that's okay. Plenty of money there for Vitality. Just super smart, super aware stuff here from Vitality. Kind of slowly taking this space, realizing where Narrate might be. The Seas lands right at his feet. They're able to clear out the danger of that tour de force early. Get yourself into this pit. You know, kind of recognizing that there's a pretty good chance that Chamber is going to be on his own. You can scale forward off the back of that. Durka's going to send a bit of a fake towards B to gain some space that way. Just completely force KC in towards their spawn. Set yourself up for that pit. Basically lock the round down, and now you're confident. You got a steel guard and just send it.
Yep, just storm their way forward into the B side. The trademark now going to be cleared out. The end is nigh. Okay, Paranoia will go across, will connect, and 2 players are going to be taken down. Sayonara just trying to play statuesque inside of that smoke. Back across, Prophet here at upper, making his presence known, but it's going to be Sayonara. Side able to find the one as Aves will fall. Durka now getting on the scene, pushing his way forward through the connector, and Prophet just a hair off with his spam, but Durka able to still strike. Finds Sugetsu. Boombot now to try to further scout as DOS9 is going to be taken down. Levin able to pull off of that defuse, finds himself a second, and Sayonara is going to be taken down. Levin coming away with a massive 3K to keep Carmine Corp alive, just their heads barely above the water, as they need 5 more off the back of this clutch to try to send this into overtime.
Well, he's had a couple nice ones today, has 11. That's another one into the books, but again, you start to feel like it's too little too late. Who knows? Still another round where you get a huge advantage early. Yes, it's a quick plant from Vitality, but then you get 2 fast kills and it's 3v5. You should be no problem at all. And then Sayonara, Durka, everybody's swinging around from angles they're not ready for. 11 very ready for this final layer here, though. Just barely.
That's Vitality, getting a little bit frazzled, which we have rarely seen from them, but it has cropped up a couple times in this round.
Sure.
That first death goes over to 11. You don't need to be swinging one by one. You know that he hasn't gotten the hold up to half on that defuse.
It's true.
Could have pumped the brakes, played together, but wanted to try to bring this one to an end. Prophet now going to be overwhelmed, but Durka's there to try to peel one back. Gets that kill. A 1-for-1 exchange so far. Durka also going to be eating a bit of damage, so overall, KC still coming away favored.
The rotations thought about, but no full commit here from Vitality, so have to go into more of a default setup. Spreading the map a little bit. Sugetsu back over to the other side. Meanwhile, one-way setup for DOS9, and he's going to be able to gain a lot of info here, so they're already cheating over is Aves. Like this from KC, they've got a really good idea of what's going on in this round right now.
They read narrate is the big question. He's playing in front of the wall. The jump peek out. He gets a headshot, and he finds himself a second, and he gets out scot-free. Sugetsu continuing to fill this space, comes away with the final 2 eliminations, and Carmine Corp still hold on by a thread. 4 players surviving helps bolster the economy as they need 4 more rounds.
A nasty stuff there from narrate. Really good macro for KC. See this the whole way through. Use that early aggression to gain a little bit of space, gain a little bit of info, gain a little bit of map control. Now your players hit some good shots along the way. Sugetsu with that Guardian. Good for the final 2. I wonder if we're going to see a timeout. Yes. Yep. I think this is a great time to take one. Don't give them any more chances, any more opportunity.
There's enough going on that Pal's like, okay, boys. Let's let's slow things down a little bit here. Let's have a quick chat and try to just bring this one to an end.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe just, I think what you might see a little bit here, maybe potentially from Vitality, is okay, let's be a little bit more cautious at the start of the round. Let's not let some of the neon chicanery get into us and just do anything. But, I think that's some of when Vitality's at their best, is when they're kind of reacting to what their opponent's doing to them, when they can rely on those individual protocols, the team play that has really gotten them over the line in a lot of these rounds.
1 from a Nightfall, 1 from a Showstopper. Have a bit of a half investment here from Vitality. Pulls a Sheriff, a Bandit. Chronicle just going to be sticking with the El Clasico. Evan looking to take some forward space, and that is an instant headshot as Prophet will fall. Nightfall having them both contained back around the corner, but Levin not looking to overstep. This is great restraint being shown at the moment here by Carmine Corp.
Trying to use the boombot against him. Trying to drag it out, make him think they can swing that angle. Trying to set up a bit of a firing line. Cute little play from Levin. Find too much value. Still, though, another nice start for KC.
Now 4 players clustered here on B. 11 watching that angle into A main. Carmine Corp, from this point, should be feeling pretty confident to at least just give up the space and get a solid retake onto the C side. But tap at the door in the raid, able to backpedal away fast enough, clears that corner. Only a minor amount of damage going to be suffered. And he's reaggressing. He's looking for more. It's quite unfortunate that he's not able to find anything off of that.
And now you got to worry about the Showstopper. What in the world? Narrate doubles down.
Oh, he just keeps going back in. Just tapping the door over and over again, keeping it revolving. Finds that elimination. Sugetsu going to be traded at the same time, but so it's still a player advantage. Now expanded upon us. DOS9 with a critical shot. He's able to find Chronicle. Happy now dead. Durka, the last one standing, and what a clutch this would be. Finds the first. It's the up and over. The drop down onto the side. DOS9 is trying to play with his food, but Durka locks in for that shot. Swinging the corner. Cannot find that fourth because you'd be damn certain that Showstopper would have been flying. A solid effort, but a solid enough retake here by Carmine Corp. We're now just 3 away from overtime.
Okay. I mean, they're getting there. It still never feels quite comfortable, but do find their moment. Narrate plays that nicely around that door, keeping Vitality guessing. Is he not? This first shot from Levin. Woo.
This has been Profit dead. What? The start of the last 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Able to have those added smokes, not being able to have those paranoias, but oh, good Lord, Durka.
That was absolutely ridiculous. All right.
Still has the showstopper. Still have this Nightfall.
Big ults here. Profit has his as well. Could be one of those ones where you try to use this Nightfall to TP.
Looking for just a 3-2-1 here, but will be held at bay as the paranoia goes out. Durka looking for a target, turns back, finds DOS9 in the corner. It's him with the rocket. Profit now trying to go for this TP, but ends up getting caught, so gets it with that shutdown. Durka's looking to do more work, and he has. Yappy joining the fray, finds Levin, and now they're overwhelmed. It's just Narrate left. Joining the squad now, put into a 1v3 scenario to try to keep this map going. Finds the first.
Ooh.
Down to 47, the regen shield is there. Both players playing stacked together behind the boxes there at water, but Narrate none the wiser. Has no idea where they could have fanned out to. It's going to be a 3-2-1 as Yumpy will collect it. 13-9 Vitality come out on top of the regional rivals in Carmine Corp. They take them down. Their opening series here at EWC 2026.
Just really sturdy, steady stuff. A new look on Haven for Vitality. Same old on Lotus. A very good map for them, as we have come to know this year. And Vitality get the job done.
Some signs there from Carmine Corp, some individual glimmers and glimpses, but widely left in the shadow of Vitality. Just looked a cut above on both of these maps here today.
Sayonara, man.
I mean, just so good across both of these, but a Chronicle at the start of the Lotus. Incredible impact from him. Durka with that attempt at a clutch at the very end. It's what we always talk about. It's what the desk was talking about. When the team is on all of these players, every single individual on this squad is so damn deadly. While Profit had a very rough last couple of rounds.
Started well on
he
Haven.
Started incredibly well on Haven. So a big win here for Vitality. Carmine Corp going to have to try to look to rebound back. But for now, let's go ahead and pass things over to get the thoughts from our analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, it is Team Vitality living up to that super team moniker and getting the job done in the battle for France. The Bees take down the Blues 2-0 here as we welcome back our analyst Kukuka and Big Time. And, you know, it just seemed like it was always a little bit too little, too late from Carmine Corp. You saw there at the end starting to heat up all the guys, but individually there was no one that could stand up to Sayonara, who was just on fire, almost doubling the lead in terms of kills in the lobby.
I mean, I think the lead just got too big for Vitality. They started this map so hot when you were up that 6-0, 7-0. The mountain back to climb there is just so large. I think KC put in a good effort. This wasn't a terrible map from them at all, considering how strong Vitality are at it, but ultimately it's not enough. They are now in the kind of elimination scenario. They lose one more game, they will be going home here from EWC on their home turf. We want to see an improvement from them for sure. It is possible. It's a tough opponent. It's a tough group that they find themselves in, but credit to Vitality.
Improvement, I think it's still possible for the side of KC. Do not forget where they're coming from. Incredibly low lows, and things take time to polish and to get out there. This is, we're saying, is the best practice you can get anywhere in the world. For then you go back into EMEA with Vitality. This is what we were expecting, right? Like throughout the year, they will start ramping and ramping and ramping to have probably the best end of the year that they've ever had.
Yeah, and again, these wins could have been even more dominant had Vitality closed out a little bit faster. This is a skill set that we want to see from this team to ascend from a very good team with high potential to being world champion level squad, because all the firepower that's there. We see the kid that's being put in position to win. Chronicle, who's just anchoring for everyone else. It has been so fantastic to watch them. But when you're supposed to beat a team, put them away so that they don't start having those runs back. Because if you do play against Rex, NRG also in your group. That could be something that could be punishing later on.
Yeah, we're still waiting, right, to see who is going to be Vitality's opponent for the group of death. So I guess we'll have to wait until the end of the day.
All right, well, Gennaro is standing by right now with an interview from one of the players from Vitality.
Congratulations, starting things off pretty strong here at EWC with a 2-0 against KC. Another day in the EMEA office, it feels like.
Yeah, we are the EMEA merchants. We only beat EMEA teams, so again, same job.
All right, you have opponents coming up next who are most likely not going to be EMEA. We have NRG right now playing Paper X. Is there any one of these teams that you want to go forward and play against?
I think no matter what, it will be a good game. Either PRX will get revenge for London or NRG, a team that we've never played before and former world champion, so will be exciting.
When it comes to the expectations for this event specifically, what do you have in terms of placements? Because you guys had top 4 placement in London. Are you looking to beat that or what else?
Yeah, we're always looking to improve. We always want to go higher and higher, so now a top 2, a top 1, whatever is higher than top 1 will be, than top 4 will be better.
Okay, and when it comes to preparation from your side individually, when it comes to competing again in this international so closely after Masters London, what have you been focusing on?
Just my individual form. My individual form has been very bad in my opinion recently in London and stage 1, and I'm looking to be myself more and enjoy myself more, so I think kind of succeeded against KC and hopefully will be better against next opponents.
When you're talking about your individual form, what do you think is impacting it the most? Is it things inside the server or outside?
Inside the server I'm fine, because decision making will always be good from my side. I think it's a bit more outside the server, a bit how I do my stuff and how my setup works and that type of stuff.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again on the win. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the desk. Digon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Sayonara there. Knowing the current moniker that the team has, EMEA Merchants, and they're going to have to go up against a big test. Yeah. And he's ready for either one, whether it's revenge or the first time facing NRG.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be feeling good if you are this Vitality team. Yes, you didn't quite lift that trophy, but it was a good performance in London, especially compared to what we saw before. A strong opener today carries that momentum forward. We know that they have the capability to not only top this group, but lift this trophy. And also, we know how important that is for the organization. They finished 3rd last year in the Club Championship, so if the Valorant team can go on to big highs, that's massive for Vitality overall.
Especially here in Paris, of course.
Of course.
Yeah. But also, we need to think of how honest he was. Sometimes I don't know if he's mad when he says, like, oh, we're the EMEA merchants. Like,
yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry, like that's what you've been doing. But
that's
no,
what those are the narratives, right?
He's just like that. But I like to hear that he can really pinpoint what he's been working on. You know, when the players give like wishy-washy answers, I'm like, you haven't thought of that, and that is worrying. Like if I ask you, you know, what do you think is wrong, you can like evade the question if you don't want to point out. But the fact that he is like, no, I know that it's in this area and this area, and this is what we need to focus to get out of the group. And as he's saying, it doesn't matter who he's going to be playing. We're playing to next because it's going to be an absolute banger. Yeah,
let's take a look at those highlights from the last map. Again, Sayonara going at like 278 ACS in the first map, then moving on over to Lotus and dropping 312 ACS. He was again
he's just
on
getting
another
better.
level.
He told you, he felt like he was not performing to his level, but he is ready to deliver here in EWC. Gives me a little bit of XLG vibes where it's like, oh, we finished in last, but then we go into the next global event and we double our performance. We go 5th, 6th. He was saying it. Top 4 in Masters was not enough.
I mean, I feel like Sayonara's story is so amazing from being, have such expectation on his shoulders from such a young age before he was even old enough to play. Now he's coming in here to EWC looking to claim this title. He wants to win that MVP. He wants to be that Rookie of the Year. And my goodness, does he have the capability to do it if he keeps playing how he played today.
Yeah, again, a huge victory here for Vitality. Their star player online, Durka, getting himself in the action as well. It felt good for them to build upon this.
There was some Durkin time. I felt like there was some, what I really liked about this that is different to what they have showed sometimes in EMEA is that playing together, the doubles, the reciprocating when someone's speaking, the picking with it, the synergy that they definitely had to work on a lot, Deegan. Like, they've come a long way. It's been a long year for them. And on the other side, we have to be realistic with KC. Yes, that Haven went the one that it went. Yeah, it was a 13-8, but do not let the score trick you. Casey did win both pistols. Like, those numbers like keep adding on to you. And it was I feel like we can all agree that Vitality was in control of that map for the entirety of the time. When we move on to Lotus, though, I think that Nare did a very good job. I think that Levin is getting better and better at the Neon. It's an ongoing process. The best thing about these players is that I know that they will focus on themselves and not on the fact that they just lost, because they're kind of used to it at this point. I'm sorry to say it, but it is true.
Big time.
They're already over it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but agree. I mean, I feel like they've faced adversity. That's a good way to put it. What is a little more for them? What is the story? If they win cleanly, that's not how they want to do it. They want to make it interesting for the fans. So they're not out yet. Still have a chance to get themselves out of this group.
All right, that is Group A and Group B done and dusted with their first matches. Obviously, Paper Rex and NRG currently doing battle on the B stream right now. That also means tomorrow we get to see the first set of action here from Group C and Groups D. Here on the A stream, we have ag.al versus the reigning game champs in Los Niños Team Heretics coming on back, and then we'll close out the day with G2 versus Nongshim. What are your thoughts on those matches?
I mean, I think they're good matches, man.
Go for the second one.
Yeah,
I'll take the first one, you go for the second one.
Okay, you go first then if you're doing the first one.
Okay, so all of the gamers, they were surprised at the beginning of the year. They got their win against Gentlemates, and let me tell you, when Gentlemates came back to EMEA, they were traumatized. They could only think about all gamers, and I know this firsthand, so trust me when I say this, I think that Fangio is going to be absolutely amazing, and they are a fearless team. For Team Heretics, Neil, their coach, is not here, but as I'm saying, reigning champions, Sunset is back, so everything is on their favor, and this should be the most comfortable ground for them.
Yeah, I mean, that second game, G2 against Nongshim. Can G2 bounce back from what happened to them in London, seeded ahead to the playoffs, and then they crash out? Not a great look from them. And then Nongshim did it the hard way through the qualifiers. Will Danby stay on the Neon? Please, Danby, if you can hear me, lock the Neon, please.
All right, we'll see what happens here. Big time, we'll go ahead and see if that request happens for Nongshim Red Force. The action starts tomorrow at 1 p.m. local time with Los Niños against ag.al. Y'all, a great day number one, and it's just the start of EWC 2026. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more Valorant action.